Chapter 1. No Peace, No End. Chapter Text Exams. That was all Lily wanted to focus on right now. Between scrambling for space in the library and finding an unoccupied armchair in the common room, Lily was feeling the pressure. She even tried to pull a Mary and read her textbooks under covers, but the combination of overtiredness and comfort always put her to sleep within minutes. In desperation, she heaved her textbooks down to her little alcove on the first floor and balanced a light ball above her head. It proved an apt solution, one that became very attractive very quickly to many of her friends, who likewise found the bed as an imperfect studying solution. Unfortunately, Marlene had never been an eager study and was far too easily bored. And doubly unfortunately, Susan was not currently present, and that well-known gossip was the only girl that would have prevented conversation from heading in a raunchy direction. I tell you, Lils, Mary wasn't kidding about the first time. I don't recommend it. It was messy and painful, and neither of us had a clue what we were doing. Didn't help things that it happened in the locker room, straight after the match. That place ponged of sweat. Things were far better the second time around. There was a second time. Lily's blush blended into her hair roots. In her lap sat her Transfigurations textbook, open to the barely read chapter on life for metamorphosis. With almost a lascivious smile, Marlene winked. Turned out he had this really nice room set up, just down the hall from Gryffindor Tower. All candles and flowers, and all the crap I don't like, but I can't fault his effort. Weird thing is, I swear I've been up and down that hallway a million times and never noticed that room. Marlene had been far more candid to Lily these past few weeks, ever since she and James became official. That evening after she first confessed to Lily her erroneous foray, after she showered and freshened, she finally descended into the party, and almost immediately James Potter was to her side, sweeping her up into a very public kiss in front of the cheering and hollering rabble. Any doubts that Chaser might have had over the whole affair seemed to have fled her that very night. So began a relationship between the two Gryffindor Quidditch heroes, very much in the public eye. Even Lily felt her eye caught enviously by those easy smiles exchanged, those playful touches and tickles. Their relationship had a fun spontaneity that Lily's lacked, something by no means anyone's fault. She knew what she was in for when she had embarked upon a relationship with a brilliant boy saddled with crippling self-esteem issues. One does wonder how hush you're actually keeping this, Lily muttered, eyeing Pandora sympathetically. That girl had been hard at studying for the past 2 hours, not even looking up when the conversation began and subsequently derailed. She never took much notice of social gossip, nor was keen to perpetuate it, making her presence too easily overlooked in private affairs, such as with Marlene's private forays. Oh, Pandy. She's not going to tell anyone, are you, Pandy? The young McGonagall looked up from the pages of her text and blinked blankly, evidently not catching a single word before her name had been called. Marlene grinned and waved her back to her oblivion, content with Lily's attention. I can tell with your flustered response that your pet gargoyle hasn't gotten anywhere near your underlayers. With a spark of irritation, the furiously blushing girl launched to the defense of her boyfriend. Stop with the name calling. He's Severus. Got it. Don't call him anything else. Not even a little contrite, Marlene continued. I'm just saying, I can totally understand why you're not eager to dive into the sack with Severus. You might be able to stomach his ugly mug for a snog, but can you honestly tell me you want to see him with his gear off? I'll have you know I've already seen him without his top. Lily retorted hotly, provoked well too easily. The blonde girl tipped one ash eyebrow. Ooh-ha, and did that get you all warm and fuzzy? None of your business, the reddening girl snapped and turned her eyes away. Truth be told, there hadn't been any time to assess anything other than those terrible white welts gouged across his back. No emotions to be indulged other than deep resonating heartache. Well, if that didn't do the trick, I can guarantee you now that nothing below that would do the trick either, Marlene continued to dig savagely. Lily's eyes narrowed, sick and tired of her friends making light of that terrible traumatic incident. You know what? You convince me. I'll take James Potter back, thank you. From Marlene's sudden pale, wide-eyed look, she took her words as a threat on some level. It seems like it's a good thing that I'm far more interested in Save than your James, isn't it? Wow, that was rather catty of you, Marlene mumbled sheepishly. The warning lights were on, Lily returned. Look, Lils. Marlene leaned back. All I'm saying is that you're worth so much more than him. You can definitely do better." Lily sighed, surrendering to the fact she would never be able to convince Marlene otherwise. "Let's just get back to studying." Exams swept by neatly and comfortably, despite Snape's additional pressure of brewing responsibilities. He found no extra dedicated study time had been needed on top of his already comfortable regime, and as expected, his written and practical exams proved no challenge. Even the reportedly difficult alchemy theory exam had followed a simple logical course, easy to accomplish for the well-prepared. Lily, on the other hand, looked more and more frazzled by the day. By the time of the last scheduled exam, she wouldn't stop holding on to him while they waited before the doors to the testing room, claiming she needed the support to make it through the hours to come. That was a needlessly dramatic way to put it, but Snape did not deny her this desired comfort, even through the judgmental stares of those around him. He couldn't help but feel she expected something of him, however, especially when she took his arm and manually draped it around her, then huffed in a dissatisfied way as if it irked her he didn't do so automatically. As it were, their last exam, Defense Against the Dark Arts, passed without incident. From Lily's bright, relieved smiles afterwards, it appeared the trial had been as fruitful for her as it had been for him. Indeed, she had been out of the exam hall at least an hour before exam's end, smiling confidently. Snape, on the other hand, had finished as well, but spent the remaining 1.5 hours proofreading. By the time the call for quills down was issued, Snape joined the horde of groaning, bleary-eyed examinees pouring out the door to freedom. "How'd you find it?" Lily asked as she met him in the hallway, evidently leaving the exam early to spend the rest of the time waiting by the door. A baffling action. If she was going to wait, she might as well have done so in front of her papers. However, he was wise enough to know not to let a single word of that thought pass his lips. "Uncomplicated," he answered, hefting his bag with a gentle motion. It had now survived well past its original intended lifespan due to his preemptive treatment, but he could not shake the feeling that every consideration he gave it now was just palliative care. "Well, I thought question 12b was sort of tricky," Lily continued. "The one about the legality of certain types of curses and the classification of dark arts awarded for others." Snape raised an eyebrow. It was clearly explained in Chapter 32 of the textbook, Legalities of Defensive Magic. Wrong tone to take, wrong words to say. He had noted his error before Lily bristled. "Excuse me for not remembering a single paragraph in an 800-page tome." The Slytherin quickly backpedaled, lowering his eyes in contrition. He was saved from the effort of clobbering together an apology by the arrival of Lily's blonde Gryffindor friend. "That was traumatic, Lils," she exclaimed, sweeping the fuming girl into a spine-cracking hug. There were words, but only half of them looked English. Another Gryffindor that approached exams underprepared, one of the comforting constants of his life. Well, Marlene, apparently to Severus, not knowing the answer's means were a couple of slackers. Lily shot a glare over her friend's shoulder. Snape only felt his assertion a little more justified. The girl, the usurper best friend Marlene, and if he recalled correctly, McKinnon, drew away and offered the Slytherin boy a dark smirk. Trouble in paradise. That certainly jingled alarm bells in Snape's head. Before any clarification could be sought, however, James Potter swooped in and scooped the blonde girl into an entirely too physical embrace. "James!" the girl exclaimed with a wide laughing smile, making a show of twisting out of Potter's grip. The boy loosened his hold just enough for the girl to turn and plant a shameless kiss on the Gryffindor boy's lips. Well, this is a new development, Snape thought to himself, and certainly not unwelcome. Potter apparently moved on quite quickly and sought different avenues with another woman, setting a far more comfortable distance between him and Lily. Lily, on the other hand, seemed adversely affected by this development, from the wistful misery she stared on with. Snape's heart twisted painfully at the thought of her having second thoughts about giving up Potter. Finally, the regret of choosing a hideous Slytherin over that handsome Gryffindor was setting in. Snape scowled and glared away, hating the stabs of betrayal that lanced through him. Potter's smile dipped as he finally noticed the Slytherin's presence. "Snape," he greeted evenly, releasing his female companion from their tasteless entanglement. Snape, however, could not even bring himself to meet Potter's eyes, let alone act civil. He glared off to the side, furiously ignoring the boy. Appearing unoffended, Potter continued to pursue conversation. Hey, so you know, us in Gryffindor are having another party for the last day of the school year. I wanted to invite you. From his girlfriend's aghast expression, apparently this wasn't discussed. The last place I want to be is in that hellhole of a chaotic noise maker you call a common room, Snape sneered, causing Lily's green eyes to flicker to him, catching his with her brief flicker of disappointment. Snape turned to regard her with a doubtful eye, but Lily had already turned away. Frustration was beginning to gnaw at him. The sudden feeling of disconnect bothered him greatly and instilled him with unexplainable fear. Her waking up to reality was always going to be an eventuality. Many in my house are returning to hostile family situations, especially since the shift in house doctrine, Snape growled suddenly, incensed to offer an alternative explanation for a decision that shouldn't have surprised anyone. I wish to spend my last day reassuring their chosen paths. Did it? Lily's bright green eyes glanced up again, this time sparkling with her smile. You're amazing, Save. She wrapped her hands around his lean waist, and he could not help but feel his brief respite was unjustly earned. Noble goal, Potter agreed with a grin and a nod, even that Marlene girl relented an unsteady smile. And I would like to help out. Why not invite them up for the party as well? Snape's brows immediately knitted together. He was unable to think of a more ridiculous idea. How in Merlin's name would that help? Potter appeared undissuaded. Well, think about it. Your goal is to make them feel like they're part of a greater community, and nothing makes people feel like they belong like getting invited to a party, he reasoned with his baffling logic. Evidently, this man had never heard of the concept of introversion. That's a great idea, Lily exclaimed, evidently sharing a train of thought far closer to that loathsome boy. I do not believe they need a spat following them into their months of isolation, Snape scathed, because how could they not predict that was exactly what was going to happen with a noticeable number of Slytherins and Gryffindors forced to share proximity? Potter appeared unmoved by logic. Oh, come off it. Your Slytherins need to see the rest of the school are behind their shift too. I thought the point was to bring them out of isolation. The idea had merit, though Snape was loath to admit it. That still does not guarantee us amnesty. Anyone piss up the party, they'll answer to me in Sirius. How's that? Potter offered confidently, not even considering the possibility that his damnable black might be the source of that piss-up. I will speak to members of my house on your offer, was Snape's polite, non-committal end of discussion. But from the wide smiles from the Gryffindors minus McKinnon, he had as good as locked in a guarantee. Lily's hands loosened their grip about his waist as she reached up to take his. With an almost casual motion, she draped it about her shoulder, then subsequently was unable to meet the eyes of Potter's new flame. It was a disconcerting situation, one that reeked of words exchanged outside his awareness. A certain jealousy about her, an emotion too familiar to Snape whenever she glanced upon her friend. And the fact that the jealousy was directed to the female companion of that abhorrent Potter was a concept too upsetting to contemplate. Are you sure they weren't taking the piss? Asked Mulciber gruffly as he stared at the stretch of empty wall. Snape glowered, beginning to feel the fool as he paced up, and down that brief stretch of hallway he had been directed to. Several young Slytherin eyes glanced up at him searchingly, looking less and less certain about this course of action. As it turned out, Potter's proposal proved popular with the Slytherin cohort, with many of the younger ones jumping at the chance to socialize with their rival house. The chance of peer approval proved an alluring prospect indeed, the chance to escape from the isolation that their house seemed to demand. Of course, this entire endeavor would likely flip opinions on its head if it had all turned out to be an elaborate prank played by the king of the marauders. A last hurrah to end open hostilities. The exact sort of ill-thought-out diplomatic nightmare of a prank concocted by those nearsighted dunderheads. He would feel entirely ridiculous, having brought out his newly tailored fine robes for this social farce. It was with the utmost relief that a door suddenly appeared in the all too solid wall, and he was subsequently almost glad for the sight of the bespectacled Gryffindor boy who welcomed them. Almost. Welcome, welcome to the soon-to-be annual end-of-year party. Food is to the left wall, drinks are down the middle. Fun is wherever you look for it. Snape glowered scathingly at this ridiculously cheerful welcome speech, and pushed past the boy without another glance of acknowledgement. The other Slytherins followed on hesitantly, stepping past the smiling Gryffindor who held open the door with one hand and a scrappy piece of parchment in the other. A strangely familiar parchment, which was an odd sentiment to apply to parchment. Before him, the room stretched out in all directions, a surprising volume for a room installed so close to the exterior walls. The benefit of magical space conservation, he supposed. Music blared loudly from a corner of the room, already occupied by a jumble of energetic red. Among those numbers, however, the occasional blue or yellow persisted, suggesting this expanded party had not been simply for the benefit of improved relations between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Lining the left wall, exactly where Potter had described it, was a literal buffet table. There was a 10-foot stretch of plate upon plate of finger foods of all varieties, from cheese and fruit cracker combinations to sophisticated prawn cocktails, and then again to tiny little cut-up pastry-wrapped sausages intended for the far more easily pleased crowds. This party seemed to be fully catered by the Hogwarts kitchens. One had to wonder how much extra work those house elves were taking on behalf of these demanding children. To the right of the room, armchairs and couches were arranged chaotically around a cozy fire pit. The flames that sat within glowed blue and burned cold, cooling the room with waves of frost. Many chairs were already occupied with the more introverted of the crowd, content to simply socialize beyond their usual house dynamics. Snape already planned his afternoon around this area. Down the center of the room stood great barrels, propped upon stands and armed with dispensing taps for whatever drinks they held within. Snape wondered if any of them held plain water. He didn't hold much hope for coffee. Already the Slytherins were beginning to make themselves comfortable around these barrels, cups flying up to greet all those who approached. "Chilled butterbeer straight from our house stores," an older Hufflepuff boy announced proudly to the approaching throngs. "We get barrels of the stuff available all year, round in the common room." Seemed appropriate to share the hospitality. From beside him, a tall Hufflepuff girl nodded once in solemn agreement with too static a countenance for a member of the reputedly friendliest house in Hogwarts. It wasn't until several long seconds of staring that Snape figured out why she had caught his eye. That Hufflepuff was Amelia Bones, the future head of magical law enforcement, and a near-permanent thorn in Snape's side. Though the repenting man's own Death Eater trial saw him absolved of his numerous crimes, Madame Bones never forgave his roots. She called on him again and again over the course of the years to set his crimes at his feet, forcing Dumbledore to pull every favor he had with the Wisengamot to ensure no charge ever stuck. Resulted in years of tension between the headmaster and his magisterial colleagues. It wasn't just Bones proving to be a familiar face. All around him were people who directly tied into his previous life, his possible future. The gangly Ravenclaw boy with straw-colored hair, hovering awkwardly by the floating plates of the buffet table, was Bartemius Crouch, a fourth-year boy who would bring about the second coming of the darkness. An expectation nobody could possibly conceive for that unassuming boy. Even that blonde McKinnon girl who sat comfortably chatting with two of her female friends was beginning to ring familiarities in his mind. For the McKinnon clan was completely wiped out in the closing years of this coming war. Tragedies of his past, tragedies to be in this coming future, weight upon weight on his now young and forever thin shoulders, a pressure he could feel pressing straight into his core. "Save, what are you doing just standing there?" came Lily's laughing voice. He turned to greet her with an unsmiling nod, causing her smile to falter. "I'm beginning to think you don't know how to party." There was no point arguing that fact. "You are not incorrect with your assertion." A smile touched her lips, responding again, no doubt, to humor he hadn't intended. "Come on, let's grab a drink and sit down, and you can orientate yourself to this culture shock." It was as sensible a suggestion as anything he could come up with, so he followed her down to those barrels, passing by the yet unincensed Amelia Bones. A dimpled pint mug levitated from its stores, offering itself handle first to the approaching Slytherin, a mechanism no doubt designed to reduce cutlery loss among these careless children. "This butterbeer is really quite nice," Lily recommended cheerfully with a smile to the approving hurrah of the Hufflepuff boy. It's seriously comparable to the ones served by Madame Rosmutter at the Three Broomsticks, a comparison that fell upon ignorant ears, for Snape had never partook in that drink. As a child he could not afford to, and as an adult he had outgrown any desire to partake. Taking a sip of the chilled, sweet liquid, he suppressed a shudder, finding himself unmoved by the experience. By comparison, Lily was happily gulping down her mug as she tugged Snape towards the chairs, thankfully the furthest point from the cacophony of the dance pit. By the time their rear ends touched the plush of a long couch, Lily already sported a foam mustache and seemed blissfully unaware of her new accessory. Snape was mercifully distracted by the momentary ethical dilemma of the most appropriate way to inform her so. That was likely a dangerous idea. Perhaps some words were wisest left unsaid. Snape glanced away, trailing his eyes across the greens within this room, observing how they were getting along in this environment. Already he saw Lester adopted by a large horde of Hufflepuffs, talking animatedly about his experiences as a Muggle in a reputedly Muggle-hating house. Urquhart had engaged the younger McGonagall in what seemed like a deeply philosophical conversation, a situation that tickled an amusing tidbit in Snape's memory of their respective uncle and aunt's future marital situation. He wondered briefly if either of these two realized there was courtship going on between their families already. Around the room, the houses were beginning to disperse, little clumps of green breaking off their familiar groups to engage members of other houses. In one of the armchairs near the corner, the young Slytherin girl Priya was chatting animatedly to Hufflepuff of similar ethnic descent, their entwined hands speaking of something more than just casual conversation. It took Snape a moment to recognize the boy as the seventh-year prefect, Raj Patil, father of the twins Padma and Parvati. If Priya was indeed to be their mother, then their family would have the entire spectrum of Hogwarts covered. It also meant that second Slytherin girl with the upturned nose, shooting the Ravenclaw boy death glares from across the room, was likely Pippa Parkinson, the aunt of Pansy Parkinson. The MS Parkinson of his student cohort had always been a friend of the Patil twins. A strange anomaly explained by this observation, a possible bond of friendship between their families. "You're being awfully quiet," Lily began, a smile etched lightly into her lips. "More than usual." Snape turned his dark gaze back onto her, suddenly conflicted about mixing duties with pleasure. "My apologies. I did not intend to ignore you. I have concerns about how my charges are faring in this unfamiliar territory. Party is not a known Slytherin habitat." The smile widened upon her lips. "Or look at you, Mother henning them." She wrapped her arms about his waist. Pulling him in close, he privately cringed at the worry she might accidentally wipe her butterbeer mustache on his only set of good robes. A fear he apparently did not internalize completely enough, for she hesitated, smile fleeing to a sudden frown. "What's wrong?" she asked to Snape's floundering mind. "Hey, Lils, you got butterbeer on your face." McKinnon's voice rang out as she bounded past, flashing a grin to the startled Lily. That blonde Gryffindor slid by, headed to James, who stood by the door to this esoteric room. Black leered at her in his usually tasteless way. "Hey, Marlene, looking good," no doubt referring lecherously to how form-fitting her robes were. "Bite me, serious," the fiery girl retorted. "Can't, me mate's got dibs." And with an exchange of knowing smiles, she wrapped about Potter, locking his lips in a promiscuous and frankly tasteless show of public intimacy. With a muttered wave of her fingers, Lily conjured a handkerchief, wiping her face quickly with that polka-dotted square. "And when were you going to tell me?" She directly to her boyfriend with an upraised eyebrow. In response, he quickly took a draught of his own pitcher of sweet foulness, in the hopes he'd be excused from answering. "Was that the reason you didn't want me to touch you?" she asked suddenly, bright green eyes looking up at his, searchingly. "I did not want you to touch me," Snape mumbled in return. Lily was one of the greatest sources of pleasure in his life. He could not be happier that she felt him worthy of her touch. Slowly her fingers threaded together, arms locked around his waist once again, her cheek pressed against the fine material of his new robes. "Why don't you ever want to touch me?" she muttered suddenly, a baffling question in of itself. "Last time I touched you without cause, it led to a terrible misunderstanding," he thought, but refused to say aloud. heat still rising from the memory of that incident. Lily sighed, leaning into his chest. I always have to be the one that seeks you out, always me that has to hug you first. Snape moved his hands to rest them about her shoulders, feeling exceedingly self-conscious as he did so. Even now he could feel stares upon them, feel the derisive mutters whisper behind his back. The thought behind every glancing look flickering his way. She's too good for him. No matter how fine the garb he wore, no matter how well he groomed himself, he would never be an attractive man, a fact that Lily had never seemed to be too fazed by. But eventually, she too would feel the wear of the comments that follow. Snarky mutterings from students of present and future. Perhaps her mind too would eventually change, worn down by opinion of her peers. A change that felt too close on the horizon, with the wistful glances he'd seen Lily cast Potter's way. Snape ground his teeth at the thought of that hateful boy. Even with another girl in his arms, he was still derailing the Slytherin boy's life. Was there no way to win? Fingers trailed down the smooth sleeves of his jet-black robes. Lily traced the silver embroidery, running her fingers over the outline of the silver doe. Do you think you'll ever be comfortable around me? She muttered so quietly, he almost didn't catch it. This was not a conversation Snape could comfortably have in the midst of so many people. He was almost relieved when distraction arrived in the form of Mulciber, plopping himself heavily down on the opposite end of the couch, causing it tilt slightly to that side. Plate in one hand, piled with appetizers, and what could only be described as a jug of butter beer in the other, he glared at his conundrum. "Hey, Snape, mind conjuring me a table?" he asked obtrusively, though Snape was thankful for the excuse to untangle himself from this uncomfortable direction of conversation. It did not stop him from being scathing. Dozens of people you could have graced with your presence, and for some reason you've chosen to disturb me. He slipped from Lily's arms to oblige the fool in his ill-thought-out gluttonous conundrum. He conjured a compact round table for Mulciber's end of the couch, and made it wobbly on purpose. "Appreciate it," the boy supplied, no longer taking Snape's bristly personality personally or bothered by the deliberately shoddy conjure work. In recent days, Snape's less than amicable nature had been taken by most in his house as his type of humor, dealing a terrible blow to his intimidation factor. Lily detached herself and slumped into the plush back of the couch, a little unhappy with the turn of events. Still, it didn't stop her from being friendly. "Hello, Mulciber," she greeted politely, apparently willing to be civil despite their encounter nearly a year ago. "Evans," he returned a little stiffly, with a shrimp tail dangling from his mouth. From the fullness of his cheeks it seemed he had far more than just one morsel churning around in there. The Mulciber Snape remembered was a proud man, right up to his final memories. Mulciber challenging Professor Flitwick to a duel within the chaos of Hogwarts ground, and being flung unconscious into the lake for his efforts. That was where his lifetime's Mulciber most likely ended, although perhaps things could be different for him as well this time around. Any discomfort building between the potential pureblood supremacist and Muggle-born witch was mercifully pushed into the background by the arrival of Lily's gaggle of girlfriends. A relief Snape could only feel but briefly as he lowered his head, hoping to weather out their notice. "Ugh, that Marlene. I didn't expect her to be so tasteless," Susan griped, glaring at her aforementioned friend who sat tangled with Potter in a single-person armchair, locked a very public and very sensual kiss. This sentiment Snape could definitely get behind as he sent a scowl their way as well. Had he his professorial powers? "Oh, leave them alone," the second Muggle-born Gryffindor chastised, the too liberal voice of Merry. She even managed to grace Mulciber with a polite nod, even after all that happened between them. In what would have only been just the previous year for them. She had almost been disfigured painfully by his application of a branding curse, the vile word mudblood, right across her forehead. "Nice robes, Snape," she offered in a friendly way. Snape returned her a nod. Even the younger McGonagall disengaged herself from her conversation with Urquhart, floating over to this frankly alarming concentration of girls. "You sorted your sordid affairs too," Susan growled, seemingly deeply unhappy with the situation. "Urquhart and I are simply friends," McGonagall answered. "Here I thought he's the anonymous admirer," Mary lamented. "Oh, he is," McGonagall confirmed in her oddly unfazed way. "And we've diplomatically settled the matter." Snape internally winced. He glanced to the aforementioned boy now sitting alone, oddly nonplussed. Untouched by broodiness, his sunken eyes stared blankly outwards, fine brows slightly pinched in a contemplative expression. "What's the problem with this one?" Susan scathingly continued. "Doesn't seem that ugly." "None of your business," the young McGonagall cheerfully retorted. Mary settled herself longingly beside Lily, displacing the couple sideways closer to Mulciber. "Probably not clever enough for her," she muttered with a roll of her eyes. A very unfair assessment of that particular Slytherin boy, but Snape was unwilling to voice a defense. "Again, none of your business." Snape turned away, surrendering to the fact that Lily's friends were likely going to absorb her attention. Mulciber huffed a seemingly sympathetic sigh, setting his empty mug back on the conjured table next to his long, empty plate. "Plans for the holidays, Snape," was his tragic attempt to make small talk. "Nothing different than usual," Snape answered, simply grateful for a form of reprieve from the inane chatter buzzing by Lily's side. "Are to enjoy the breaks without a worry," the hulking boy mumbled. "I miss those days." "What have you to worry about?" Snape scathed. The boy usually didn't have an alternative thought in his head, the most vacuous specimen of Slytherin life he had ever encountered. Mulciber appeared momentarily sullen, seeming to struggle with what he wanted to say, an unsurprising issue considering his affinity with words or lack thereof. "Well, this would be the first time I've seen my father since his disassociation with the Death Eater youths in Hogwarts." The full extent of the boy's issues suddenly struck Snape. Owen Mulciber was not the only Mulciber to be in service of the Dark Lord. His father was rumored to have been one of the first Death Eaters, even before the term Death Eater had been coined. "Things will not be easy. I understand if you find it necessary to do what you have to," Snape offered, hoping the boy would heed Slytherin caution and play to caution despite his ineptitude in the arts. Though this Death Eater was Mulciber's father, he was a man of deep and vile darkness. It would not be too outlandish to think he would not forgive his own son for even mild transgressions, and a more difficult home life was not an experience Snape wished on anybody. A sullen look passed the hulking boy's face. "For what it's worth, I don't hate what you tried to do, and if things have to change next year, well." He held out his massive paw of a hand, which Snape overcame his aversion of touch to take in a firm shake. "My best wishes for your ordeal with your father," Snape offered solemnly, a sentiment that brushed too close with his own ordeals. "What's wrong with your father?" Susan asked as her head swiveled around as if summoned by the mere sound of what could constitute as gossip. A girl after Petunia's dead frigid heart. Surprisingly forthright, Mulciber answered her. "My father's a dark wizard. He's not going to be happy about what happened in Slytherin." Susan gasped and quickly settled herself in the tight gap between the Slytherin boys. "What are you going to do?" she asked, eyes wide, her entire body language screaming, "Tell me more." Snape wrenched himself from the crush of bodies, irritated by the noise and chaos of this sudden unwelcome conversation and company. Lily glanced up, her bright eyes searching out his, questioning. "Sitting with Urquhart," he answered that unasked question, and hurried away before he attracted any more attention. He was mildly disappointed that Lily hadn't excused herself from her friends to come along with him, or Mulciber for that matter, who appeared oddly comfortable for someone enduring a barrage of prying questions. He breathed a sigh of relief as he exited that sphere of noise, settling into an armchair before the quiet Urquhart, content to simply share space and wallow in the far more easily ignorable ambient cacophony of the dance floor. He had the misfortune of having Remus Lupin sitting together amongst their cluster of quiet chairs, but at the very least that dark creature was asleep and subdued. "Did she say anything?" Urquhart asked, expression unchanged. "No," Snape replied, and they both returned to their comfortable silence. Snape would have been content to spend the rest of this infernal party in this corner had it not been for the sudden appearance of Gryffindors. Marauders at that, just what he needed to ruin his day further. "You boys really know how to party," Potter offered, no doubt sarcastically, as he sat himself in the spare armchair, mug of butter beer in hand. His girlfriend no longer wrapped about his body or attached to his lips. Snape glared hatefully at the boy, daring him to ruin his semblance of peace, only to feel his heart drop as Black stepped up beside his best friend, bringing his own armchair along. "Hair prongs, I don't think any more party-goers are coming," he remarked as he offered that parchment for Potter's appraisal. That Pettigrew had the sense to duck his head down and hide away from Snape's dour glares. The coming full moon assured the damnable werewolf curled docile in his armrest and would not be harassing Snape at the very least. A similar parchment that suddenly leapt from Snape's memory beckoned by its association with the term prongs. He snatched the parchment from Black's careless fingers, causing the boy to stand with a snarl, hands balled into fists. Potter placed a hand upon his friend's shoulder, forcing him back into his seat as Snape scowled at what he saw in his hands. An incredibly accurate ink display of the school was sprawled out before him, each corridor painstakingly drawn to measure, room labelled, and inhabitant marked, their names following their moving darts about, every hidden nook and cranny on full display. That cozy little hidden alcove that Lily liked to hide in was clearly drawn upon the map, sending Snape's stomach into loops at the thought of the blasted marauders bearing witness to the humiliating misunderstanding that occurred within its confines. And upon the upper edge of the parchment, inked proudly in display, were the 4 names, Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. This was that blasted parchment that Potter Child had held. The infuriating and exceedingly belated realization of how that troublemaker was able to do what he did for all those years, compounded further by the realization he had personally delivered the damnable item straight to one of its main proprietors-in-chief. Even after the sundering of the marauders, they had still somehow managed to generate so much grief in his life. "Satisfied your curiosity, Snape?" Potter asked evenly as he held his hand out. "I'd like it back." Snape glared furiously, his grievances of 2 lifetimes inciting him towards non-cooperation, the map held tightly in his crumpling grip. "Save, you'll break it." Lily's voice sounded in his ear as gentle hands reached around his shoulder and eased his fingers from the parchment. Biting down hard against his bitter anger, Snape allowed the Gryffindor girl to relieve him of the map, unable to bring himself to stop her from handing it back. In a lithe motion, Marlene McKinnon slipped beside Potter, exchanging an easy kiss with her boyfriend. "Interesting choice in company," she remarked with a smile not intended for anyone but that bespectacled horror of a boy. "Just wanted a moment to recuperate," Potter remarked with a grin. "Thought the quietest place would be around Snape. He has the incredible power to chase away conversation and fun." Lily laughed, sending a flush of annoyance through Snape. At the very least, he had hoped she would never laugh at his expense again. "Me and Lils were just headed for the dance floor," McKinnon remarked in a worrying, suggestive tone. "Coming. It would be my pleasure," Potter returned with wide, toothy smile and stood without another word. Black shot Snape one last glare before following his friend into standing, tucking that wretched map into his sleeve as he went. Lily turned her brilliant green eyes to Severus, almost pleading in her expressiveness. Snape was aghast at the thought that she might actually wish for him to accompany her into that din. "I do not wish to abandon Urquhart to solitude," he lied lamely. "Please don't use me as an excuse," the boy muttered uncooperatively. Out of options, Snape brushed a little closer to the truth. "I also don't dance," he growled, causing Lily's eyes to drop, disappointment palpable. "Fine," he barked, climbing to his feet, unable to weather her disappointment. He was becoming ridiculously easy to manipulate. "I'm not going to give you a chance to change your mind." Lily grinned as she took his hand, dragging him in the direction of the head-splitting racket. Snape gritted his teeth at the prospect. He felt those judgmental eyes again, the laughing that never stopped shadowing his wake. He did not mean to drag his heels, but Lily felt his intent and stopped mid-stride, turning to him with those big, concerned green eyes. "What's wrong?" she asked, her bright green eyes wide, almost pleading for him to answer. But how could he? If she did not feel the mockery that followed her by just association with him, how could she understand how he felt? That he was embarrassed on her behalf, embarrassed to be him. Slowly her eyes drew away again, a wistfulness about her gaze. "It's fine, let's just sit down again," she muttered, as her eyes pointed the opposite way, gazing at the 2 Gryffindors parting the dance floor with their haphazard dancing. A terrible longing that tied Snape's nerves into knots. "Are you regretting it?" he asked, unable to keep the venom from his voice. A tone he tried his best to suppress, but Lily was too sensitive a soul to not detect it. She turned back to him, eyes wide with concerned confusion. Through his ground, crooked teeth, Snape elaborated, tasting the bitterness of the question, "Are you regretting choosing me over Potter?" Surprise flitted across her features. "What, no? What? Why did you ask that?" "Why?" she asks. He couldn't tell if she was lying by proxy. He couldn't tell if she was pretending to be surprised by this line of thought. Snape couldn't answer. He glowered determinedly away, internally cringing with the realization he set all the predetermined variables for making a scene. He felt her hands upon his cheeks, directing him to look forcefully towards her. "Save. If there's something, say it." Her brows pinched with concern. "Don't let misunderstanding pile upon misunderstanding. You have to talk to me for us to work." He could feel those eyes upon him again, those snippets of scathing voices heard between each beat of the loud and lively music. But her eyes did not waver from his, self-consciousness did not touch her countenance. "You keep glancing at Potter," he forced out. No doubt she could feel the heat from his flushed cheeks from beneath her palms. "Oh!" Her eyes widened. Not even her expression was denying the fact. "About that." A momentary sheepishness passed through her features, sending sparks of fear skittering about Snape's heart. "Can you keep a secret?" she asked, suddenly sheepish. Without waiting for his answer, she continued, "I am a little jealous of Marlene." Snape's face fell, dejection clawing at his heart. Almost immediately, Lily jumped in to correct his misconceptions. "It's not about James. It's so not about James." "Well, maybe a little." A frown touched his brows. He was unsure of what to make of this statement. Lily bit her lips in a surprisingly shy way, paving the way for a confession Snape hadn't expected. "We're not exactly keeping it a secret that we're dating, but if there's just one other person near us, you just about never touch me, Save. I'm well jealous by how open Marlene's relationship is. She and James are so at ease with each other. They're so playful and spontaneous. And I know it's not your fault," Lily quickly added, cutting off Snape's protest. "But sometimes I don't know. I kind of wish you'd be just a little more affectionate." Snape's mouth opened and closed, suddenly at a loss for words. The fact that Lily actually wanted him to be more publicly conspicuous with his affection was not the direction he expected this admission to take. With a stealing draw of breath, Snape held out his hand. Lily took it without hesitation, but looked at him questioningly. "I only know how to waltz," was his only reply as redness radiated up his neck. Chapter 29. The Prince and the Pauper. Chapter text. With the beginning of holidays came the desolation that always accompanied Snape on the journey down to London on the Hogwarts Express. One would think after 20 years since graduation he'd forget the cloistering frustration at the thought of returning home. But here it was, clinging to his heart and mind, a childhood worry that he had never outgrown. Snape had spent the carriage ride with the Slytherins of various year groups. A last reassurance before sending them off to face the pressures of their families. A concern so similar to his own, a concern only someone like him could understand. Lily patrolled past his compartment on occasions, carrying out her prefectural duties as was decreed. This was one of the reasons he elected not to sit with her for the journey back, the fact that she would disappear regularly and leave him alone with her harrowing friends. At least with his Slytherins, they were not as head-splittingly noisy or embarrassingly prying, and they needed him. One last reminder that they are not facing their trials alone. As powerful a force as peer pressure could be, its support was proving to do wonders in equal measures. It was late afternoon when the magical train finally pulled into station. Adults lined that hidden platform, eagerly waiting to collect their children. It was not a memory Snape could recall. His parents had never picked him up. Straight from first year, his parents had not bothered to collect him from the station, forcing the station master to arrange a supervised flu to a public way station within his town, close enough to walk within 2 or so hours. It set a terrible precedent for the years to come. His parents, realizing they needn't waste time on the 4-hour journey, needed to collect him. Lily's parents had noticed this eventually and gallingly offered him to ride up with them in the years since. An invitation he accepted without as much convincing as his pride would dictate now. But to the mind of a young child, the prospect of spending 4 hours in the company of his best friend triumphed over the wait for the station master's attention, a privilege he had not been given after the summer of their fallout. a lonely time that forced him once again to rely on the station master's mercy. At the very least now, he had legal access to the power of apparition. He no longer had to rely on anybody to get about. "Have a good holiday, Snape," the fourth-year rockers offered with a wave, and stepped down onto the platform with an air of teenaged reluctance into the arms of his awaiting parents, both dressed smartly in Muggle attire. Around him, his Slytherin compatriots found their parents. Those that were old enough to apparate had mostly already done so from Hogsmeade. The few that hadn't were saying their last goodbyes and were making their ways to the quieter sections of the station to better facilitate their concentration. Snape scanned the faces, noting very little from his recollections. Indeed, perhaps the only parents he would be able to recognize would have been his own, and perhaps Lily's. Neither of her parents had come to pick her up this day. She had written to them not to, citing her newfound freedom of apparition. Apparently, she had her father's permission for Snape's usage of the yard as a landing pad as well, despite the man's reservations with the issue of dating his daughter. This was a meeting Snape did not look forward to, and no amount of adult experiences could prepare him for meeting Lily's disapproving father. It did not help he had no comparable experiences to draw from. Lily's reassurances on the matter did not settle his mind. If he ever had any starry-eyed optimism, 38 years of a wretched life fixed that right up. Snape had considered avoiding the Evans household altogether, but he needed the access if he was to have a place to set up his cauldron. The Wolfsbane required a dedicated room for its crafting and storage, with strictly controlled temperature ranges. Summer was not going to be merciful to the process. Dumbledore had predicted as such, and sent Snape away with a little over double the amount of necessary ingredients for one brew, all of which was shrunk and stored within a leather satchel strapped to his back. The full moon was the night before. He did not expect to get stuck behind a cauldron for another week at least. Lily had assured him that her father had agreed to spare a backyard facility for their endeavors. Some sort of Muggle storage room for work tools and garden appliances, apparently small enough to easily enchant with a cooling charm. It was the best solution they had during this period away from the magical world, as Snape certainly couldn't brew it back home. Had he even able to secure any of the meager rooms of Spinner's End, he was certain the smell of the brew would cause no end of headaches with those pathetic excuses for parents. "All done," Lily announced as she stepped from the crowd, likely relieved to finally shed her prefect responsibilities. It appeared that, like Snape, she hadn't bothered to change out of her school robes either. "You ready to apparate?" Snape frowned, unable to recall the image of the landing point. It had been a good long while since he set foot in the Evans residence, and the backyard especially was a grey spot. He was not exactly a fan of the outdoors. "Remind me again exactly in which direction and how far away from the lounge room the yard had been." Lily's eyebrows reached for the heavens. "You're making me worried. How about I jump us both there?" Now there was an alarming thought if there ever was one. "You're a newly registered apparator, Lily," he pointed out reasonably. "So are you," she replied, just as reasonably given the context. Snape was not giving in without a fight. "Excuse me if I don't feel comfortable risking your unpracticed skills with a side along." To which Lily coolly replied, "That's a shame, because you'll end up in a wall if I misremember the size of my living room." A good Slytherin knew when a battle was lost. Snape did not know the exact location of his targeted jump, and if he was quite honest, he trusted Lily's memory less than her magical ability. "Fine." "Side along," he growled as he redoubled his grip on his tattered luggage and held out his hand compliantly. "Good Severus. Now that wasn't so hard, was it?" Lily remarked with a cheeky smile, and before Snape could reply, she took a hold of his hand and sent them both blinking away through a series of 3 consecutive constrictive and disorientating lurches. Never had Snape been so woozy after travel. "Why did?" 3 times. Snape gasped as he tried to get his bearings. At the very least, the terrain he stumbled over into was the short-cropped grass of a well-maintained lawn. "I made it, didn't I?" came Lily's voice, as her shadow fell over him, her hand extended. Snape took it without prompting, and with a little struggling, Lily pulled him upright. "Honestly, I didn't know if I could make it all the way to the Midlands from London in one jump," she confessed nonchalantly. So I plotted my jumps through a course of wizarding villages along that route. Remind me why I trusted you to get me here in one piece. Snape muttered, head still spinning. Because you're carrying the expensive potion supplies that we can't afford to lose, Lily retorted with a dramatic roll of her eyes. Speaking of which, you best get working on the shed before they spoil. She indicated the small wooden structure that stood at one of the ends of a forking stone-paved path. Snape drew his wand, dropping the heavy pack of ingredients by his luggage bag. Stepping forward to the unassuming structure, Snape erected his wards. A reinforcement spell for the walls, in the worst-case scenario, would also double as insulation. A disillusionment for the structure from Muggle eyes, because he didn't want to explain to neighbors why purple smoke was exuding from its windows. And finally, the cooling charm from wall to wall. Snape opened the door, drawing the spell through the structure, feeling the pleasant, temperate climate of the dungeon's chase away the summer's mugginess. He would have to reapply the spell again when he began the potion in True, but thankfully that was a week away. Figures. I step inside for a moment, and I miss the magic. A deep male voice sounded from outside the shed. Snape glanced through the door, suddenly unwilling to rejoin Lily in the yard. Standing beside her was a tall, blond man, taller than Lily by a foot at least. He was older than the man in Snape's memories, his hair a little thinner and belly a lot rounder. Clad in a white polo shirt and slacks, Martin Evans stood staring blankly. I could have sworn the shed was right here, he muttered, reaffirming to Snape that his disillusionment worked. There hadn't been any doubt, but it was always good to be certain. It's already been charmed invisible, Dad, Lily replied with her amused smile. She held out the sachet of ingredients and beckoned to Snape, who then summoned it past his wards. Oh my, I'll never get used to that, Mr. Evans laughed. No doubt to his Muggle eyes it seemed the bag floated away and vanished. So, where's Severus then? You said he'd be here. In the shed, Lily replied. He's stowing the ingredients away so they won't spoil before we need them. Indeed, Snape had already set to work unpacking the ingredients from the sachet into little storage boxes provided by the headmaster. He double-checked each item and cast wards against moisture and heat wherever appropriate. But from the piercing glaring from Lily, Snape realized he was expected to make some type of reply. "Good afternoon, Mr. Evans," Snape mumbled, unable to make eye contact with a man who couldn't even see him. He could not help but wonder whether the man had felt relieved when he heard his daughter had a falling out with her unorthodox best friend. An uncertain smile graced the aging man's lips. "Hello, Severus. It has been a while since I've heard your voice." Snape shared the sentiment, but for a far different trial of time. He didn't even know what happened to the man after his fallout with Lily, but no doubt he died before she did, for his grandson had been left to the tender mercies of Petunia. Sliding the last box in its place on the aligning shelves, Snape set his cauldron upon the workbench and faced the fact he had run out of excuses to avoid this meeting. Straightening his robes as best he could, Snape stepped past his wards and into the humid heat, thankful that the sun was setting. His sudden appearance caused the Muggle man to look upwards to readjust his line of sight. No doubt 2 years proved a decent change in height. "I understand that you are now dating my daughter." The man's smile became strained, and Snape did not need the use of legilimency to see the disapproval. Snape opened his mouth, and no answering words issued forth. Because no words could aptly answer the father's concern. Because what could he assure, really? He brought nothing to this relationship, and any promised assurances of the future were nothing but platitudes in the present. This was not a conversation he was prepared for. Unable to meet the man's darker green eyes, Snape uttered, "Sorry." Lily's eyes caught his, a questioning concern upon her expression. "I need to go. I don't feel well," Snape muttered as he took a hold of his suitcase. "Give my best to Mrs. Evans," he uttered before quickly disapparating away, not even allowing Lily the time to get a word out. Snape leaned against the dirty wall of a back alley street, the one that stretched beside Spinner's End that he knew so well. It was a cowardly thing to do to run as he had, and he felt the shame keenly. But he was not ready to face direct disapproval from a man who had been nothing but kind to him from the start. A situation too similar to his fallout with Lily, and a situation he only knew to handle by respecting her wishes of distance and silence. This current situation did not come with such clear instructions. With a scowl, Snape heaved himself off the wall. With his luggage in hand, he slowly made his way from the dusk-carved shadows of the narrow alleyway into the dilapidated steps of his childhood home, a home that never felt like a home. Somehow, in lieu of the mild disapproval of a man who had only ever been kind to him, the prospect of enduring his place in this forsaken household seemed of mild concern. With a flick of his wand, Snape unlocked the door and stepped through into the gloom, trading broiling heat for stifling humidity. The smell of stale alcohol hit his senses, invoking unpleasant memories. Had he been forced to knock and wait, undoubtedly he'd have been left waiting. He stepped through the darkened lounge, making out the form of a person passed out upon one of the armchairs. "Don't even bother knocking now, do you?" A scathing voice sounded at his shoulder. Snape turned to meet the black eyes of a wasted woman, the alcohol on her breath. His mother had taken heavily to his father's activity of choice by increasing increments over the years, the last scraps of home falling apart in Snape's life. Indeed, neglect was heavily evident in the peeling wallpaper, the thick dust that coated every surface, the smell of rotted garbage, and the lingering mold that emanated from various corners of the house. This was a family that stopped trying. "Speak when you're spoken to," his mother spat, no warmth upon her voice for seeing a son that had been away. Snape's eyes flashed, but he did not rise to her tone, scowling on the inside, so he did not invoke her wrath. He did not need his father to wake. No good came of waking a violent drunk. I did not wish to disturb anyone. A strange look came over his mother's sunken eyes, as if suddenly struck with confusion. "You are Severus, right? His manners. It was always his manners that got him called to question." "Yes, mother." She questioned him no more. Perhaps she didn't really remember how her son should have behaved. To her it had been almost a year, and perhaps dozens, if not hundreds of bottles, since they last saw each other. Considering her wasted frame, Snape wondered how long had it been since she had a square meal. Had they been spending more of his father's pension on alcohol? They barely had any left for food as it was. The last time he had seen Eileen and Tobias Snape had been over 19 years ago to his perspective, at the front point of his wand. He had killed his own parents, a fact that had never weighed on him during his previous life, at the very least nowhere as heavily as his cardinal sin. But it was a matter he had to face now. He did not love his parents, detested them even, but he was no longer a dark wizard. No matter the failures they were. "If that is all, mother, I would like to unpack." With a dip of his head, more courteously than he'd likely ever regarded either of his parents with, Snape excused himself, setting foot upon the creaking first step of the narrow stairs. When this household passed to him, he had set about magically renovating parts of this forsaken household, adding magical flares to this otherwise ordinary Muggle house. This narrow staircase would eventually be hidden behind a wall of books, sealing away his private quarters from public eyes. Why he chose to return here, after all that was said and done, was the question he kept asking himself throughout his previous life. Only towards the end had he finally an answer for himself. This decaying household, its ill-kept array, its befouled history, its inescapable, inexorable air of depression, it was everything that described himself. A miserable house for a miserable man. With a twist and a flick of his wand, the scrappy luggage floated off the ground, following carefully behind him. His mother looked on with a dark frown and an almost wistful gleam in her eyes. She could do magic. Snape remembered the few sparks of its witness during childhood. But slowly, whether it was from disuse or corruption from the abuse or her foul lifestyle, her ability became untethered. "Do you regret it?" Snape asked, uncertain what kind of answer he was expecting from her drink-addled state. A strange, dark look twisted across her face. "More than the depth of its meaning. I regret every step that took me to this place. You regret marrying my father. You regret having me." It was all an obvious answer. He felt nothing for this revelation. "If you had a way back, would you take it?" Without hesitation, Severus. His mother fixed him with those unsteady black eyes. "But I think we both know there is no way to fix the past." A rush of breath breached Snape's lips, almost a laugh if he still remembered how his sounded. "Wise words," he muttered as he turned from that sorry excuse for a mother, relieved at least from the prospect of a difficult reunion. The mansion of the Prince estate loomed regally from its cliff-top perch. No doubt the design the architect had in mind was of striking intimidation in all those that approached, and Snape had no doubt it would rise to the occasion admirably in the post-dusk gloom, hulking out from its rising perch like a gigantic creature of the night. However, as it were, under the blistering midday sun of summer, the cool, dark grey stones of its Victorian-era architecture shone almost cheerfully upon the vista of the sweeping British countryside below. Great wrought-iron gates opened at Snape's approach. No doubt his presence was expected. Dumbledore had said he had taken steps to arrange this meeting between Snape and Prince, but only as an envoy. The truth about his lineage was not yet revealed to the elderly wizard, information that he was expected to use to his advantage. A task well suited for his set of skills, but the degree of success he could expect playing sentiments was uncertain, even for a man who prided a life's work weaving webs. The great doors opened before Snape's presence. The great brass knockers lay polished, but untouched, revealing a grand reception hall that did not live up to its welcoming title. Snape stepped forward into the shade. He could feel the prickle of sweat against the high collar of his dress robes. The devastation of the summer's heat felt despite the cooling charm he had weaved into his robes. The interior of the manor did not carry even a hint of the cheeriness of summer. The palette that dressed the furniture and walls was of severe greys and dark mahoganies, giving the cavernous reception hall a feeling of unwelcoming solitude, not helped by struggling light that reached its innermost depth. What filtered through the towering windows was not enough to dispel the all-encompassing gloom. All in all, Snape was beginning to see the family resemblance. A sickly-looking house elf appeared before the stairs, bowed low in reception. "Mr. Snape, I presume," he rasped with a deep gurgle. "The master has been expecting you. He will receive you in the atrium." Snape answered with a nod and fell into step behind the slow, shuffling steps of the decrepit elf. They turned away from the ascending stairs and wound their ways through one of the narrow hallways that bled from the central hall, sticking to the path that stuck mostly to the outer wall and ignoring the halls that went further into the heart of the grand structure. The structure resembling that of the dungeons, perhaps constructed purposefully owing to nostalgia of this reputedly Slytherin bloodline. Windows pricked the walls, every few feet, spooling light against the receiving surface, and not much else. The insidious darkness clawed forth all the harder from every corner and crevasse carved into the stone-grey walls. At last the hallway ended, opening to the greatest source of light Snape had borne witness to since stepping through those grand entrance doors. The atrium was no smaller than the reception hall had been, but with the grand glass panes that lined its ceiling, no gloom was resilient enough to persist. Black marble structures, raised waist-height, proudly displayed their botanical bounties. Brugmansia, digitalis, and ranunculus, various flowers of high potioneering value, lined the path to the heart of this sun-bleached room. A potion master's greenhouse in every way except intent, for Snape had seen structures of true greenhouses perched upon the flat ground before the climb. A grand chair was positioned by the open balcony doors, overlooking the cliff's edge. The plains of the golden countryside stretched before them in a view that swept away all memories of the crushing solitude that the rest of the manor was seeped in. Perhaps that was why the Prince Patriarch chose to receive him here. For within the regal high-backed leather-bound chairs sat a straight-backed but age-withered old wizard, his long straight hair bleached white with age. He was already old when he settled for a family. When Eileen Snape was born, Amadeus Prince had already seen more years than either his daughter or grandson ever would. His age touched upon the realm of Dumbledore's, and could linger on for many more had it not been for the conspiracy that surrounded his future. Already the forces of darkness were courting the man for funding, and political alignments of this ancient family already leaned in their favor. His known future dictated that he would eventually name the Dark Lord the successor of his wealth and estate, thus sealing his own casket. His wealth became one of the great pillars of this war, funding for the foot soldiers that served within the Death Eater ranks, no longer a force of simple fanatics, but a desirable position for any of worth seeking fortune. An advantage Snape aimed to deny. "Mr. Snape, envoy to Grand Sorcerer Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore," the wheezing elf announced. Snape stepped forward and bowed low, as highborn protocols dictated. Decorum learned from another lifetime, in a time very similar to the days he lived in now. Without acknowledging the young man in his presence, the Prince Patriarch indicated casually with his withered hand. A second regal chair slid forward seemingly from nowhere, as close to an invitation to sit as any. Snape obliged, perching upon the offered seat with his eyes respectfully averted. He did not breach the silence that seemed to stretch into the minutes. He could not speak until the host commanded or obliged him. Protocols to observe. He was not this man's equal, and he had to behave as such. A floating tray bearing tea appeared by Snape's elbow, a hospitality he gracefully accepted. With a muttered invocation of a simple cooling charm, he wandlessly cast it about the otherwise scalding drink. He had no affinity with wandless magic, but after decades in application of the craft, he was able to pick up some spell work habitually. He could not do so as instinctively as Lily could, nor would his wandless ability ever reach very far from his person, but what he could do, he could make seem effortless. He sipped his bitter tea quietly, knowing all too well his display of magical mastery, well beyond his years, did not slip by the ancient wizard unnoticed. After a long meandering moment, Lord Prince finally spoke. "Snape is not a wizarding name, is it, boy?" "No, it is not." A permanent reminder of his blood status. It was impossible for a blood purity hardliner to ignore. A look of mild disgust passed over the features of the man one Snape knew so well. A half-blood did not associate frequently with pureblood likes without meeting derision. Unusual, then, he would send a boy on his behalf. Snape had expected some seemingly casual exchanges, comments and questions designed to tease out more information. The headmaster meant no disrespect. The headmaster, only a student or a member of staff would refer to him as such, and Snape was too young to be a teacher, a detail that the Prince Patriarch did not miss. So he sent one of his students. Snape bowed his head in a confirming nod. I am one of his pupils in alchemy. He had been waiting for an opportunity to introduce himself as such, because like many ancient established pureblood families, the princes had their prosperous roots seeped in the alchemical arts. Snape! The man turned his pitch-black eyes onto his young guest with renewed intensity. Black eyes that Snape had seen in 3 generations of this bloodline. I had been pondering why that name seemed familiar despite being of unknown lineage. I realize now I have heard it quite recently. Tell me, boy, are you the same Snape mentioned in this year's International Alchemical Conference? A student yet unworthy of title, who pioneered a new method of transmutation. I am, Snape confirmed, a creeping satisfaction over the success of his tactics. Those black eyes peered with familiar intensity. Snape felt a glancing touch upon the fortress of his mind. It was a high honor they were to bestow upon such an untested young foal, yet you did not bother to respect it with your presence. Snape had been told he was made recipient of the gold medal from the Alchemical Conference, awarded to Flamel in his absence for ground-breaking contributions to the field. His stubbornness to avoid public scrutiny may have worked against him in this regard. I felt it too presumptive of me to attend such an exclusive event. As you have said, I am yet unworthy to be seen as a peer. Humble avoidance of the issue, it was the best damage control he could manage of that situation. Lord Prince took a slow sip of bitter brew as he peered at the younger man with intense black eyes. So, what does Dumbledore intend by sending his alchemical prodigy to meet with me? There was no point in being coy with this question. For a man like Prince, who had spent the past few years being courted for his fortune by all manners of political and social bodies within the wizarding world, it was unthinkable that he did not suspect what this meeting was about. The fate of your legacy, Lord Prince. That is what Professor Dumbledore sent me for. Presumptuous, the ancient wizard hissed. Does the old fool think that I would adopt the first half-talented wizard that steps past my threshold? Would certainly hope not, as I have parents of my own to return to, Snape replied evenly, casual words uttered from well-practiced deception. He offers you information, for he hears the plight of your legacy pains you so. Snape produced a scroll slowly from the deep pockets of his fine robes. He thought you might wish to know of the whereabouts of your daughter. A furious sneer painted itself across the old wizard's face. That blood traitor is my daughter no longer, and has not been for many a decade. Why would I wish to know of such a thing? An expected reaction, emotional, but for a Slytherin that was an easy veil to pierce with rationality. Perhaps the headmaster had thought you were sick of enduring those less than genuine offers day and night, and moved to offer you a prospect that at least carried your blood. Black eyes did not waver from black eyes. The prod against his mind wall came more insistently, but a mere stinging hex compared to the power of the Dark Lord's legilimency. And Dumbledore, what does he get out of this? That was the certainty for a Slytherin. Nobody does anything for free. To claim no motive is to be suspect. Professor Dumbledore is a kind man, Snape began, lips curling with sardonic amusement. But I think we both know it takes more than kindness to meddle in affairs you have not been invited to meddle in. He placed his teacup back down upon the floating tea tray. Dumbledore understands you have been undertaking inheritance negotiations with some unsavory elements of your chosen political sphere. Ah, so he seeks to ensure my fortune does not go to funding his enemies. A wry twitch of the Prince Patriarch's thin lips bespoke of the humorless amusement he found in this situation. Again, presumptive of him. Why should I indulge Dumbledore's wishes? As you have said, they are of my chosen political sphere. Why indeed? That was the pivotal question. A question Snape had known was coming, and spent the duration of the conversation tailoring it to the man he had observed. This proud, unbending pureblood, who cared so much about one's mark upon the world. "You will die, my Lord Prince. That is a certainty of life," Snape began, not softening his words. Those dark eyes glared intensely, but no angry interruption came. "And when you do, the Prince bloodline will die, for you only had one daughter of your blood, and she is no longer bearing your lineage." Snape paused a beat, watching the Prince Patriarch closely. "And should you adopt another into your name, they will never be yours in blood. Another pureblood line falls to dust." The ancient wizard's black eyes had not left him as he spoke, its intensity never waning from its apex. "Tell me, boy, you are a Slytherin, are you not?" Snape bowed his head in concession. "I am." "Then the apple does not fall far from the tree. I see you take after your mother." And there it was, the recognition Snape knew would come. He was Prince in appearance, black eyes, black hair, and the blackest of demeanor. He did not need to hasten the revelation, for he knew it would come upon its own accord at the moment he made his impression upon the elderly wizard. "Every trait I have of worth is from my mother," Snape lied, laying on the deception thick. This was the turning point of negotiations. He could feel it. "I am living proof of what your bloodline is still capable of, even when diluted with filth. The potential that is coming so close to being wasted. A great disservice to the wizarding world to lose such a dynasty." To suggest that Snape was the example of the potential of the Prince bloodline could have been a too presumptive a move. For a proud man like Amadeus Prince, his words could take at this moment in either direction. But after a moment more, meeting those intense black eyes, laughter came. Deep and unsettling, as if from the maws of a sinister spirit. "Well spoken, young Snape. You are a Slytherin in true despite your unfortunate defect. You humble me with your words, Lord Prince." His words were taking a dangerous tone. The elderly wizard gave a slow, approving nod, one that Snape could not help but feel that not many would ever receive. "Save for one piece of unpleasantness, I find myself not disliking any aspect of you, boy. I would not be opposed to assess you more closely for your suitability. It would not take many generations of pureblood association for your father's taint to be forgotten." That was the misunderstanding Snape had hoped to avoid. An offer of title and wealth beyond any Snape had ever achieved within 2 lifetimes of toil. A childhood desire that tempted him no longer. "You misunderstand, Lord Prince. I am not the heir that is offered." The man's black eyes flashed in anger. Disbelief colored his withered face. The idea that anyone could turn down an offer so seductive insulted the proud man deeply, as Snape knew that it would. But he had something far more precious now than petty wealth. Something he'd be forced to surrender if he pursued this course. "I was merely a sample of what your bloodline could offer through my mother, if you would allow it, Eileen Prince." The silence that followed that statement gave no indication of good or ill. Had he taken the offer, Dumbledore's plan to strip the dark side of its core funding would be a guaranteed success. But this was not a sacrifice Snape was willing to make for this war. He would not give up Lily, not for fame, not for fortune, not for victory. Your daughter had erred greatly in her youth, a mistake she has since learned to recognize as such. She will not resist if you choose to forgive her folly. She will return to your family's fold, a pure-blooded prince with potential in her progeny. It did not irk Snape to talk about his mother as such, for he had long stopped seeing her as his mother. The Prince Patriarch did not answer, anger still bubbling in the ensuing silence. Snape knew when he overstayed his welcome. "I ask only that you consider this possibility." He placed the scroll upon the floating platter, alongside the cup of bitter tea he had sipped to a respectable level. And with that, Snape stood and regarded the elderly pureblood with a deep, respectful bow. "I thank you for your hospitality, my Lord Prince." There were no two ways about it. Lily was concerned about Severus. She had not seen him once since they came back, almost a week after tossing him about with her slapdash apparition skills. She had hoped he'd come round by casual whim, perhaps take lunch with her family, perhaps spend a little time with her father. Maybe resume that conversation that got aborted by the onset of apparition disorientation that came with a bad side-along. But Save refused, citing the need for an important meeting. Instead, Lily had been forced to tiptoe around her father, changing the subject whenever her father brought the subject dangerously close to that sensitive issue, or physically removing herself from his presence. She wasn't going to be the one to change his mind. She knew that from 3 months ago. It had to be Severus that put her worried father's mind at ease. And there was the matter of her mother, too. Lily hadn't even realized she hadn't spoken to Save about it until he made that faux pas. After Save apparated from their yard, Lily's father turned to her and asked, "Did you not tell him your mother passed away last year?" Sheepishness touched Lily's face. It wasn't like she had been avoiding the subject with Save. The subject simply never got mentioned. There was no elegant way to bring up this fact. "Oh, by the way, Severus, in the summer we weren't talking to each other. Mum died. Thought you'd like to know." She could see it now, Save silently panicking over the correct social sensitivity protocols to take, not realizing a year was well enough to finish mourning. She still left freshly conjured flowers upon her mother's gravestone whenever she had some time in the evenings of her holidays, but any bitter sorrow that accompanied her visit had long since ebbed away into a small ache in her heart. Unfortunately, to her father, it simply reinforced his fears that Lily had essentially rushed into this relationship without proper thought or discussion. Wonderful, another point to argue upon without proving points to either side. This morning, however, he appeared suddenly and expectantly. He was to be attending the alchemical conference this day, an exciting notion if ever there was one. He had arrived early in the morning and actually requested a bite to eat, citing his rush to leave home left him with an empty stomach, and to make use of the showering facilities, citing his own was currently out of usable soap. He swallowed his pride so that he didn't turn up at an exclusive academics gathering under-groomed. He had arrived dressed back in those awful muggle rags, his legs stuck out awkwardly through those too short trousers. His shirt puffed out noticeably, likely his father's, and too large for his thin frame. Already she could see his demeanor shift, seemingly more withdrawn, almost an impressive feat for the usually already quite reserved boy. She tried to watch him for new injuries, but he showed no outward signs, nor did he limp or handle himself gingerly. Lily hoped desperately that his situation had improved with the rest of his lot in life. It broke her heart with worry, knowing the kind of household he had returned. It really was amazing what a new change of clothes could do for him. Those shining new robes Dumbledore had commissioned for him, making it seem like he stepped out the bathroom a completely different man. Unfortunately, that left Lily with the conundrum. Did she want to stay in the house and dodge her father every time he turned a corner and ran into her? Or should she seek sanctuary in her anti-muggle invisibility shed and simply ride out the boredom of solitude? Severus wasn't going to be back today, and who really knew how long these conference things lasted? All she knew for certain was that he'd certainly be back before the start day of this month's brew. Though Lily thought she might be confident enough to take a crack at it, they were only given a limited supply of ingredients. It would not be ideal for a novice to court failure on a budget. Lily sighed as she snuck into the kitchen, putting the kettle on as quietly as humanly possible in the traditional Muggle way. He had clumsily left her wand in her room and did not wish to risk alerting her father, who was only in the next room over, watching the television. He always pretended to be watching the news, but Lily knew he found a guilty pleasure in some sort of children's show about a time-traveling space wizard who jaunts about in a spaceship in the shape of a box. She was certain the show made more sense than its seriously confounding description. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine how an adult like her father could enjoy it. Quickly fixing up her tea, Lily made to sneak out with it up to her room, against all notion of proper decorum. However, before she could execute her play, a shadow fell across her shoulder. Lily jumped, cracking the fine china against the table and spilling hot tea down her shirt. "Steady, Lily," her father's calm tone ordered. "I'll fix it," she replied hastily, ordering the teacup together with a wandless repairing charm. Shoving the fixed cup into her father's hands, Lily siphoned up the mess, and in the magical confusion quickly made a dash for the entrance. "Not so fast, Missy," her father ordered, setting down the teacup. "I think you'll find your room locked until we sit down and have had a real heart-to-heart." Lily raised an eyebrow. "Really? Locks on a witch?" Dad sighed. "I was bluffing anyway. The news bulletin just ended, hadn't had a chance to run up there. Not that I could run anyway." Gave his soft belly a pat. "Right, news bulletin." Lily smiled and rolled her eyes, knowing all too well the odd, keening tune of his odd show of choice. She did love her dear old dad, when he wasn't trying to be domineering. He was too much of a traditionalist, worried about what his daughters got up to when they weren't being watched. It was her mother that encouraged both daughters to venture out into independent paths, saying the role of the woman was no longer homebound in the new and exciting modern world. "Look, Lily, please humor your old dad and just sit down for a chat." Lily was taken by a sudden bout of childishness. "I don't want to." She tried to duck under her father's arms, but miscalculated her father's lack of agility against her own clumsiness. She tripped, causing her to fly straight into her father's ready grasp, the absolute pinnacle of escape failures. "I'd rather not have to hold you here and make you listen, Lily," Dad said sternly. A tortuous proposal in the scourge of summer. Lily really needed to sit down and learn how Severus tuned his cooling charms so expertly. She couldn't charm her room without accidentally making it snow. Lily was almost thankful when the phone rang, forcing her father to release her in order to silence the obnoxious contraption. "Oh no, you don't," he muttered as Lily made to slip away. "You are going to answer the phone, and then we are going to sit down and have a chat." Grudgingly, Lily did as she was bade, picking up the receiver and silencing the contraption. Muggles were ingenious enough to invent a device that allowed two parties to speak from any distance instantaneously, but couldn't give it an alert method that wasn't so ear-splittingly annoying. "Hello," she attempted hesitantly, still unused to this conversational method. The shrill voice that replied was almost of equivalent annoyance. "You, what are you doing back?" Petunia demanded. Every year Lily returned home at this same time, and every year her oh-so-lovely sister seemed to be surprised by her unwelcome return. "Good to see you too, Toonie," Lily returned in a sickly sweet voice, purposefully using that woeful childhood nickname because she knew how much it irked her dear, sweet sister. For the most part it seemed to have worked, for Petunia scathed back equally bitterly. "For your information, you uneducated freak, you cannot see someone with a phone." "Give me 2 hours and I bet I can," Lily returned sweetly, causing her sister to shriek with frustration. A deep, disgruntled sniff sounded through the phone. "I am calling to speak to Daddy, not you, so put him on the phone." "Oh, absolutely, right away." Lily turned from the receiver and very loudly announced, "Daddy, Petunia wants to speak to you. She says she's pregnant." Skipping away, giggling to herself as her dad's large, clumsy hands scrambled to take the loudly shrieking receiver. She escaped amidst the carnage she left behind, hoping the confusion with Petunia would quickly throw off her father's attention. At the very least, it certainly bought her time, because it was almost a good hour of uninterrupted reading before Lily finally heard the knock on her bedroom door. With a sigh, the girl closed the thin but already dog-eared book, briefly considering locking the door magically, ensuring her father could not come in. But after an afternoon of cooling her head, she had finally gathered herself enough to act mature about the matter. "Come in," she called with solemn surrender, ready for this to be an exhausting stalemate. With a resigned motion, she set the book on her nightstand. A title called Grand Alchemical Achievements she had picked out from tomes and scrolls in Hogsmeade to better understand Save's newfound interest in life. More entertaining than educational, really. Her father entered, a gentle smile upon his face. "Why, thank you, Lily. I didn't think this was a conversation that really could be had through a closed door." Does this conversation need to be had? She sighed, exasperated. You've made yourself perfectly clear about your stance on Severus. If I have, then you don't seem to get the message. Her father sat down heavily at the end of Lily's bed, causing the mattress to dip alarmingly. Her father seemed to grow larger each time she saw him, a side effect from the medication, he had told her. Apparently, insulin caused weight gain in quite alarming rates, and was the terrible sort of medication that had to be applied with a needle. There was many a tear shed in Lily's past associated with that muggle instrument of childhood trauma. A long moment's silence passed, and finally her father broke it. Petunia was none too pleased, by the way. You really shouldn't stir your sister up like that. She started it, Lily muttered, wincing at her own return to childishness. What did she want? She continued, less interested in the topic and more glad for a delay of the inevitable. With a deep fortifying breath her father answered, not seeming pleased or displeased with the news. Well, it seems your sister is engaged. Really? Lily asked, shocked, perking up in surprise. She hadn't even known Petunia was seeing anyone, or thought that anybody could endure her company for long enough to snarg her. So who is this fellow? Anybody you should disapprove of? Her father took one meandering breath as he seemed to contemplate his words. Well, I have only met the man once over dinner, and he appeared to me to be a well-adjusted young fellow with a shining career ahead of him. A bit round in the waist, but who am I to hold that against him? With a dull chuckle he patted his own belly. But most importantly, I think he truly cares about Petunia and will take good care of her dependably. The connotations of that comment rubbed Lily in all the wrong ways. Severus cares about me, she retorted hotly, absolutely barreling into that trap topic. I'm sure he does, her father agreed, infuriatingly leaving no room to argue that point. Then what? He's not good enough for me. You think he can't take care of me? Well, I'll tell you now, Severus may be poor, but I can guarantee you he'll not stay that way. He's too smart to be mediocre. He'll be someone great. Lily fumed as her father sat back and allowed her to vent. And that being said, I don't plan on sitting on my hands like some housewife when I graduate. In the wizarding world, women are limited only by their own abilities. I could take on any role that I want. I don't need a dependable husband to take care of me. She glared challengingly to her father, daring him to impose another dose of his frustrating traditional values upon her. But instead, the only thing her father calmly said was, I don't doubt that either. Lily was dumbfounded. Then what is the problem you have with him? Oh, is it my turn to speak now? Her father smiled. His cheekiness never left anybody any doubt who Lily took after. All right, then. Let me start by telling you, everything I am about to say, I know is not his fault in the slightest. It's about his family, Lily questioned, then immediately felt appalled when her father nodded. Surely the Hippocratic oath of Dr. Evans prevented him from acting discriminately. At least that was what she assumed the oath meant. Yes, it is about his family, and the unfortunate situation he grew up in. Her father did not mince words about that state of the world that still twisted Lily's guts with a thought. I need to tell you a little story, Lily, so you understand where I am coming from. The lines upon his face appeared to deepen, making him appear suddenly his age. Did you know, there is a war going on at the moment within the Muggle world, a war in a remote corner of the Oriental world, and one that our home Great Britain is a part of. Lily didn't think he meant the trouble with the pureblood supremacists that was slowly spiraling out of control. Well, see, this war started a few decades ago now, around the time when you were born. A war that young men foolishly signed up for, thinking of adventure and glory, but finding horror instead. A chill ran down Lily's spine. This tale rung too familiar, a childhood horror story told by her father. These same young men returned, never quite the same. They returned to their wives and children, people that they love, and for one reason or another they would end up hurting them. How is this relevant? Lily interrupted, not liking where this was going in the least. Patiently, her father continued, In my career I have tended so many of these shattered soldiers, as well as many children of abuse. He paused, shaking his head. These cases, these terrible cases, have one thing tragically in common. Many children of abuse grow up ill-adjusted, with trauma so similar to the violent fits those unfortunate soldiers live with. A fault not their own, but a chain of abuse that perpetuates itself through their loved ones. Eyes round, Lily shook her head. Yeah, so what? Severus was an abused child, you must know this, Lily, her father urged. And that doesn't mean anything. Severus has never laid a finger on me. Not in the way her father meant in any case. He would never hurt me. With a shake of his head, her father insisted, but my dear Lily, he already has. Lily frowned, uncertain what to make of this statement. I remember last year, when I asked you of the welfare of your young friend, you had told me he had become a man of terrible disposition, that he had called you a derogatory slur, a word meant to cut deep. Yeah, well, they were just words, Lily muttered, flushing at the memory. She did not feel the bite of anger any longer, but hated everything about it still. Slowly, her father took her hands, holding them gently and earnestly between his large, smooth fingers. Lily, he began slowly, that is how it begins. Never with blows, but with words meant to hurt. It is never an observable sudden, but a slow building creep into an unpleasant conclusion. If it was possible for words to change her heart, her father's earnest concern came the closest. Because it was true, Severus had lashed out at her with words that were meant to hurt. He had done so unintentionally, in a moment of uncontrolled madness, a moment that only came to prove her father's words. In a small voice she tried one last time, but he's changed. That's not the point, Lily. She felt his fingers squeeze hers. He may be a perfectly pleasant young man now, 90% of the time, but it only takes once for you to be hurt so badly you would never be the same again. Lily felt her fingers curl inwards, pulling away from her father's comforting hands. With a relenting sigh, he released her and stood. I only ask that you think about what I have just said. And with only a comforting pat upon her shoulder, he ambled from the room, leaving Lily alone with dark and heavy thoughts. Chapter 30. It Only Takes Once. Chapter text. A great grey owl had settled into the attic, to Lily's father's great confusion. He had no idea such massive owl species existed or could fit through an open skylight. By dinner time, it became apparent that this creature did not settle with intent of independent cohabitation, as it suddenly invited itself down to their dinner table with demands upon their beef and gravy. Lily, it was obvious this was a magical owl that had for whatever reason chosen to haunt a Muggle residence in the obscure Midlands. Perhaps she had gotten lucky, and a magical owl flew into her life, wishing to bond with a witch who had always wanted a familiar as promised in the witchery brochures. Her father was far less delighted, especially after seeing what it could do to a roast. The mystery had been cleared up, however, by the reappearance of Severus, a mere day after he left for the conference. He was back, and seemingly in cahoots with their new feathery squatter. Lily walked out into the yard one morning to find Severus sitting upon a conjured stool in the shed, its disillusionment spell having no effect on her, as it had been tailored specifically to Muggle eyes. The bird perched upon the workbench, waiting patiently as he secured a length of parchment. So, when did you get an owl, you man of many mysteries? Lily grinned as she drew up a stool of her own from the ethers, prompting Save, who glanced up with a slight upward lift of his lips. He's not mine. He's the school's, he replied as his fingers checked the security of his knot. The headmaster is lending me an owl for the break, so that we have a method of transporting this damnable potion. Lily's eyes lit up. Oh, I get it. Send a giant owl so that it can carry heavier loads in flight. I don't suppose he also sent some owl kibble. I don't think we can keep up with his calorie demands. He can hunt, Save replied, to which the massive owl ruffled its feathers and hooted in a disgruntled manner. You can hunt, Severus directed his stern words at the protesting owl, silencing the gargantuan raptor. It was always easier to hunt a slab of beef, fresh from the oven. They didn't tend to move very fast. So, you sending a thank you note to Dumbledore? Lily asked, eyeing the secured parchment. Severus brought the bird out of the temperate shed and flung it out into the scourging heat of day to the creature's grand displeasure. Something like that, he muttered evasively. Oh, come on, more than that, please. Lily batted her eyelashes, already knowing too well how much power her feminine wiles had over Save. She almost felt guilty when he crumbled. I just had to report to Dumbledore about my actions at the conference. I didn't want him to worry that I had besmirched his good name with my rudimentary knowledge in this ancient area. Lily rolled her eyes. As if he'd think like that. You're projecting your inner pessimist. Not everyone's out to get you. Severus glanced away and muttered, Sometimes I wonder about that. A streak of worry touched Lily's heart. How is everything back at home, Save? She felt that lump of dread within her chest, the worry that invoked her father's words and all the heavy thoughts that came with it. Everything's fine, Severus replied, his eyes not rising to meet hers. She cast her eyes about his form, wondering if he was speaking true or if he was concealing the hurts upon him. She laid her hand gently upon his shoulder, causing him to blink, a motion too similar to how he would flinch if touched unexpectedly. She didn't like this. She didn't want him to keep something like this to himself. If something bad is happening, tell me, Save. I'm here for you. A strange, almost amused expression flitted across his face. You humble me with your concern, Lily. He leaned forward, laying a brief kiss upon her lips. But I'd rather speak of fairer matters, he muttered, invoking a rush of heat up the back of Lily's neck that sent her glancing about the corners of the room, anywhere but at those black eyes. Severus withdrew, frowning. I don't understand. I thought you had asked me to be more spontaneous with my affections. As expected, he misinterprets her coyness as commentary on unwelcome contact. Oh, learn to read the situation better, Save, Lily groused. So, I shouldn't act on spontaneous initiative. That wasn't the problem. Have you ever heard of the term mixed messages? Despite his grumblings, it appeared Save had deciphered at least parts of the message, as she found his thin but sturdy arms encircled around her, all too willing to hold her when there was no one to witness. This was just who Severus was, when all the erratic outbursts had bled away. A shy, sweet boy who really didn't know what to do with himself and cared overly much about what others thought. No trace remained of that dangerous, abusive soul that her father feared. How did you change so much? She thought to herself as she looped her arms about him and buried her face into his chest, feeling his ribs prominently again. When was the last time you ate? She asked as she leant back in alarm. I'm eating, he mumbled. Obviously not enough. You're taking lunch with my family. Lily's tone brooked no space for argument. She felt his arms tighten around her. She could smell faint traces of alcohol upon his person. She squeezed her eyes shut, empathetic pity stirring within her breast. What a terrible place his home must be. Just 2 months, then he'd return to Hogwarts with her and would never have to return to that terrible place. She felt the sigh more than heard it, rumbling in his chest. I suppose I should say hello to your mother. It would be rude of me to be visiting your property so often without paying my regards to the matriarch of your family. Lily's stomach flipped, and here it was, opportunity. Really? Can't stand up to my dad, so you thought to try the softer route with my mum. Ah, and she blew it. Goodness, what was so hard about this? Her mother died a year ago. She had more than enough time to adjust. Don't mistake the choosing of the more tactically sound option as a sign of cowardice. Severus returned lightly. She could feel him smiling his dull, rare smile. Lily didn't bother to stifle her own sigh. You'll have to face my dad sooner or later, sooner rather than later. I will, Save answered with a resigned tone. But I have to ask, are your affections conditional on your father's approval? Lily looked at him sharply, eyebrows raised questioningly. I don't have an off button if that's what you mean. I'm not going to stop loving you just because Dad doesn't like you. But he has good reason not to, is it, though? You're not a bad guy, Severus, Lily muttered, eliciting a pleased, almost smug expression through his stoic facade. You just need to show Dad that too. It's important to me that you at least try. Warn him about Dad's fears. Lily's logical part whispered to her, but that defeats the purpose. Lily's Gryffindor part supplied. It wasn't that she doubted his changed heart, of that she had become all the more certain the moment she saw him this morning. What she feared was his Slytherin wiles, that he'd abandon any attempts to be genuine with her father, building a relationship on falseness and pretenses. She did not wish to embark upon this relationship through the distancing of her father. And if Severus could not convince her dad honestly, then it did not speak hopefully about their future. That was a possibility Lily did not wish to dwell on. She felt his thin chest expand beneath her arms again in that deep, silent sigh. Am I able to enjoy a little time in your company before I commit to this encounter? Please, Lily smiled, closing her eyes and burying her face against his warm chest, a familiar warmth that brought with it the tolling of alarm bells. She felt the vibration as he swallowed thickly and suddenly realized the precariousness of her situation. Oh, do you mean? The heat rushed to her face as a litany of excuses battled upon her tongue. But this is a potion lab. Of all that she could have said, that embarrassment was the one that won out. I know that. I didn't mean. He trailed off, flushing red with embarrassment and possibly something more. A smile creeped across Lily's reddened face. It was almost mean-spirited the way she enjoyed how he squirmed. There was just something so humorous about watching the stoic crumble. Oh, come now. Don't think I can't read the warning signs. Then kindly let go, Save grumbled as he turned away, trying to twist from her grasp without touching her with his hands. I'll have you know this is all involuntary. Surely not all of it, Lily teased as she conformed to his wishes. Still glowing, he shuffled his stool away from hers, glowering with embarrassment. It actually made Lily feel guilty for all the light teasing she laid upon him. Oh, come on, don't be like that, Save. I don't mean anything bad by it. His black eyes glanced back to hers, his glower softening into something akin to a soft half-smile. Then there is one person at least not out to get me, Severus muttered almost as if to himself, words that threatened to wipe the smile from Lily's face. It was too much of a reminder of how little Save had. He used to tell her she was his best and only friend, the most precious thing he had. They were children then, and Lily, so simplistic of her views on the world, simply beamed at it and took it as she would any compliment she received. She couldn't help it. Lily closed their gap and looped her arms around him, willing her feelings to be made known to him through touch, and not by her inexpert lips. Lily, he grumbled warningly, squirming under her grip. Apparate with me somewhere, she demanded suddenly, feeling the heat rise from her own boldness. Anywhere we can be alone. First place you think of. But it wasn't so much of a big deal any more in this day and age, was it? Why should it be? She felt his arm settle upon her shoulder, his fingers stroke along her cheeks, tracing the angle of her chin. She felt his breath upon her hair as his hand slid down her neck, trailing down her arm and taking her hand tightly. And without time to steel herself, she felt herself whisked away. The summer's heat was near unbearable to Snape in his hideous patched-up cardigan, but he was hesitant to remove it owing to the horrid faded yellow blouse he wore underneath. Another clothing item inherited from his mother after it became too worn for her tastes. Drawing out his wand, Snape tapped it across his form, laying down cooling charms evenly about his body. He turned to Lily with the offer to do the same for her. Instead, he found her staring off into the distance, her face alight with wonder and confusion. Save, where are we? She asked as she ran her fingers down the smooth grey bark of a sturdy beech tree. Her eyes glancing across the greens of the foliage and the spots of light that rained down from their cover. She turned her head at the sharp chirp from above her line of sight, then relaxed as she settled into the ambience of birdsong. Snape shuffled a little uncomfortably. The Forest of Dean. He didn't know why that had been the first thing to pop into his head. It should have been the last place he wanted to revisit. But when she asked him to take her to the first place he thought of, that had been this spot in this unassuming woodland before the small, shimmering expanse of a glassy pond. A pond he had visited in another season, in another lifetime. Why he had chosen this place, the forest where he came in search for another generation's infuriating Potter. The son that this Lily would never have. The significance was lost on her. Why did he do this? Snape scowled as his eyes followed her lithe form, slipping down to the rocks that rimmed the water's edge. It's beautiful, she breathed, her eyes shining as she watched the golden light cascading through the leaves, playing off upon the calm surface of the still pond. But I forget, which part of Britain is the Forest of Dean? Gloucestershire. Snape answered as he stepped beside her, mentally chastising himself for invoking memories he'd much rather forget. You apparated us across half the country. Lily's bright green eyes were wide with surprise and more than a hint of admiration. The move was so smooth, too. I barely felt it. How can you be that good at apparition already? Snape couldn't answer that truly, so he settled for a half-hearted grimacing smile. He settled himself upon the rock Lily perched on, trying to force himself to not wallow in his decision. For the most part, Lily seemed to enjoy the field trip, and she seemed like she needed it, after tying herself into knots over him. Snape could see her concern worn plainly upon her face each time the topic wandered too close to his welfare. But this time at least, she needn't be. Snape was managing at home, keeping well away from either parent, venturing out of his room only to use the bathroom or to pick through the leftovers after dinner finished. There usually wasn't much left, sometimes nothing at all. Snape was a little ashamed to admit, but part of his assent to meet with Lily's family, after expending so much effort to avoid them, had been due to the prospect of a full stomach. It felt more pathetic the more he thought on it. Snape twisted upon his perch. Of all the beauty about this forest in summer, it all paled before the beautiful creature that sat within its grove. The kind and gentle soul that had descended upon his life that one fateful summer so many years ago. So many more than she would remember. She closed her eyes, enjoying the breeze that picked its way through the clearing. Snape watched her hair dance, her red hair shimmering like the fire it was painted by, so thankful that she was alive and sitting beside him, that he had a second chance with her. Perhaps that was why he brought her here, to the place where he had sent the avatar of her heart and his to guide the boy who would have been her son. An act that felt too intimate to the professor who hid out of sight in the darkness of the frozen forest, sending the boy the heart of his mother, the heart that resided within Snape's own. But when the boy drew close to his patroness, the light cast upon his awed face, sliding off his ridiculous glasses, Snape saw those bright green eyes, wide with wonder and awe, heedless of the potential dangers about him. In that moment, he was reminded so suddenly that he was Lily's son as well. Did he bring her here to say goodbye to him? The thought made Snape feel all the worse, largely owing to the fact that it would have been an entirely irrational line of thought. The boy did not exist yet, and Lily would not have the context. Snape glowered, beginning to feel silly again. Her hand suddenly flew to his sleeve, her face lit up with excitement. "Look," she whispered urgently, pointing into the shaded shrubbery. A small fallow fawn hid within the cooling shade, holding as still as a statue. Within moments a doe picked its way past, calling out in its barking alarm, summoning the little creature to its side. Sentimentality. Snape thought as his heart clenched, the sight of the doe invoking memories of the creature within his heart, within her heart as well. "It's beautiful," Lily breathed, her fingers threading through his. He felt her hair tickle his neck as she laid her head upon his shoulder, invoking that dull ache of longing within. But that was the curse of youth, a beast that had to be leashed by his self-control. She turned her head so her bright green eyes stared straight into his, smile upon her soft lips. "I didn't take you for the outdoors type." "I'm not," Snape replied evenly. "I had simply been reading on the special properties in the plants that one could harvest from this location, owing to the high concentration of iron within this area." Somehow that excuse caused Lily to smile so brightly, full of humor and cheek. "So I'm guessing we've just had another misunderstanding," she asked sweetly. Snape turned an eyebrow skywards. "You asked me to take you to the first place I thought of. I don't see how many different interpretations that request could take." "Oh, don't worry about it. I like your idea far better," she replied somewhat mysteriously, little patches of red upon her cheeks, invoking a worried feeling in his gut. He had missed something blisteringly obvious, and that it was going to come to him later in all its tragic stupidity. Lily slipped from her perch, kneeling by the water's edge. Her smile, so soft but radiant, reflected upon the faultless water. She dipped her fingers into the pool, sending ripples across its calm, glassy surface. "This reminds me so much of when I was young. Dad once took the whole family camping in Sherwood Forest. Oh, how Petunia hated it." She turned smiling towards the watching boy, flicking the water from her fingers in her playful way. "It was so long ago, before you and I even met. I don't know why I suddenly thought of it." Snape said nothing as he continued to watch that beautiful spectre. A woman who should have no place for him within her life any longer, yet who inexplicably had chosen to take the exact opposite path. In a lithe motion, Lily slid back onto her rocky perch beside Snape. With a mischievous grin, she flicked her still wet fingers, sending a spray of droplets into the Slytherin's face. Had it been anyone else, Snape would have been furious, but all he could do now was smile, his heart calm. A gust of wind ebbed through, tousling her auburn locks over her shoulder. Snape reached over to take a lock between his fingers, letting the silky strand trickle through. He felt her fingers trail across his hairline, and burying deep into his thick dark hair, that intimate feeling of her trailing fingers pulling the hair taut across his scalp. He leant forward to kiss her, enjoying the sensations in their bright but private sphere. How lucky he had gotten with this life. He would never give this up. As they drew apart, Lily giggled, "Your breath is cold." Snape responded by blowing a sharp trail across her neck, causing her to squeak and burst into another fit of giggles. "Cooling charm," he told her with a kiss beneath her jaw, tasting a hint of salt. "I can cast it upon you too if you wish. I need you to teach me, that's what I need." She heaved a sigh that was only half in jest. "What happened? I swear I should be better at charms than you." "I've had a lot of time, and a lot of reason to practice," Snape murmured as he kissed her again lightly on the neck, letting his cold breath play upon her skin. She squirmed as if tickled, her giggles shaking her frame. His own boldness invoked by her positive response. The only woman who had ever welcomed his intimacy. He felt her slide against him, locking her arms around him and resting her chin upon the dip in his right shoulder in her warm affections. He breathed out sharply, willing himself to calm, too physically aware of how willingly his young body would make a fool of him. Hot breath tickled his neck. "When did you become so much fun?" He breathed out sharply in a silent puff of laughter, causing her to squirm under the burst of coolness. "Why can't you be like this more often?" Her question put a damper on his mood. "I thought it was obvious." She pulled back, leaning out of her embrace, her green eyes searching out his. "Yeah. I suppose the deer won't judge you." She smiled that lopsided smile, but her eyebrows were pinched in a frown. "But I just wish," she hesitated. Snape could feel his smile melting away. "It's just that if my dad knew how gentle and affectionate you can be, he wouldn't worry." "Of course he will." Snape didn't mean to chastise her so sharply, but he could not stop the words from forming. Those green eyes dropped, that lopsided smile receding on those soft lips. "It's not what you think," she muttered. "His concern about you is not what you think." Her fingers trailed down his arm to entwine with his fingers. "Please talk to him, Severus. Talk to him and be sincere. Show him who you are and lay his fears to rest." If Snape showed the man who he was, he did not think any fears would be resting. "I will try," he promised with a hint of reserve. "But I dislike wading into situations underprepared. Do you have any advice?" Lily hesitated, a sheepish look passing over her features. "Just one, about my mum." "I am very sorry for your loss," Snape offered quite sincerely as he sat across a tea table from Lily's silently judging father. He'd had no idea that Lily's mother had passed away during that summer when everything changed. Lily had never mentioned it, something she had assured him had nothing to do with lingering angst. She had gotten over her loss, and so had her father, but a kind word of remembrance was never unwelcome. She was a wonderful woman. So much that I love about Lily I understand to be from her. I'm sure her loss was profound. There were no words he felt more sincerely than those he just uttered. He understood how profound that loss could be. "I appreciate it," Mr. Evans replied evenly, as promising a start as Snape could have hoped. He briefly considered cheating with a skimming glance of legilimency, but cast that thought aside after only a moment's consideration. He would not employ such tactics to play Lily. Why should it be different for her father? A man who had shown him kindness and concern as a child when nobody else had. A man he had to convince of something Snape wasn't even entirely convinced of himself, that he was not a terrible choice for his daughter. Lily had ducked out to prepare lunch, ensuring her father and her boyfriend had the privacy they needed to speak. Snape was uncertain if he was grateful for her consideration or troubled by the need for her to show it. He could hear her right now, chopping away, no doubt still using her manual potioneering techniques rather than domestic spells. Nobody got good at domestic spells without fine-tuning it with constant application. He had fond memories of Lily trying to teach him the skills of the stove when they were children, only to reveal she had been just as abysmal. It had been at least 5 years since then, much of that spent in the company of Lily's far more culinary competent mother. It was a strange thought to consider 5 years as any length of time. Had he actually been the age he pretended to be now, 5 years would have seemed like an eternity. He could imagine how terribly things would turn out had Lily's father realized how old her daughter's suitor truly was. As it was, he was already fighting an uphill battle. "I would like to start by saying, I appreciate you taking the time to speak to me," Snape began, as close to an interview session as he'd ever come. He had the blessed luck to land his horrid role within Hogwarts without ever needing to pass the ordinary channels. A strange smile graced the older man's face. Your manners have changed quite a way since we've last spoke, Severus. That was a promising compliment. Thank you, Mr. Evans. I'd like to think I've matured since then. Matured quite a bit more than anybody here could realistically guess. I'd like to think I'm not the same little monster you remember. Mr. Evans' brows crinkled. That may be so, Severus, but I fear that may not be enough. A fear that Snape shared. Yes, sir, I understand that. I have no money and no means, and have no way to assure you of your fears. I can only promise to carve my path the moment opportunity becomes available to me. I have no doubt you will, Severus. You have always been very promising in that department. I have never doubted your determination. Snape frowned. This wasn't what he was expecting. He had prepared to argue his case with the figures from his grades and the litany of skills he had equipped himself with. A proposal of a stable future he was certain he could provide for Lily. They may never be wealthy, but he would ensure she would be comfortable. But then what fault was Lily's father finding with him? I'm afraid then I'm not understanding what is wrong. Lily and I have been friends for years, so you know it is not commitment that I lack. My behavior as a child had been deplorable, but I promise you I have grown out of my ill-bred mannerisms. A wry smile touched the older man's lips, making the skin wrinkle around the corners. I can see Lily did not speak of it to you. I wondered if she would. I also wondered what you would have told her. A tendril of concern touched Snape's heart. I will be frank with you, Severus. You were never what I had in mind for my daughter. I had never thought you had a chance. But it seems the women of the Evans family have a predisposition of choosing ugly men, something I had never stopped being thankful for. He smiled in a self-disparaging way. So, it is because I'm ugly. That was not the issue he expected from a parent. Not at all. I mean, if that's not an issue for my little girl, I don't see why that would be my business, Mr. Evans continued, further baffling Snape. My concern is for her welfare, and always will be. In that, they found common ground. I will protect her, I swear it. A small, sad smile touched the man's wary face. But who'll protect her from you? Silence fell between them as Snape struggled to process the question. I'm sorry, Severus. Mr. Evans leaned forward, resting his hands flat upon his knees. Your nature worries me. I have watched you grow up and remember so distinctly of how unstable you could be. You run hot and cold without warning. Every time I spoke to you, I did not know whether you would withdraw or lash out. I fear what you could do to my daughter. I grew up, Snape rasped a reply, his blood running cold. He could not outrun his past, even the past he had no control over. I am not that same child, I swear. And you have already hurt my daughter with intention and cutting words. Snape froze. His heart thudded dully in his chest. Aye, he could not deny it. He had hurt Lily so badly, worse than anybody could suspect, worse than even what her father was accusing him of. He fell silent, shaking his head, unable to form a word to defend himself. In the kitchen he heard the sound of chopping cease. Lily was listening. But Snape had nothing he could say to lay their worries to rest. It was true he had hurt Lily, hurt her worse than anyone ever had. He who had professed to be her best friend had sold her and her child to a murdering madman. For what? Glory, petty revenge. He had always known he had a streak of his father about him. He could not be happy, so he took it out on others, many of whom who had not deserved it. The idea that he might hurt Lily, it was not so far-fetched that he could deny it, and it sickened him to the core. I'm sorry, Snape gasped as he stumbled to his feet. He could not even look Mr. Evans in his calm Chartres eyes. Without another word to his host, without realizing that he was moving, Snape found himself on the other side of the front door, and he did not look back. Lily could not help herself. The moment she heard the tone of those voices drop, she dropped her knife and huddled by the kitchen door. She knew what her father was going to drop upon Severus, and she hoped so badly that he could win her father over with a show of his sincerity. That sweet heart he offered to her so willingly. But all she heard through that door was a muffled stutter and the sound of feet striding briskly to the sound of a closing door. Lily tumbled into the living room, eyes wide as she sought out her father's. The chair before him stood empty. Without another word, Lily strode towards the door, yanking it open to an empty street. A hand fell onto her wrist. Wait, her father commanded. Rounding on her father, she demanded, What did you do? I spoke to him, as I said I would, Lily, her father replied calmly. He did not put me to ease. Of course he wouldn't if you pursue him like a witch hunt. Lily hissed, yanking her hand from her father's grasp. Those lime-green eyes narrowed. I did no such thing, Lily. I gave him a chance to explain himself, but he chose to run instead. How? How did you want him to explain himself? Promise you he'd never hurt me. Deny that he ever did. Neither would put me at ease. He confessed. Perhaps nothing would. Lily glared, flabbergasted. She was essentially accessory to having pitted Save into an unwinnable situation. People make mistakes, Dad. Who hasn't? Every little boy has hurt people intentionally and unintentionally. He was not a little boy when he hurt you, her father suddenly and loudly demanded. He should have been at the age where he knew right from wrong. Lily startled. She never expected her father to raise his voice, not her kind and gentle father. Lily, listen to me. Her father's voice softened, urging desperately to his errant daughter. That darkness is part of Severus' nature. It may have been planted unwillingly, but it is a part of him now. And every surrender he makes to his worst nature is one step closer to regret for you. Her father only sought to protect her. It was every father's right and duty. But all Lily could think of was Severus, returning alone to that terrible household of his, weighed down with his failure in an unwinnable battle. She didn't want him to believe it was over. She didn't want him to lose hope. Lily backed away one step, green eyes wide as she met her father's. Lily, what are you doing? Asked, worry creasing his thick russet brows. Finding Severus, she breathed as she turned and winked away. It was not part of her nature to disobey her father so directly like that. Lily's actions stirred guilt within her insides and vicious self-righteousness in equal measures. She glared down the dilapidated rows of houses on Spinner's End. She had only been in this street once, as a child, following Severus without his knowledge to see where he lived. She only knew now how silly a decision that had been. How badly it could have easily gone. But this was the environment Severus had to endure every day back then. The only saving grace he had was the prospect of returning to Hogwarts and then on to the future, turning his back to this wretched place forever. Lily stepped to the door, hand hesitating upon the knocker. What if she was wrong? What if Severus didn't return home? Why would he? He could apparate and knew beautiful places like that forest pond. But a journey to Gloucestershire did not feel like a first resort. If he wasn't home, she'd just politely apologize and leave. Was she a Gryffindor or wasn't she? It appeared she stood debating to herself for too long, because the front door yanked open and Severus glared darkly down at her. You shouldn't be here, he whispered harshly. Excuse me, I wouldn't be here if you didn't just leave. She didn't know why she was so close to tears. Everything just felt so out of control. You come back with me. Come back with me right now and fix the situation. His dark eyes flickered to the side as he seemed to shrink inwards. This isn't a good time, he whispered, his tone urgent. Do not hover by the door and bring her inside. A deep commanding voice boomed from within. Lily startled. In her mind, that terrible figure of his father loomed from her subconscious fears. But Snape grimaced and stepped aside, holding the door open to beckon her in, dispelling any thought that the voice belonged to Tobias Snape. For Lily could not imagine Severus willingly allowing her to meet his father. She had never seen the inside of Severus' house before, and the first thing that hit her was the terrible fumes. She had smelled the substance upon him in the past, but she could never imagine it was this terrible. They walked a short distance to the sitting room, with Severus never looking once towards her. She did not understand what was happening. He had only a 2-minute head start. What could possibly have happened? But when she stepped into the sitting room, her confusion only compounded. As within a fine black and obviously conjured leather armchair sat an ancient man in fine tailored robes. Beside him stood a house elf, standing slouched and evidently ill. Severus' mother was there too, sitting silently with eyes downcast. This was all painting a situation that Lily should not have disturbed. This is Lily Evans, Severus introduced with a most startlingly formal tone, a neighbor and fellow student at Hogwarts. Those ancient black eyes narrowed, holding hers transfixed. A muggle-born, he spat derisively, causing Lily's temper to rise in response. She suddenly felt a hand upon her shoulder. Severus was beseeching calm. So, she's the reason you refuse my offer, the old man continued, outrage burning in those pitch-black eyes. She is, her Severus answered, but made no move to defend her. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree indeed, the pureblood spat. Just like your mother, you would sully your line further. The woman shrank in her seat, as if recoiling from a blow. "I had never presumed myself worthy of your offer, sir," Severus replied evenly. For the life of her, Lily could not fathom why he was behaving so dastardly to such barbed insults, that the proud boy would ever admit he was unworthy of anything. "Then you know what must happen, boy," the vile old man sneered from his seat. Severus glanced to his mother, a look exchanged for but the briefest of moments. "We won't see each other again," she said, barely a whisper. Severus bowed his head in acknowledgment. "Goodbye, Lady Prince." And with those words, the elf reached over to take both purebloods by the elbow and winked away, leaving only Lily and Severus standing by the entranceway to a suddenly very empty room. Perched upon the seat that Severus' mother just vacated, Lily wept bitterly into a conjured handkerchief. The son, however, hovered awkwardly about her, not quite certain as to what to say or do. Severus had been the one that just said goodbye to his mother, yet here he was trying to comfort her. A bark of laughter tore through Lily's tears, puncturing her racking sobs with giggles that no doubt frightfully confused the boy. He had explained to her what happened after everything had resolved. He sat her down to do so, no doubt expecting something emotional to come out of her. How well he knew her. Hadn't even finished the story about his mother returning to his pureblood grandfather when Lily dissolved into wretched tears. The moment they came, Severus stood from his seat and offered a handkerchief from the ethers, so prepared for her empathetic hurt. "Why didn't he take you two?" she demanded through her hitching breath, laughter dying as quickly as it came. "Is it because you're half-blood?" He turned his eyes away, unwilling to answer. The truth dawned on Lily with rising horror. "He did offer to take. And you turned him down for me." I could not. "Will not give you up," he growled, suddenly stopping in his stride before her. "He gave up wealth, a legacy, a title for her. But that was everything you always wanted." "Not everything," he returned fiercely, his eyes meeting hers with dark and burning emotion. "Not even close." A weak, watery smile shone through Lily's teary countenance. She reached out for him, to which he obliged by stepping forward and kneeling into her open hands. She stroked his hair tenderly, pushing those strands behind his ear. He closed his eyes to the sensation, seemingly content beyond all belief with his choice. "I can only promise you that I would be a better man than your father thinks I would be," he mumbled, stirring skittering emotions within Lily's heart. "Then it will be enough," she murmured, leaning in to touch her lips upon his forehead. She had to somehow find a way to resolve this with her father. She was not giving Severus up. This moment they shared wound to a close, with the sound of the front door opening and a great bellow. "Eileen, WH, where the hell is lunch?" Lily startled as Severus was on his feet in an instant, striding to the door just as his father, Tobias Snape, appeared in the entranceway, staring incredulously at the girl sitting within. It became apparent in an instant how much taller Severus' father was to him. Even at the age of 17, his father towered above him by another good foot and a half, hinting of the potential Severus had, if only he had been taken care of during his period of growth. The man's large belly hung over his belt, the ends of his stained shirt hanging loosely from the corners of his straining belt, a vilifying contrast with the near-emaciated frame of his son. A thick beard hung upon his chin, a deep brown, flecked with more than a few streaks of grey. Above that sat a pronounced hook nose, a family resemblance that could not be denied. Yet it sat far more comfortably upon his large, thick face than that of his thin son. The man swayed dangerously as he stood, within his arms clutched a paper bag, holding its clinking cargo. He reeked of alcohol such that, even from where Lily sat, she could notice the smell increased tenfold. The drunk man took one unsteady step into the lounge room, only to be stopped by a wand beneath his chin. "Not another step, father." He stopped as he was bade, but if it was due to the awareness of the threat, he did not show it upon his face. "Who the hell is she?" he slurred, eyes narrowed and staring as if he couldn't quite trust his sight. "You look a little too fine for this side of town. Now, what are you doing all the way down here? You lost, little girl." He took another swaying step forward, and Severus was suddenly in front of him, physically blocking his route to Lily. The man glared downwards, almost as if only noticing his son's presence. "Was my half-wit son here bothering you, little miss?" He spoke deliberately into Severus' face, no doubt spraying him with a powerful whiff of his drunk breath, trying to intimidate his son out of his way with his towering size. Now, why would you be holding such a fine young lady in here, boy? She didn't like what was happening before her eyes. She stood quickly, hands clenched by her side, wishing she had the forethought to bring her wand with her. He's my boyfriend, she declared forcefully, causing the man to swing around to her with an expression of incredulity. Then the laughter came. Boyfriend, she said. He bellowed his laughter, spewing his alcohol-tinted breath across the room. You hear that, Eileen? She said our idiot boy is her boyfriend. No reply came, and the rowdy man settled into his quieter confusion. Eileen. He tried again into the empty, decaying hallway. Severus' calm voice lanced through the ensuing silence. Mother left. She will not be back. The large man rounded upon his son slowly, drawing up to his full, intimidating size. What did you say? He demanded in a deep, threatening growl. Not in the least cowed, Severus repeated himself. Mother left. She will not be back. With an enraged snarl, a fist flew to Save's throat, taking a hold of his tattered collar and yanking him forward. The paper bag of bottles clattered to the ground, somehow not shattering on impact as the large man drew his massive hand back, ready to deliver a blow. He did not get a chance to strike. Without even a word, the Muggle man was sent flying back into the hallway, slamming heavily into the opposite wall. With an ugly snarl, he scrambled unsteadily to his feet. With an almost bored flick of his wand, Severus sent the man stumbling backwards again and tumbling against the wall. Sneer of disgust painted across the younger Snape's face, not even hiding his vicious enjoyment over this turn of the tables. Severus, stop. Lily laid a hand upon the shoulder of the vengeful son, giving him pause in his assault. He's no threat to you. Stop, she pleaded, eyes wide. This was the dark side of Severus her father had warned about, a side he could not give surrender to. His wand lowered, his dark, hateful eyes dulled. Save turned to her, his rage calmed, and relief flooded Lily's heart. He was more than his worst, far more. He would not be a man like his father. But that relief was short-lived, as a thick hand flew from the darkness and grabbed Severus by the thickness of his hair, dragging the young wizard backwards. Without even a cry of surprise, Severus flicked his wand over his shoulder, casting a wordless, stinging hex into the Muggle man's face. The swelling did not slow the man, it only served to further enrage him. With violent agility, unexpected of a man of such slovenly build, Tobias Snape slammed his fist into the unprotected side of Severus' head, landing the blow with a sickening thud and splitting the skin above his brow. "Stop it!" Lily screamed, grabbing a hold of the father's arm as it drew back for another strike, only barely softening the blow that landed against Severus' jaw. She wished so badly she had her wand on her, cursing her own underprepared nature. Muttering under her breath, she attempted a wandless binding curse, only to have the man respond swiftly against the sound of her incantation. A blow struck her, sending her reeling against the floor. Lily lay, dazed and shaken as she stared up into Severus' shocked eyes. With smoldering rage, he pointed his wand over his shoulder and hissed, "Sectum Sempra." Blood rained down upon Lily in a fine mist. Tobias Snape reeled and stumbled, howling as he clutched at his face, blood seeping through his fingers. Lily stared on horrified as Severus slid swiftly to her side, taking her hand and yanking her to her feet. Before she knew it, they were out the front door, leaving the haze of alcoholic vapors and howling agony behind. As the fresh air swept the numbing horrors from her mind, Lily dug in her heels, forcing the boy clinging on to her to stop. He yanked her hand hard, trying to force her to keep moving, but she refused. Clutched at him, forcing him to be still, to look at her in the eye through his rigid fury and panting breath. "You fix this," she demanded, horrified by the blood she had seen pouring through that horrid man's fingers. "You get back inside and you fix this." He deserved worse, Severus hissed, suddenly more terrifying than Lily had ever known him to be. Blood poured over his eye, from the split upon his brow. More blood than she expected from a small cut, painting his fury with its terrifying visual. "And you, don't you dare put yourself in danger like that again." Anger directed at her, anger at her actions to protect him. "I'm all right," Lily urged, eyes wide, pleading. "I'm all right. Don't worry about me, I'm all right." She felt the stinging smart across her cheeks, but she knew the blood on her was not her own. She was struck hard, but with only the back of the man's hand, a blow that dazed her but had not drawn blood. "Don't ever put yourself between me and danger." He screamed, his emotions as close to uncontrolled in recent memory. "Never put yourself in the way of harm." I'm all right, Lily insisted, but Severus did not calm, taking her by the wrist in an almost painful grasp. It only takes once for you to be beyond my help. I cannot lose you. His hand was shaking from emotion far deeper than just one blow he could not prevent. Her heart ached from his anguish, emotions she could not understand the depth of. With gentle fingers, she laid them upon his hand, softening his grip upon her with a touch, and after a moment his breathing calmed too. His touch became gentle, stroking down the length of her reddened wrist, just shy of bruised by the harshness of how tightly he held her. Sorry, he rasped, ashamed beyond words. I'll fix this. He withdrew and without another word proceeded back into that unwelcoming house, facing the howling threats issuing from within. Lily stood numb, watching after his retreating figure, her mind awhirl with the terrifying darkness of his personality. In that moment, he had been as far from the boy she loved as she could possibly imagine. A sinister side of Severus, one that invoked memories of that boy that would lash out at the only person who was trying to help him. His dark side that her father had warned of. His terrible nature that strangled him in his youth, a curse he had not been able to free himself from. But he had already changed so much in the span of a year, more than Lily could have ever asked for. A change that opened her eyes to the light he had within, a light that held her heart mesmerized by its unexpected beauty, a light she would not see lost to his strangling darkness. Her father had feared his darkness would bring her to harm, but to Lily the fear of losing that light would be the far greater tragedy. Chapter 31. Fostered Understanding. Chapter text: The sheets were soft, too soft against his skin. Snape curled inwards on the unbruised side of his head, unable to mentally adjust to the new situation he found himself in. The bed he lay in was as large as the queen-sized luxury he had in his professorial years. He was a guest in the Evans household, sleeping in the room that had once been Petunia's. How that wretch of a woman would bewail had she known for whom her sanctuary was now used. Having spent the better part of this year crammed into a small single bed, he could not utilize his newfound space economically. His great oaf of a father had thrown him out of the house the moment the last of his bleeding curse wounds had stitched together. There wasn't even a moment to gather his things. He was left on the sidewalk with only the clothes on his back, blood still pouring sluggishly across his eye. Lily was by his side in an instant, pulling him up off the pavement as the door slammed closed. Her eyes filled with an apprehensive emotion, but her hands were quick to encircle him. She held him close, and he returned the embrace desperately, standing there in the silence with his eyes pathetically downcast. He was a full-fledged wizard, yet even he had little notion of what should be his immediate recourse when he found himself suddenly homeless. It was perhaps the mockery of the fates that a solution appeared in the form of Lily's father, pulling up in his dark blue automobile beside them. Get in. The both of you, he had barked in a voice that brooked no argument, and none was given as both teenagers spilled into the back, with Snape trying his best not to bleed all over the seats. Fumbling through a compartment, the Muggle healer retrieved a folded wad of white material from within a crisp plastic covering. Press the gauze firmly against the wound. Keep pressure to stop the bleed. Do you need to go to the hospital, Severus? Snape answered in a low voice, his energy having bled from him along with his rage. His eyes trailed to the girl who pressed the gauze upon his brow, heedless of the ruddy redness upon her cheek where she had been struck. He can't return to that awful man. Lily urged her father with wide, pleading eyes. He just can't. He won't, Mr. Evans promised without a moment's hesitation. With that, Snape had been committed as a guest of the Evans residence, and it humiliated him to be forced to accept. He had no other option, and no other means. The family had been by no means inhospitable, going out of their way to have a place for him at their table, and a room for him to sleep, even his own set of bathrobes, so he didn't have to change entirely in the bathroom. Except that was what he did ordinarily anyway. Yet it only served to gall the wizard further, forced to rely on the kindness of a man who would deny Snape as a suitor for his daughter, a decision made not without good reason. Snape balled his hands into fists, feeling his neatly cropped fingernails dig into his lightly calloused palms. He had held Lily so tightly he marked her skin, force that came unbidden through the vortex of his emotions. She had not reacted in pain, even though he knew he must have hurt her. She gently coaxed him into calm and release, even though he knew she must have wished to tear herself from his grasp. What was he doing in her life? Had he not brought her enough damnation? But think as he might, he knew he did not have it in himself to tear himself away. His selfishness knew no limits. With a curl of his spine, Snape drew under the thin covers despite the heat, veiling away the harsh relief the moonlight cast through, trying to dispel the self-loathing that clung to his heart. 2 lifetimes of failures, and he thought he'd get this right. What am I doing? Men like him didn't find love. Men like him didn't have a happily ever after. He had managed 38 years of life without a romantic entanglement, 38 years of abject loneliness. Why did he think he should be allowed to seek happiness with the very woman he had wronged? The only person that ever cared about him, the only woman he ever loved, the woman he had killed. He had hurt her worse than anyone ever had, and she didn't even know it. He took advantage of her ignorance, seduced her, somehow, with his clumsy persistence. And he never looked back, never once paused to think about her, what she deserved. She did not deserve him. A gentle touch upon his brow brought him startlingly into the waking world. Snape hadn't even realized he drifted off fitfully until he was startled awake, and in his hand was grasped the intruder to his sanctuary under his covers. Lily's slender wrist. He released it immediately, fearful he had hurt her again with his brash motion. With a hush, those fingers touched upon his sweat-stained brow, brushing his hair back in a gentle motion. "What are you doing here?" Snape hissed, scrambling back underneath his blankets. He had not a nightshirt to sleep in, having been denied access to any of his personal effects. Those fingers danced across his scalp, soothing his suddenly jangled nerves. "I noticed you had silencing wards up, so I thought I'd check up on you," she murmured her answer as she knelt beside the bed. "I thought you might have tried to slip out in the night in some misguided attempt to convenience us. I got worried when I saw you huddled in bed. Thought you might have used a pillow decoy like we often encounter with out-of-bed curfew breakers." "I'm not a Gryffindor," Snape snapped, feeling the heat upon his exposed face as he clutched the sheets under his chin. Lily smiled that lopsided grin. "No, but you're upset, and people tend to do silly things when they're upset. So, for tonight you're excused for not acting the perfect Slytherin." She brought her fingers from his hair, trailing them down the side of his face, sending an involuntary shiver down his body. "I'm fine," he muttered, willing away the uncomfortable hormonal charge brought about by Lily's after-dark proximity. He was trying to sleep, so he was nowhere near decent. How could he be? She should know this. And Merlin, she wasn't either. Snape froze as his eyes grew wide, taking in her lithe form in the relief of moonlight. A simple white chemise embraced the contours of her form, a nightgown was all that stood between her and her dignity. Snape closed his eyes as the blood rushed to his face, in utter disbelief that anybody could be so absent-minded as to walk into another's room so underdressed. "No, you're not." Her exasperated voice sounded too close to his ear, so close he could feel the heat of her breath. "You just said goodbye to your mother, and had a fight with your father, and lost your home, all at once. You would be made of stone to not feel that." He felt those fingers trail back up from his chin, brushing against his no doubt burning cheeks. She hesitated, no doubt finally noticing what her unannounced, underdressed presence was doing to him. Her voice suddenly rang out, awkwardly loudly. "Well, move over." His eyes cracked open wide as disbelief flooded his features. He could not see her face clearly enough to discern what she was thinking. It couldn't be what his hormone-addled mind was hoping for. Losing patience, Lily suddenly clambered over him, settling on the opposite end of his barely occupied bed. "What are you doing?" he hissed as she attempted to get under his covers, glowing so red he was certain he was luminescent. "Just stop hogging the sheets," Lily retorted, her cheek-filled smile obvious even in the dim half-light, and proceeded to unspool the roll from about his body. Snape could barely unstick his jaw in shock as the warm palm of her hand touched against his bare torso. She pulled him close under the thin covers, invoking sweat along the trails of her touch, and not simply from the heat. "Don't even think about it. It's not happening," he rasped, uncertain if it was for her benefit or his. Snape would not be so ungrateful as to violate the daughter of a man who was sheltering him, a man who disapproved already of the young suitor's role in her life. He felt her hesitate. She whispered an almost amused reply, tickling his ear. "What's going on in there, I wonder?" she asked with a quick peck upon his forehead and without a hint of genuine query. How quick you jump to conclusions, Save. He felt her arm slip about him, felt her softness press against his side, separated from his skin by a thin film of lightly woven cloth. A tender embrace he was simply too tense to enjoy. I just don't want you to be alone tonight. I appreciate it. But Snape gritted out from between his teeth, his entire body radiating heat in the most pleasant ways. He heard her whisper a spell, and suddenly the external heat dropped a noticeable fraction, allowing his disgusting sweating a moment's reprieve. He had only taught Lily his tricks for a cooling charm this morning, and she was already applying them wandlessly with expert ease. Just sleep, she murmured, already half asleep herself. Her fingers made light stroking motions against his bare side, running over his visibly exposed and usually quite ticklish ribs. A motion intended to calm him within her mind, no doubt, but sending every nerve in his body aflutter. Lily, he hissed urgently as she stopped moving, her arm draped about him still, her body pressed against his side. She had fallen asleep in his bed, dressed in nothing but a thin summer's nightgown, splayed across him in an errant attempt to comfort him. And she expected him to sleep. What surprised Lily the most was how unsurprised she was to awaken back into her own bed. She had been quite certain she had fallen asleep next to Severus the night before, a very obvious change of landscape to the sunny diffusion of her bright red and gold wallpaper. She huffed and rolled her eyes to an absent audience. It was such a typical Severus thing to go to all that trouble of levitating her sleeping form all the way back into her bed. Her presence couldn't have been that unwelcome considering how he reacted, wide-eyed and radiating heat and nervousness. If she was perfectly honest, she had expected things to take a turn for realms unexplored. Almost counted on it. She had found him curled under his sheets, eyes clenched tight as if his thoughts pained him. She could tell he was upset, though he tried not to show it. Her easily moved heart beat all the louder for his grief, this unfixable portion of his unstable life. She didn't want him to be alone this night, and in her mind, a nerve-wracking decision was made. It turned out she needn't have been so worked up. With a huff, she rose from her bed, stripping her nightgown off as she headed to the wardrobe to find a change of clothes as she fastened on her feminine support, browsing through her selection of light sleeveless dresses to go with this horridly muggy day. Perhaps she should take a leaf from Severus' book and lay the cooling charm upon herself, but she didn't think she could take the discomfort that the disparity in temperature brought. With a quick flick of her wand, Lily opened the blinds and cracked open a window. No wind arose to break apart the mugginess, but the clouds gathered dark about the sun. Perhaps there would be relief later in the day to be brought on by some refreshing sweeping rains. One could only hope. She glanced at herself in the long mirror hanging on the door of her wardrobe, hating how frizzy her hair got in the humidity. She brought a conjured brush down the length of her hair, trying to tame the errant fuzz back into its neat sleekness. But like Severus, her hair was not reacting as she was expecting it to. Save had turned her down before she had gotten the nervous offer verbally hinted, causing her to quickly change tack and settle for a cuddle. It wasn't a terrible alternative. It had been quite nice when the temperature adjusted, but she had been mentally preparing herself to take the next step for a while now, in a vague, back-of-the-mind sense. It had been playing on the fringes of her mind ever since Marlene rushed headlong into her extremely physical relationship. A relationship that, if she was at all honest, looked like a lot of fun. And if she was perfectly honest, a relationship she had begun, kind of looking forward to. Though the thought sent a flush of red down her body. Severus had certainly been eager before, when the offer wasn't even on the table. Perhaps she had reacted badly enough that one time so that he was extremely hesitant to assume anything again. But that didn't make sense. He had realized what she was trying to do and had put a stop to it. It made her a little nervous to think about. He did still find her attractive, right? Her hair certainly wasn't misbehaving last night as it did now. She stared at herself hard in the mirror, suddenly finding faults everywhere upon her face and body, like the freckles of which she had a light smattering over her nose and down the tops of her cheeks, or the little creases around her eyes when she had them opened wide. She ran her hands down the length of her bare torso, studying the little dents and imperfections that occasioned on her smooth skin when she finally shook herself out of her ridiculous thoughts. A little longer in this direction, and she'd be practicing smiling in front of the mirror. There was only enough room in this relationship for one set of self-esteem issues. Lily hadn't stared at herself so critically since the months preceding puberty, criticizing every development of her newly acquired feminine traits. Then the sparks came, and she could not step past a mirror without dedicating time for each one. Thankfully, they were always few and never lasted too long. Not like the spots Severus would get. They would spread across his face and not recede until school's end. But like most things in Save's life, he seemed to have grown out of this too. With an awkward smile, she slipped on her light summer dress, a sleeveless piece she would have ordinarily chosen for a hot day spent at home. Giving herself one last once over, she lamented the state of her hair and surrendered to its frizzy madness. She was about as presentable as she could possibly be and relented to her day. In the hallway, Lily glanced briefly to the open door of the now empty guest room. With some luck, he was down at breakfast, and not halfway across the country and hiding among the herds of deer, accepted as one of their own, his patroness venerated as their grand ruler. Trying desperately to strip the smile her silly thoughts invoked, Lily ventured towards the kitchen. She could hear movement from within, and at least one voice pitched low, so unless one of the men in her life had suddenly taken to talking to himself, then both were in there. With barely a moment to steel herself for what could be some very awkward encounters, she found herself in the midst of that dimly lit room of mild aromas. Her father was sitting comfortably in his usual chair, rifling through his paper. His mug of that awful bitter brew in its usual place by his right hand, while a plate of unappetizing brown bread sat at his left. She felt for her father, and his need to take meticulous care with his meals. Few men loved anything as much as her father had loved his food. Whether fishing, hunting, or traveling, it always seemed every other hobby was a way for him to acquire new culinary experiences. Even when Lily first entered the magical world, the most exciting part of the whole experience was to try magical cuisine. Lily could remember the first time they experienced Diagon Alley together. Her father was immediately drawing up plans to fit a visit to every wizarding eatery in sight. Lily always felt it a shame that she only got acquainted to Honeydukes after her father's medical condition was diagnosed. He would have loved their colorful, whimsical treats. To see him reduced to simple meals of carbohydrate-careful meal staples was honestly disheartening. Across from him sat Save, silent and nursing an equivalent cup to her father, which he seemed to be rationing with a near-desperate relish. He had been eating through a bowl of plain oats, already scraped clean and toasted brown bread, reduced to a bite and some crumbs. Dark bruising covered his right eye, pooling around a pocket of black swelling underneath. Though difficult to tell, his usually quite sunken eyes seemed a fraction darker than usual. His glowering pits seemed that little bit less alert. It did not seem he managed to find his way back into the folds of sleep. With her clearer thoughts restored by the waking world, she had to concede that perhaps surprising him in bed was not the best way to do things. "Morning," Lily announced, catching the attention of both men. There seemed to be a pleasing aura of truce between them. "Good morning," her father answered, glancing over his paper as Severus nodded his greeting, somehow still not meeting her eyes. Why did it have to be awkward? Her father's attention, however, was far less easy to shake. "Young lady, what are you wearing?" he asked sternly. Lily's brows raised as she glanced down at herself. What I usually wear when it's hot." "You are most certainly not. Have you forgotten we have a guest over?" Lily tried her best not to roll her eyes. That was the quickest way to grounding. "It's only my shoulders, Dad. Save knows what shoulders look like." Save did not venture an opinion. He seemed far more enthralled by the wisps issuing from his coffee cup. With a sigh, her father beseeched the ceiling, relenting to Lily's will by means of silence as she swept into the room and helped herself to the oatmeal from the saucepan on the stove. Her father usually never made porridge, always complaining it had no flavor or texture, especially now he was forced to eat it without any sweetness. Lily was thankful she at least could enjoy it in the way it was originally intended, as she brought over the honey pot and spooned copious amounts of the golden substance into her bowl of thickened oats. She was the only one that used the honey now that her mother had died and Petunia had moved away. "Thanks for the gruel, Dad." Lily chirped, taking a luxurious sip of the creamy, sweet goodness. Her father took a bite of his buttered toast and returned to his paper. You're welcome, but I didn't make it. With surprise, she turned to that unsociable boy. You can cook. It's just porridge. It's hardly cooking, he mumbled into his bowl. Except Lily didn't think it was something to simply dismiss. That's plenty good considering Dad didn't even know how the stove worked before Mom died. Excuse me, Missy. Her father re-emerged from behind his paper. I distinctly remember warming your bottles on the stove. Way to cite a recent example, Dad. Black eyes slid across the table, wry amusement wrought upon them, before flickering away with the barest of blushing scowls. If I didn't know how to procure even the basics of sustenance, then I would have starved. Lily felt a painful twinge of sadness. Your parents didn't take care of you. It was a statement more than a question. They didn't take care of themselves, he grumbled, taking a bite of that dull bread and seeming satisfied with its unimaginative flavor. She wondered why he didn't add anything at all. She knew he would hate marmalade, but he could have at the very least used butter. With the sound of crinkling of paper, her father set the newspaper down, folded beside his coffee. I'm very sorry to hear that, Severus. I understand you had been protecting Lily from your father when you sustained those injuries. Lily had explained to her father the gist of what happened last night when Severus left to get settled, with a few embellishments here and there to shine a more heroic light on the battered boy. He still struck her, save spat with a glower, as if he took it as his own personal failure. A small smile touched her father's face, that very one he had whenever he felt a touch of pride. I thank you for your efforts, Severus. It is a very brave thing to stand up to your father as you did. Those black eyes snapped up from his glower at his half-eaten toast, frowning as if uncertain how to respond. However, Lily didn't let him get a word out, fearful he would discredit her take on the situation and ruin his chance to make good with her father. Yeah, you were great, Save. Thanks for saving me. It could have been a lot worse had you not stood up to your dad. You're welcome, he replied evenly, those dark eyes finally meeting hers, but with an appraising look and a little bit of amused appreciation. Lily grinned, delighted that he was playing along. Now mind passing me the marmalade, you big hero, you. You're not dumping that directly into your oats, are you? He asked with mild disgust. What's it to you? She retorted, half contemplating to do just that to mess with him. However, when the marmalade slid to a stop before her, even she couldn't stomach that for a joke. Now before I summon, do we actually have any white bread in the house? Her father sighed. No, Lily, please don't do that to our neighbors again. Greg still swears his kitchen is haunted. That's why I asked first, she grumbled, summoning 2 slices of brown bread from the packaging with a wave of her wand. The slices toasted mid-flight and landed neatly upon a plate conjured before her. Her father munched his toast with proud delight. Ever since he found out about the existence of magic, he fell in love with the very concept, and this was the first time she was able to bring it home with her. Pity there's no spell to spread the marmalade magically. Lily complained as she fiddled with the butter knife like a muggle. However, seemingly intent on one-upping her, Severus proved her wrong. Flick of his own wand, a globule of marmalade flew out of the jar and spread itself perfectly mathematically evenly across her squares of toast. Fine. I meant no spells that I know of. Doesn't count when Severus invents spells. I didn't invent it. It's a basic domestic spell, Save grumbled into his coffee cup. Lily's eyebrows shot up. Did your mother teach you that spell? It didn't feel likely. Severus flushed, glowering into that pitch-black liquid. I read up on it. Lily couldn't help the smile that spread from ear to ear. What's this? Cooking? Domestic spells? You planning on being a housewife, Save? He flushed crimson. They're basic life skills. Lily relented. It wouldn't do to upset him with the teasing. At the very least, however, he was now looking directly at her, albeit with narrowed eyes. With an unapologetic grin, Lily drew another bite of the honeyed oatmeal to ward away his glare. Her father, however, had an opinion in this matter. Lily, why haven't you learned any domestic spells? She couldn't help the sigh that invoked. Same question as what would be asked every time she skipped out on learning to cook alongside her mother. It wasn't the concept of cooking she hated, it was the company in Petunia who would stick by her mother's side like a gossipy sous chef. She didn't aspire to be a housewife like Petunia did, and only thought to learn in her own time. How hard could it be? Her father had already mastered the oven not even a year into fending for himself. Hogwarts doesn't have any class that teaches domestic spells, she answered. Severus must have read ahead somewhere. They don't have home economics. Her father seemed a little taken aback. Lily raised an eyebrow. You think if they did that save would take it? I don't even know what that is, the sullen boy muttered, taking another scowling sip of coffee. Her father fixed her with a steely eye. Well then, Missy, don't you think you should be reading ahead in these matters? As Severus had said, these are basic life skills. Severus can teach me. We have all day today together. She beamed across the table. However, instead of drawing out any blushing or glowering with her open suggestion and his no doubt still wandering mind, Save calmly put his coffee mug down and replied, Actually, no. I need today to make my own arrangements. If I could find enough work to procure my own room and board, I won't burden your household any longer. Lily was aghast. What? Save, you're welcome here. Why would you do that? She hoped it wasn't because of the little stunt she pulled last night. The dark glare she received from him did not put her worries to ease. Well, I think that's a splendid idea, Severus, her father interjected, causing Lily to glare at him furiously. And before you say anything, Lily, I'm not trying to make him feel unwelcome. But you need to understand, Lily, that men have their pride. You should never take offense to what a man feels he has to do. Of course, because men are such different creatures, Lily thought with an eye roll. Severus can stay as long as he needs to, her father continued, seemingly not catching that snip of sassiness from his daughter, so long as he follows some ground rules. He looked at the boy sternly as both kids lowered their gazes. If you're going to pursue this course with my daughter, I trust you will do this properly. Yes, sir, Severus replied with a solemn nod. Lily felt the rise of redness in her cheeks and indignation in her voice. Do I get a say in this? With an upraised eyebrow, her father turned an appraising eye to his high-spirited daughter. And this is why I have to be able to trust Severus. You are a little too rebellious for your own good, Lily. I understand, sir, Severus quickly agreed, outraging Lily with his submissive brown-nosing attitude. Did he realize he had just agreed to sign off intimacy when he could barely stay too long alone in the same room without boiling over? Really, Save? Really? She glared pointedly across, to which he responded by flushing crimson, no doubt also thinking on his terrible grapple with his hormones. Her father sighed, actually looking a little embarrassed. Lily, I know we never sat you down and had a proper talk about these kinds of moral expectations. Perhaps we assumed, well, too much. I didn't even know if magical folks got married. Lily couldn't help the blush that threatened to equal Severus. I don't know how far you two kids have gone, but I want you to retain respectable distance until such a time as things become official. I agree with your father. Lily stared at Severus aghast, but he did not appear apologetic or disingenuous. I can't believe this, Lily lamented. The two men in my life, teaming up together to tell me what I'm not allowed to do. Her father replied sternly, Your mother wouldn't be on your side on this, Lily, and you know it. You're just trying to sucker your way into Dad's good books, Lily growled uncharitably at her traitorous boyfriend. Severus glowered back. What's wrong with not wishing to be disapproved of? Is that what last night was about? What happened last night? Lily cringed, suddenly realizing what she had said. Severus looked mildly horrified as her father stared at the both of them with great disapproval. Nothing, Lily quickly amended, too little too late for that damage wrought by her big blathering mouth. Her father, of course, did not settle on her word. Severus. Nothing, he muttered, exceedingly galled to have to say this. I didn't think it right. Do anything to your daughter under your roof. Rather than seem angry, her father actually smiled. That actually puts my mind at ease. He folded his newspaper and slipped it into his briefcase. Especially since I'll have to leave you kids soon. Alas, we muggles have not yet mastered the elimination of travel time to work. He drained his coffee with one gulp and picked up his last slice of brown toast with a despairing sigh. I don't suppose you have any spells that can make this appetizing, do you? He asked Lily beseechingly. If I did, why would I be eating this? Lily muttered, still bristling from their conversation. From across the table, Severus turned one dark brow up at her. Have you forgotten how to transfigure? Lily stuck her tongue out in a rather childish gesture of non-agreeability. Transfigured food always tastes so blah. Not if you check your Eplat's paradigms. You don't just transfigure the ingredients, you have to transfigure the texture. This doesn't just apply in the context of inanimate to animate. Lily groaned. What were you, a professor in your past life? Why are you making me study in the holidays? With a grunt of disapproval, Save brought his wand down on Lily's barely nibbled toast. Instantly, the colors inverted and white toast sat upon her plate. With a hesitant bite, Lily tested the result and found a satisfying crunch on top of that satisfying natural sweetness that comes with every chew mingling with that sour, sweet tang of marmalade. Oh my goodness, sweet, sweet carbs. Save, I'm converted. There is no change in carbohydrate content. It still retains the health benefits of the brown bread. He rebuked, weirdly, with almost an educator's tone. Gamp's third law states a transfigured element cannot take the place of the element it's mimicking. That applies to nutrition too. Nerd, Lily muttered through another bite of her toast, but I forgive you if you'd also make my broccoli into something edible. Severus frowned. You need to eat your vegetables, Lily. I'm not softening that hurdle for you. Oh, come on. Lily threw her hands up to the ceiling. It seemed Severus was intent on vexing her today. Hold the key to easing my struggles, yet you're not going to heroically step in. But that boy stubbornly held his course. Not everything in life can go your way. Not magic, not vegetables. This was revenge for accidentally spilling the beans, wasn't it? I can see you're going to be a very strict father, Severus. Her father suddenly interjected into their squabble, causing Lily to choke on her transfigured bread. At the very least, Save seemed equally shocked, sitting there pale and wide-eyed. Lily conjured herself a glass of water and reined in her eye-watering spluttering. Oh, dear Merlin, Dad. The Muggle man returned an unapologetic smile. So my dear daughter's old enough to consider every other aspect of a relationship except the one that carries responsibility. Lily flushed, unable to find a response to that mortifying accusation with any type of eloquence. We're too young to be talking about kids. Good to know there are things you're still too young for, her father snipped back, thunking his briefcase upon the table and securing the latches. Now before I go, one last thing. He lifted his brown piece of toast. If you would be so kind, Severus, I would like a donut. It was galling that Snape had to invoke this favor for something so frivolous as saving face in front of Lily and his family, but that living situation was not something he could allow to continue, as it were. Wasn't just about sleeping in such close proximity to Lily, or his fears of his own self-control, but the fact that he looked in every way a freeloader to his own eyes. It did not help his unease that Lily had already picked him out a set of bathrobes and a new nightshirt. He was feeling too indebted to keep his head up within this household. After a few hours in London, it immediately became apparent to Snape that a summer job was not an easy thing to land for a seemingly half-drained wizard. Undergraduates within the job market was not a typical thing among magical folk, especially not in the way it prevailed within the Muggle world. He was almost desperate enough to try for a Muggle line of work just to get some semblance of control back into his life. However then, that owl returned bearing a letter from Dumbledore, inquiring as to why Snape no longer lived within his own residency. Then he knew. The old wizard had laid wards upon his father's house to keep an eye on him. It was a stroke of madness, to be sure, but Snape wrote back explaining his situation and asked for asylum within Hogwarts walls. Students could be allowed to stay over summer with the headmaster's explicit permission, a possibility never granted to him when he requested it during his early years at Hogwarts. He never knew why Dumbledore denied him asylum repeatedly, but this time he expected the headmaster might finally agree. After all, this time Snape was his golden goose. Instead, however, a message arrived in the form of a house elf bearing a note interrupting lunch. Lily's eyes grew round at the sight of one, having never been down to the kitchens or been given the privilege to call upon them. Message from Albus Dumbledore, the little elf announced, garbed in that little toga bearing the Hogwarts crest. Snape accepted it with a nod of thanks as the little magical valet blinked away with its silent but powerful form of apparition. Ranging his fork neatly back into place, Snape flicked the note open and skimmed the message within and hid the apprehension from his face. Well, what's it about? Lily asked, apparently not even considering the possibility that some messages are private. Neatly tucking the note away, Snape answered with a semblance of the truth. Professor Dumbledore may have found me a solution for my summer. This is the portkey that would take me there. The second part, at least, was not a lie. That little note was a portkey. Snape carefully tucked it into the breast pocket of his muggle jacket. Lily huffed out a sigh, dipping her spoon back into her cream of chicken and corn. Why do you want to leave me this badly? Is it because I invaded your room that one time? Snape flushed. The memory of her soft body pressed against his was one he did not wish to invoke in company. These kinds of candid conversations with Lily were happening more and more often whenever her father was at work, to the point where he was believing this all to be the effect of her rebellious Gryffindor nature. Before his submission to her father's reasonable concerns, Lily had never mentioned a peep about wishing to indulge in carnal desires, a situation she had since explained to him that she had been hinting at like mad. Snape thought her a little optimistic of his abilities if she thought he'd be able to discern romantic invitations through hints, but since winning some semblance of approval from Lily's father, he did not wish to do anything that might drop him in esteem. And at the moment it felt as if indulging Lily's contrary Gryffindor attitude was exactly the pitfall he had to avoid. So, to answer her question, I think we should put a little more distance between us than just one wall. She could not be rolling her eyes any harder. Here I thought we're supposed to get closer as our relationship progressed, not further away. I'll be here daily for the potion, Snape mumbled, still unable to meet her eyes. To Snape this did not feel like drifting further away, this felt like things taking a turn for the serious. It was getting over his disbelief that he had been so lucky as to be granted a chance, and his adult mind finally triumphing over his stupid teenage urges to set up respectable guidelines over how he should be taking this. That there was going to be a future involving Lily and her family, a future free of solitude. It honestly frightened him, though he understood the seriousness of her presence in his life. Up till now it had always felt part ways surreal, like a half-indulged fantasy, frequently revisited. But now too many heavy thoughts came to the fore. His finances, his worth, his appearance, his true nature, what he had wrought onto her in another lifetime, and the guilt that he could not shed. And that wasn't even counting the fact that Lily was still a teenager, something that made the idea of pursuing any sort of a carnal course all the worse. She was at the age of where she would have been one of his students. There were extreme moral implications in the matter, and something only he could hold himself accountable for. This was the closest to being an adult he had felt since this whole fiasco of a time slip began. This was to be a difficult thing to make Lily understand, so he hadn't tried. He could barely meet her eyes as he neatly folded his potato slices onto his fork. True to her word, Lily had shaken him down for his domestic spells, applying them all with expert flair within days. This lunch of potato bake, sliced baked luncheon ham, and a salad of tossed spinach, tomatoes and rocket had been entirely Lily's efforts, having claimed she was going to showcase the skills she's mastered. "You're not a terrible cook," Snape complimented, only realizing belatedly it wasn't much of a compliment when Lily raised an eyebrow at him. "As in, I like your seasoning, and everything else." He internally sighed. He'd never get used to making small talk. Usually he just glared until the person who was trying to engage him conversationally went away. A smile worked its way across Lily's lips. "You can be really adorable, you know that." Well, that wasn't something he'd ever been accused of. "I think we have different definitions of adorable. Not in the puppies and kittens way, of course," Lily continued, as she munched lightly on a small bite. "More like if a boggart decided to give up its day job and try its hand at being human." Snape frowned, uncertain about the validity of her odd compliment. Probably fair play considering the way he worded his own. "I'm trying to take your comments in the spirit of good humor as I assume it was intended," she answered with a grin, not at all mindful of the spinach garnishing her neat white teeth. With a quick, neat sweep of his utensils, Snape cleaned his plate elegantly, not leaving a morsel upon it to waste. He arranged his utensils in proper meal cessation fashion and dabbed the corners of his mouth neatly. "Thank you for the meal, Lily. I'm afraid I have to go now to keep my appointment with Professor Dumbledore. I apologize for not being able to stay and help with the dishes." Such a formal way to end a meal. Casual conversation just did not come naturally to him. A deep, heartfelt sigh came from Lily's side of the table. "Fine. Go do what you gotta do to feel manly." That assessment didn't sit well with Snape, but he did not pursue it. He could not hold it against Lily to not know what it felt like to live without pride. I'll be back by tomorrow morning so we can start the potion. And with that, he stepped away from the table, and the port key took him. But it was not the ground of Hogsmeade he reappeared on. He stood in a small backyard, barely 10 feet in length and breadth, with a high fence surrounding its perimeter. He could feel an incredibly powerful privacy ward, decades old, upon the building before him. The grass grew long and wild within its territory, overrunning the few structures that had once graced its territory. Snape stepped past what could have once been a bench set along the side of the house, but it had long since surrendered to the grasp of the conquering lawn. Snape waded through the jungle of grass towards the only door within his view, elevated a foot from the ground with a trail of concrete steps. Indeed, there hadn't even appeared to be another way out of that worrying yard, unless he chose to take battle with the boundary wards that were laid upon the gate that wound around the side, and its accompanying fence line. But that spell was but a soft and simple spell compared to the heavy magical aura that emanated from the bricks and mortar of the house it surrounded. The door to the premises opened upon his approach, revealing a hallway of a dilapidated household on par with the one he had been thrown out of, but oddly it did not smell of such. He walked through an old room with tiled floors, and a sink so old and rusted its function looked unknown, into a hallway that split in two and curved around a staircase that led downwards beneath the floors. Behind it was a stairwell leading up, curving about in a grand, looping, ostentatious design, but even that was falling to the decay of time. A most peculiar place to have been invited by Portkey to. Snape was beginning to doubt if that message was from Dumbledore at all. But that doubt was stripped away the moment he stepped through the trailing hallway that twisted about a stairwell and spilled into a decaying lounge room, a room that hailed straight from his dreams. Snape stared at the wallpaper, once glowing in warm pastels, now cracked and peeling and discolored beyond recognition. The white upholstering upon the sofas laid moth-eaten and threadbare upon its frame. Age wore upon every surface of the room, but otherwise unchanged from the memory he held. It was as if this household had not been lived in since the tragedy that unfolded within this very room. But even with that thought, another odd one occurred to him. Everything was exceedingly clean and free from dust, considering the decades that must have passed. That question was, however, answered by the very man this property belonged to, reclining comfortably within one of those ancient armchairs. Ah, Severus, I am certainly glad the grasslands in the yard have not claimed you as their own, a smiling Dumbledore greeted with a gestured invitation to sit. Snape acquiesced and perched cautiously upon the fragile upholstering. These chairs, while old, were by no means as horrid as those within his own household. Welcome to my home, Dumbledore continued with a wan smile. Alas, it has fallen a bit into disrepair, for you see, nobody has lived within these walls for over 50 years. I gathered from the state of things, Snape replied with a curl of his lips. The elder wizard did not seem at the least offended by Snape's less than warm demeanor. I understand you have some problems with your household, Severus. And I am sorry I had not noticed in the years leading to this. I had denied your requests to stay on in the years previous, had I not? I stopped asking by my 4th year, Snape muttered darkly. By that time school had become as much of a hell as home had been. With a solemn tip of his head, Dumbledore continued, I have my reasons for never approving student requests to stay over that summer break, Severus. I am sorry for the difficult situation it had put you in. His reasons had been owing to the fear of isolating another youth from the world, as the Dark Lord once had. If a child lived all year round within these great stone walls, they would not feel the movement of the world outside, as the empathy withered within their hearts. A canary living within a cage would believe the world ended upon the borders of its view, as was the philosophy behind the headmaster's refusal of stays. But in the case of a child returning to a world of pain and sorrow, that sweeping view of the bigger picture was a bitter dose. Did you simply not notice? Snape asked, lips curling with distaste. Dumbledore looked away as if ashamed. I admit, Severus, this is one of my failings. I do not see all, I cannot see all, and I cannot know if you did not tell me. The rags I wear should have been the clue, Dumbledore, Snape growled. My demeanor should have been a clue. My inability to function socially should have been a clue. You do not ask a child to confess this situation to you. Dumbledore tipped his head in acknowledgement, as contrite as he had ever seen this man. Snape was holding a fault against him he had known to be the case for years. The wizarding world was a tight-knit community of some extremely private families and many exceedingly open ones, but all in all, a small community at that. With low population came a low incidence of deviation from the norm, and thus this school of the magical community had always been underprepared to deal with the disenfranchised. It wasn't that the teachers did not care. The likes of McGonagall and Sprout would be up in arms over one of their charges coming to harm, but they were never trained to understand the signs, unequipped to deal with this battle beneath their very noses. Unbidden, the memory of another boy came to Snape's mind. A boy whose neglect had also slipped past the headmaster's radar. The Golden Boy, a child Snape had hated but vowed to protect, was left 16 years under the tender mercies of Petunia. A situation Snape had already known would not have been pleasant, but until he had been given permission to freely invade the boy's mind, he had not known the full extent of the Harpy's hateful ways. He admitted that the spiteful part of him had purposefully avoided mentioning his suspicions to the headmaster, reaping vicious satisfaction from the idea that Potter's son was suffering a taste of what Snape's own childhood had been like. But after that peek into that familiar desolation, Snape surrendered to his conscience and finally informed the headmaster of what he had known to have been the situation for years. That had been the year the headmaster finally graced the Dursley household and personally reprimanded them for their conduct. A small token to be sure, but likely resounding with leaps and bounds in the heart and mind of the neglected child. Few could understand the feeling, but Snape was always one of the privileged few. "I cannot apologize to you enough for the situation you found yourself in," Dumbledore offered with a crease upon his long, bushy brow. "I cannot make up for what had happened, and I understand the battle had not become easier with age. But even though this is the case, I cannot grant you permission to stay in the school over the summer period. Paperwork that taxing." Snape sniped uncharitably. Still, the headmaster appeared unaffected by his unbridled words. "More like suspicious, if you will, that I have granted this request suddenly after many years of refusal. I believe it would turn more than a few heads among the governors, a news that I do believe might very well reach the ears of your old friend Lucius." Snape's scowl receded, realizing this was exactly the case. It was short-sighted of him to forget the situation he was in. What was it about summer that made him lose perspective? "Can I, perhaps, offer you an alternative?" the headmaster continued, causing Snape to glance up with his brows drawn in cautious hope. With a flourishing gesture, Dumbledore drew his hands open and indicated the space about him. "Nobody has lived here for decades, so everything is rather unhomelike. However, I believe with a little effort the elves could make it, if not comfortable, then livable. They have already done an admirable job with only the past 2 hours. An offer to live in the headmaster's own home, a capsule locked in time, and a sea of regrets. A house the man owned but could never find it in himself to live in." It explained much in the way as to why the headmaster chose to live in the school over every minor break, when any of the head teachers could have managed the role as carers for the holiday stays. It would fulfill the role Severus had frivolously requested, one he was ready to accept, except one issue. "If you are trying to avoid suspicion, would my presence in your decades-vacated household not raise questions?" A smile touched upon the old man's face. "It would be so, had it not been for the enchantments worked into the foundations of the household. For you see, my mother, Kendra, had wished to make very certain the goings-on within this household be kept secret. There was reason for this, but I do not wish to go into it. Just know, if you do not leave by the front door, nobody would know you're here. No sound or motion, light or magic would seep through these wards. Well, that is a rather overbearing privacy ward." Snape thought, and coming from an exceedingly private man at that. But if the reason for this privacy was in any way as heinous as the visions he had seen within these very walls, then he did not want to know any more details. "The lawn must be left untended, I'm afraid," Dumbledore continued. "The privacy wards do not extend across the yard, so there is no way to hide that indication of habitation. If I'm correct, Bathilda is still my neighbor, and she can be terribly interested in what goes on beyond her fence line, bless her soul." I would very much like to stay here, said Snape as he dipped his head, satisfied with the limitations that would be imposed on him during his stay. Ordinarily, he would rebuke Charity at every insulting offer, but this time he requested it himself. If he should debase himself to his own lacking, then let it be Dumbledore, not Lily, to be inconvenienced. Dumbledore nodded, a wry smile upon his face. Then I shall send the elves around again tomorrow to finish cleaning the rest of the house. Only the bedroom has been restored to a livable condition, the room you are likely in need of the most. I will arrange for some groceries to be sent down weekly. I assume you know how to prepare for yourself. I have done so for many years, Snape muttered, and forced himself to add, "Thank you," because he was thankful that Dumbledore had gone so far as to offer his own house to shelter him. A request made not out of complete necessity, owing to the kindness of the Evans, but a request granted nonetheless by Dumbledore to save Snape some face among the family he wished to court. A smile touched the headmaster's eyes, perhaps sensing how rare it was to be thanked by the boy who once would have become his fellow professor. He made to stand, drawing this matter to a settled finality before he paused as if a sudden thought struck him. One last thing before I leave. I have a request to make. The headmaster settled back into his armchair. As I'm certain you would know, during this time every year I appoint a head boy and a head girl to lead the student body for the coming year. Snape's eyes narrowed, not liking where this was going one bit. I cannot think of a better appointment for the position of head boy than you. Absolutely not. Snape growled, aghast at the very thought. He did not need more scrutiny from his peers. But you have said it yourself, Severus. Slytherins are not evil. It is time they had someone to carry that banner for them. Snape was not converted. I have enough on my plate without needing to revert to babysitting these damnable children. A twinkle touched Dumbledore's blue eyes. Perhaps, but you have proven to me today something I had not realized even through months of witnessing your memories. No matter how poor a professor you had been, you were exactly what the children of your house needed. You can see things that we, the other teachers, shamefully miss. I have hoped that this time you could be there for the children of the entire school. Snape's lips curled with distaste, hating everything about this mandate, this responsibility he did not ask for and did not desire. If you are hoping for my blessing, then you are truly delusional. I will do as you ask, but do not think you are doing me or anyone else any favors. Oh, quite the opposite, really. After all, you are fighting this war already from the most important of fronts. To deny the Dark Lord a generation of reinforcements, the headmaster continued with a smile, another victory under his belt. If you are to continue to be the voice of reformation within Slytherin, then you will need some tools to go along with your mandate. You have done admirably with the politics so far, but I believe you might eventually need to wield a little power. Snape dipped his head in acknowledgement, bitterly resentful of this directive. There would be no escape from those judging eyes that looked upon him with disdain, or escape from that mocking laughter that seemed to follow him wherever he went, whichever lifetime it may be. But if there was a chance to carve a clear path for the children of Slytherin out of the darkness of their parents, then perhaps. Snape was always meant to fight these wars from positions of great distaste. As a spy, a professor, and a headmaster, head boy was but another hateful mask to wear upon his endless charade of a life. Chapter 32. Gaining a Family. Chapter text. Snape tried his best to ignore the staring eyes as he strode towards the prefect's carriage, his head boy badge pinned upon the breast of his ragged robes. He felt so foolish with this shining clasp of illusionary authority upon him. Behind him, he pulled his luggage along, not intending to return to the rest of the student body after his duties were seen to. If he must act as a blasted head boy, then he'll damn well take advantage of the private carriage. At least he had his school supplies back. He could thank his small mercies. He could not even begin to imagine how he would go about replacing his robes, let alone his alchemy kit. All he had to do was mount a covert mission upon his father's household, undertaken on a Tuesday afternoon, the day his father got his pension. If that drunkard was not out for his debaucherous reasons, then he was unconscious upon the lounge. It was honestly the easiest covert mission he had ever had to execute. It was unlikely that fool of a muggle knew even now that anything was amiss. The carriage lurched suddenly beneath his feet, as the train pulled out of the station, a jolt he had been prepared for and consequently resisted tumbling like a lurching fool. The steady rattle of the locomotive thrummed within the carriage as the Hogwarts Express began its 8-hour journey towards the Scottish Highlands. Snape trudged through the irritatingly cluttered hallway, glowering 2 excited second years out of his path and into their compartments. Already he could see those wide eyes staring out at him from behind those closed window doors. He weathered the stares he was getting with as much dignity as he could manage. Upon the approach to the carriage, Snape could hear Lily's voice rise above the humdrum of rattling wheels. She had been appointed head girl, as was her destined role. Some things did not change through either lifetime. Lily was as extraordinary as she had been the first time through this course. Snape hesitated by the door, suddenly struck with unease as to how Lily would perceive his appointment. He had spent nearly every day with her company during the course of the holidays, barring a week where she travelled up to Glasgow to spend some time with the Mackinnon family. Just 3 days before they were set to leave, Lily had intercepted him almost immediately out of his apparition to give him the news, wearing that badge upon her muggle garb proudly. Snape should have taken that opportunity to reveal his own appointment to her then, but he didn't. It was as if he thought he could avoid reality if he simply did not voice it. Joke's on him. Reality remained persistent. With a sigh, Snape laid his hand upon the panel and waited for Lily to finish her sentence. It was already late. It would be doubly obnoxious of him to interrupt her. When the lull finally came, he committed to his decision. Unable to avoid this any longer, he pushed the door open and stepped into the spacious compartment, turning every head within. Save. Lily's eyes grew round as concern touched her brow. What happened? Did she think he came here to report an incident? If so, the confusion did not last long as her eyes drew downwards to the small, shiny button pinned upon his robe front. You, Snape internally sighed, trying not to be too insulted by her surprise. Believe me, it was not voluntary. Severus, why didn't you tell me? Lily glided over to him and straight into his personal space. There was no mindfulness of his comfort around public spaces any longer. The holidays together had taken that consideration away. I was blowing a lid over the wait to see who my fellow student leader is. I half feared it might be one of the marauders owing to the tardiness. Snape's lips curled. Lily had no idea how close she scraped to having James Potter as her lazy second. During his lifetime, Potter had been the appointed head boy, but everyone knew Lily was the one that got anything done. At least Snape would pull his weight, no matter how reluctant his assimilation into the role was, and he was, at the least, somewhat thankful to avert the prospect of proximity to Potter. He could see the prefects that lined the carriage, turning their frowns upon him. A head boy appointee that had not risen through the ranks of prefectship was rare, and that made him twice the anomaly. At the very least, they had not yet turned to outright hostility. Some even appeared quite delighted by his appointment. The two newly appointed Slytherin prefects were positively beaming. It appeared Lincoln rockers. Efforts had been noted, for Snape did not remember him bearing that prefect badge in his previous lifetime. Contrary, however, to their younger counterparts, most of the older prefects of his household seemed far less enthused about his appointment. Evan Rosier could barely meet his eyes as he hung towards the back of the carriage, while Regulus Black met his eyes with a calm boredom, but tangibly bristled with agitation. It appeared the holidays had not seen the darkness soften its grasp upon the pureblood circles, invoking a touch of concern over how Mulciber had fared. It would be a major step backwards for Snape to lose the support of his biggest face of the reform. Surprisingly, the Gryffindors were far less hostile, even positively encouraging, compared to the withering glares he was getting from the Ravenclaws. He was receiving smiles and nods of approval from the self-righteous cubs, even a friendly wave from that loathsome werewolf, who looked almost healthy for 4 days after a moon. The Hufflepuffs reacted the most mildly, taking this surprise in stride as they did with most matters. Well, since you're here now, we can get our meeting underway, Lily exclaimed with an excited clap. She was always going to react one of two ways. Snape was glad it was not with anger. We first welcome the new prefects to our fold. Please introduce yourselves. Put on the spot, the young Ravenclaws she pointed to seemed to shrink from the attention. Patricia Erin, the dark-haired girl introduced herself as. Bartemius Crouch, Jr., the nervous boy with straw-blonde hair mumbled. Snape's eyes narrowed upon the boy, finally noticing him. The unassuming boy did not stick out among a crowd, even to someone who would have otherwise known him as a familiar face. A shy and reclusive nature was effective camouflage Snape had found over the years of his childhood, except against those that sought him out purposefully and maliciously. It was difficult to imagine that this boy was destined to fall as he had, and even more so to believe that the entirety of the Second War had arisen upon his actions. Snape had never questioned how this boy's motivations had arisen before, but the environment of Ravenclaw was not one of the proving grounds of future Death Eaters. Where had things gone so wrong for the boy? Lincoln Rockers, not going to be a Death Eater, came the announcing voice of that newly appointed and known ally of Snape's cohort. Prius I also not to be a Death Eater. Snape's head whipped around to raise his eyebrow to the slithering girl that had once sought his assistance against the assault upon her mixed-house collection of friends, only just noticing her as well. Another appointment made politically, perhaps. He could not remember if she had been a prefect. Either way, the new generation of student leaders within the House of the Snake were those with ideals aligning with the light. A very obvious ploy to garner a stake in Snape's eyes, but perhaps the only way to proceed. Inspiration was the Gryffindor's tool, but the children of Slytherin were not yet so cynical as to be immune. Welcome, student leaders. My name is Lily Evans, your head girl for this year, Lily continued, making Snape realize he had missed half the names of the new prefect appointees. Even though Snape struggled to care, he knew he had to make it his business later to memorize their names. Even as a professor, he never forgot his students' names, not until they left his sphere of influence. For those of you who don't know me, I take a far less strict approach to managing student life than my predecessor had. A few snickers arose from the older prefects, and hoped this year for us to focus on actual issues, rather than minutiae. She then turned her wide green eyes upon the boy standing silently beside her, seemingly expectant. Already the torment had begun. I am Severus Snape, and you don't have to know anything about me to do as I say. Those green eyes narrowed as nearly everyone else in the room took a step backwards, both mentally and physically. What this prickly bundle of sunshine means to say is, he looks forward to working with you. Snape scowled as light chuckles erupted within the crowd. To his ears, their amusement reeked of mockery, how he loathed the laughter of children. Well then, let's get our patrols organized. For today's train ride, and for the following 2 weeks. Lily unfurled a length of parchment and pinned it sideways to a board upon the carriage wall, no doubt intended for such a use. Apologies, I hadn't known everyone's names, so I used your titles instead. I color-coded it for ease of use, she chirped brightly, indicating the bright green, red, blue, and yellow spots that each held a number within, no doubt representing year group. Upon it, however, was an uncolored circle titled HB that was paired with a red dot titled HG, covering one of the evening-time patrols together. That definitely eased his burden marginally. He feared he was to be paired with one that would grate on his nerves, and chances were that could very well be most of them. With quick applications of the copying charm, the prefects filed out of the compartment with schedules in hand, intent on joining their friends or setting about their duties. A sigh issued from Lily's lips as she turned to her miserable boyfriend. You could at least try to look less held against your will. Snape scowled as he pushed his luggage into a nook in the corner. Even with such space, he could not bring himself to succumb to luxurious waste. I could also try to look more like a porcupine. Doesn't make it true. But neither would be an unwelcome attempt, Lily retorted, a smile twitching on the corners of her lips. If it seemed like she might get angry, the best course of action to take was attempt to make her laugh, a technique Snape developed and deployed with positive results throughout the holiday period. He didn't think his sense of humor had ever gotten such an airing. Honestly, I'm just thankful that it wasn't one of my fellow prefects that got the promotion. I'd have to rearrange all of my patrol plans. At the very least, there was never any risk of that happening with either incarnation of his life. I had noticed the near future does not look completely awful. I notice you had planned to patrol with me later this evening. Lily rolled her eyes with a relenting smile. That was intended to get to know my new counterpart, not as a date. Believe me, The corridors between narrow compartments housing that debacle of head-splitting noise pollution would not be what I would call romantic. Why, Severus, I do believe I would like to get acquainted with definitions of that word. She pressed a hand upon his chest as she closed the gap between them. And I do like how authority looks on you, she murmured with a light tap upon his crisp, polished badge. Snape's brow twitched upwards, getting all too familiar with these flirtatious remarks. Little probing motions whenever they were alone. An all too dominant, cynical part of him believed she was enjoying herself, flouting his inability to act, taking some perverse pleasure in seeing him so worked up, but unable to do anything to alleviate the feeling. While that tiny spark of romanticism teased the idea that she might actually find him in some way desirable, that she might actually want to escalate things. A very tiny spark, however. Thankfully, she restricted her antics to private moments. He didn't want to think too hard about what would happen when her inhibition left her in public. But none of that helped the immediate rush of warmth throughout his body. A reaction she was all too aware she was invoking. There was just something all too devious about the way she smirked, as if she enjoyed the sight of his humiliating struggles. A battle he could never win because he knew not of any countermeasures to take. With a reddened surrender to her seductive motions, he relented to give her a soft, affectionate kiss, causing her to giggle, a thrill of excitement in her bared smile. Imagine if someone walked in, head boy and head girl, caught implicit in inappropriate conduct in the prefect's carriage. How scandalous. It was only a kiss, Snape muttered, flushing redder with the imaginings her words conjured, but knowing all too well that had he been a professor, this would have been all it took for him to yank the pair apart in dark points. Oof, only, she teased, still staying strong under the tyrant's mandate. Snape's eyes narrowed. For the foreseeable future. That little devious sparkle was in her eyes again as she draped her arms around his shoulders. All eyes on the future, then. She winked, causing another rush of heat through his body. Lily, he growled warningly. She was doing this on purpose. So when's our wedding, then? She pushed with a giggle. He could not help that rush of red to his face, accompanying the aversion of his gaze. It took a moment for her grin to falter, the weight of the words she haphazardly threw out there finally hitting her as well. Gryffindors, always taking things one step too far. She didn't apologize, nor did she play her words off as a joke. Instead, she simply stepped close and reached upwards, laying a soft kiss upon his cheek. "I'll see you this evening, Save," she murmured as he turned back to her, barely able to meet her eyes. Her smile was soft, as was the redness upon her cheeks. Whatever chagrin she felt for uttering those weighty words so thoughtlessly, it did not ride upon her mind as it did his. It wasn't even the possibility she questioned, while to him the realities of his wealth and worth wore upon his mind. The knowledge that he could not even support himself yet, let alone another. The prospect of their intent was not the question. The question was of how he could and whether he should. Sorting passed quickly for Lily as she sat at the head of the Gryffindor table. She wasn't as nervous as she thought she'd be, certainly not when she first sat up here as a prefect. She had wondered who the more jittery that day had been, her or that poor first year she tried to shake the hand of, but who managed to smack himself in the nose instead. It did not feel too different to being the standard prefect, except now she was expected to lead. The thought had been quite overwhelming, but now she was walking that walk. It didn't seem too different to what she had already been doing. Perhaps she'd feel differently when the monthly meetings began. She had never had a try with public speaking before. Perhaps this would be that kick in reality she was still expecting. At the very least, she'd do better than Severus, she'd wager. He'd probably tongue-tie the moment all those eyes fall upon him, and he'd spiral into a glowering silence for the duration of the meeting. She was delighted for him to be awarded this position. It was the very recognition for his efforts she had hoped for since the beginning of all this, but she honestly couldn't think of a worse fit for student body leader. Even now, he was sitting at the head of his table, glowering up and down its length, nodding curtly to every first year sorted into his house, and sending them down the table at a scarper. He seemed about as welcoming as the rear end of a fire crab. When the final newly sorted students were seated into their respective houses, the expected feast began to appear along the length of the table, eliciting gasps from the far end. Our first year, the excitement, the nostalgia. With her duties over, Lily stood from the end of the table and travelled down to sit with her friends. It was an interesting mix this year, with her girlfriends shifted about enough to seat the marauders tightly in their midst. It appeared Marlene's relationship with the leader of the four had caused the entire group to migrate up the table so the couple could sit hip to hip. Another privilege Lily could not enjoy with her Severus. "Hey, Lils, head girl, huh? It suits you," Marlene called as she shifted over to give her a spot. Lily slid into that tight squeeze and pulled up a plate. James greeted her from the other side of Marlene with a pearly white smile and a familiar ruffle of his unruly hair. It appeared even with a girlfriend there had been no attempts made to tame that bird nest. With a grin, Lily slid a pork chop onto her plate with a side of apple sauce and mash. "You should see how good it looks on save." That easy grin disappeared off her best friend's face and was immediately replaced with a dose of sauce. Remus said something about that. Here I thought he was loopy off his meds. "How'd old grumpy Snape get the role anyway?" James asked. "Doesn't strike me as the type that wants to tangle with student affairs. Or as the leadership type," Black interjected with a smirk that didn't seem as malicious as it usually did. "Oh, leave him alone," Lily chastised as she stuffed a white roll on the corner of her plate and began buttering it with a hint of aggression. Lupin leant over, looking cheerful and healthy. He was doing so well on the potion. "There's more than one kind of leadership, Sirius. Snape is simply not the inspirational type." "Oh, please, go ahead and explain to me exactly what type he is." Lily rolled her eyes as she stuck into her meal. This was the downside of their new seating arrangements, being stuck within easy earshot of Black. She turned her attention to the other half of her table mates, willing to bear any type of inane gossip to drown out Black's voice. "So, I sent Aunt Minnie a letter asking if she thought the sorting hat could work on creatures other than human. I got a reply from Professor Dumbledore instead, encouraging me to visit his office to test my theory. Oh, Pandora, she thought, treating the holidays as free study time, eager to be part of a conversation that didn't involve disparaging remarks about her boyfriend. Lily leapt in. "So what will you be testing it on?" "Achilles, of course," Pandora answered with an airy grin, no doubt already hypothesizing the results within her cluttered head. "That cat will be sorted into Slytherin, mark my words," Lily grumbled as she sliced her meat into chunky portions, taking the most sizable bite with every condiment stacked upon her fork. Happily deboning her leg of chicken, Mary remarked, "Speaking of Slytherins, how goes it with Severus?" "Oh, you know. Same," she mumbled as she took another bite, hoping to be excused from this conversation. There was a lot she wanted to talk to Mary about, but just not in front of everyone else. "You must be proud of him," Pandora said with what seemed a genuine smile. Lily swallowed her bite and returned it. "Of course I am. He's done so much for his house and the school. It was about time someone showed him they appreciate his efforts." The airy girl seemed momentarily confused. "I think I meant for his works in the alchemical arts." Lily was similarly confused. "What did he do?" "He got the gold medal at the alchemical conference for his contributions to the field," answered Pandora, not seeming at the least concerned about the order in which people received news. Lily could not help that near-comical gasp that issued from her mouth. "He what? Why didn't he tell me? Why do I have to keep getting news second-hand with him?" Mary gave her a sympathetic smile. "He probably just doesn't like the attention." "Exact opposite of my boy James," Marlene added with a roll of her eyes. Rather than look offended, her boyfriend simply grinned, the lamb grease upon his hands the only reason he did not run them through his hair again. "What can I say? I want to share my joys." "What did he do to deserve it, though?" Lily pressed, willing herself to ignore the disturbingly messy make-out session that began beside her, something Pandora was all too eager to supply. "That one-handed transmutation technique, Lily. The one you told me he was developing. You never told me he perfected it. Do you know how revolutionary this is?" She rattled off on technicalities and practical applications to the field of enchantment, in every way more talkative and more excited than Lily had ever seen her. "I had no idea Severus was so amazing, Lily." "Whoa there, Pandora," Mary quipped with a grin. "Don't forget he's already taken." Pandora looked momentarily taken aback. "Oh, beg your pardon." "I meant I had no idea your boyfriend was so amazing." Lily could not help the grin that threatened to split her face. The praise was meant for Save, but she could not help but feel that pride like her own. People were beginning to see the genius in him she'd known for years, and she had called dibs first. Told you he's great. She could not help but gloat. Marlene came up for air long enough to snide. Still doesn't help his atrocious looks. Lily shot her best friend a death glare. Oh, just shove your harpy tongue back down your captain's throat and leave Save alone. Lily returned to her plate with gusto, hoping her best friend would get the message and drop the subject. Thankfully for everyone at the table, Marlene did, returning to her second favorite activity, eating. Halfway through her treacle tart, a hush fell upon the hall. Lily glanced up at the podium, ready to receive Professor Dumbledore's start-of-term speech. Welcome, new students, and for those of you who are not, welcome back. Another enlightening year awaits you within our magical walls. Lily took one last small bite of tart before it got magically whisked away, chewing it carefully and slowly so she did not come across too loudly. Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has reminded me to tell you that owing to last year's unexpected escape of bludgers into the trophy room, home-brought recreational Quidditch supplies must be confined to the locker rooms at the Quidditch pitch. From down the table, James groaned, leaving little doubt where that colorful incident stemmed from. We would like to welcome a new member of staff, Professor Martley, taking up the role of defense against the dark arts. Alas, Professor Leafley had to leave us on short notice, citing personal issues for her sudden departure. Who's surprised? Black muttered darkly. By the 6th year, the revolving door of defense professors had become part and call of Hogwarts life. Lily was honestly just thankful it wasn't injury, illness, or death that took their last one. Class starts tomorrow, and the wonders of learning await. Best rest those young minds in anticipation. Off you all pop, to bed with you all. Lily stood on cue, along with her Gryffindor prefects. First years to me, called Remus, stepping faithfully to Lily's side. Lily smiled at those wide, expecting, excited eyes. This would be their first night at Hogwarts, and for many, their first night spent in the magical world. Lily could still remember that anticipation, that excitement, and that fear. She could remember casting those nervous glances across the hall at the only friend that had anchored her to this world up to this point, separated by a cruel twist in fate. She glanced that way now, spotting him gathering his charge in an oddly proficient manner. She had expected him to be glowering his first years into a fright, but oddly he wasn't. He carried himself in an almost soft and approachable manner, a far cry from the unapproachable bristles he had for the young in any other context. Lily couldn't help her smile, one that Severus did not see as he guided his first years as his duties decreed. As it turned out, Lily never found time that night to speak to Mary. Almost immediately, an incident occurred within the common room. A first-year welcoming gift, Black had called it. A horrendous mess, Lily corrected. The marauders thought it hilarious to animate the furniture in the common room to run away and attempt to hide every time someone tried to approach it. The result was an avalanche of wooden limbs wiggling lamely from behind some very bulky curtains. It took hours for Lily and Remus to set that mess right, refusing to call on McGonagall for help on the first night back. She sure hoped everyone was aptly amused, because she certainly wasn't. By the time she went up to her room, the candles were already doused. It did not help that she could not remember what she wanted to talk about when she awoke the next morning, missing her opportunity during the 2 free periods spent in her dorm with Mary. By the time she remembered, the calming Muggle girl had left for her divination class, leaving Lily stewing until Charms class came about. Another place where candid conversations could not be conducted privately. At the very least, she got to spend that hour admiring Severus from afar, head boy and young alchemical achiever of the year, and all hers. She could not help the grin upon her face, which upon his noticing elicited surprise and confusion in equal measures, on top of a slight hint of smugness. He sat among his little throng of Slytherin followers as he had the previous year, something that relieved Lily to no end. To know that his efforts of the previous year had not been completely undone by the 2 months of separation. It was honestly quite thrilling. She wondered briefly if he'd welcome a public snogging such as James and Marlene participated in quite readily, but thankfully, her sensibilities caught up to her by the end of class at the same time homework did. 2 feet essay. On the first day, Marlene groaned aghast as she lay spread eagle upon the grassy spot by the lake. It sucks so much. James added to her lamentations, the funk of homework prospects sapping any amorous inclinations from the two. "Suck it up, princesses," Lily retorted. "Nobody said seventh year would be easy. Time to get your noses onto those grinding stones." Black snorted and rolled his eyes. "Muggle expression, I'll bet. No wizards used a grinding stone for centuries." "I'll have you know, no Muggle has either," Lily returned, feeling that surge of annoyance she always did whenever she exchanged words with Black. Just because Marlene brought James along to their waning summer afternoons by the lake didn't mean the rest of the marauders were invited, and not even the good part of them, too. Remus was off in arithmancy, along with Save, leaving her alone among the marauders and that traitorous adopted marauder of a best friend. Even when Remus would return, Severus would not, citing alchemy as his final class of the day. She had a feeling they wouldn't be able to spend too much time recreationally together this year, owing to the expected workloads. She honestly wished Mary and Pandora were more outdoorsy types, so Lily could actually have someone she wanted to talk to when James and Marlene got over their homework depression and began devouring each other's faces again. No offense to Peter, though, but he simply wasn't much of a conversationalist. Whatever words they exchanged always tended to be rather dull. "Actually, I'll have you know I've already started reading ahead." James surprised everyone with that declaration. "I'm totally ready for anything McGonagall throws at us, and Muggle Studies is going to be a cakewalk." "Oh, really?" Lily turned to him with an eyebrow raised. "Please, enlighten me." Seeming more pleased by her challenge than put on the spot, James smarmily replied, "All right then, first term Muggle biology. They have this really weird genetics makeup which has the kids inherit blended traits from both parents, so there's every chance they come out looking nothing like their parents or grandparents." Lily blinked, momentarily confused. "I don't get it. Is that not normal?" "Oh, goodness, no," Marlene uttered almost smugly, as if she was pleased to know something Lily did not. "Kids always inherit one trait or another, so if me and James were to mix, we might get a little boy with his hair and my eyes, and his mother's nose but my father's teeth. We always get our family's features in bulk." That was definitely news to Lily, but the more she thought about it, the more she realized how true it was. How did she never notice before? She'd met enough siblings and magical parents to make an observation. So what about mixes between wizarding folk and Muggle spouses? Lily asked, now genuinely curious. Sirius leaned in to supply her with the answer. "Magic blood trumps all. You still get bulk inheritance, even from their Muggle side. Seen it with my half-blood cousin, Nymphadora. Looks way like her father, though can't always tell with the way she shifts her face about. She's a metamorph magus, you see." Lily rolled her eyes, not quite believing Black's claims to have such a rare power within his bloodline. Smelled too heavily of braggart hippogriff manure to her. "Also, Remus looks so much like his father," Peter added, with a far more helpful example. Lily crossed her arms and thought about the possibilities. "So that means there is a chance my red hair and green eyes could be passed down." Her father had always told her that her features were a 1 in 16 chance by something he called Mendelian principles, that both he and her mother had brown hair and neither had green eyes. He told her this meant she had inherited from both of them the recessive parts of their genes, and that this very easily hidden gene would likely disappear in the next generation of her offspring and only reappear sporadically thereafter. It had kind of saddened her to learn so. "Well, let's say you and I mix," James began, eliciting a wide-eyed glare of disbelief from his girlfriend. "Just hypothetical." He brought his hands up in defense. "The offspring would have a good solid chance on both features, meaning you could very well wind up with a girl who looked just like you but with my eyes." Lily nodded, understanding the concept and feeling frankly a little worm of thrill. "What about with, let's say, a half-blood and a Muggle-born?" 4 pairs of eyes turned to her in disbelief, even the usually quite timid Peters. "Really? You're thinking about mixing with Severus?" Marlene uttered with disgust. Lily honestly had been just contemplating hypotheticals, but she couldn't help the reactive rise elicited by her best friend's tone. "What if I am?" And cue those recalls of disgust. This just wasn't sitting well with her at all. "I'll have you know, we're taking things very seriously. Dad's already considering him part of the family." He hadn't really, not officially anyway. But honestly, if Save could sit through a half-an-hour TV show about a space wizard with a screwdriver for a wand, then he was taking the idea of becoming part of the family really seriously. Surprisingly, it was James that spoke first, and not with any damning response she was expecting. "Congratulations then, Lily," he said with a genuine smile. "Go forth and do what makes you happy. Godric knows there's not enough of it left in the world." A strange look passed between James and Marlene. A glance free from sexual tension, almost disturbingly emotionally charged for two such physical people. "I heard," Sirius muttered, shockingly demure in his tone. "My condolences, Marlene. What happened?" Lily gasped, eyes going round. She had spent a week with the McKinnon family during a week-long break between potion brews, and everyone had seemed hale and hearty. With an all-too-casual shrug, Marlene answered, "Not that you'd know, Lils. I just lost my two brothers last week." They stumbled upon a Death Eater attack upon a rural Muggle village, got involved, as McKinnons usually do. They say they saved at least an entire Muggle family with their sacrifice. Lily gasped, unable to process the horror those words conjured. James leaned over and draped his arm across Marlene's shoulder. "They were brave, Marley. Like proper Gryffindors." She agreed, eyes misting over but refusing to spill. "It's getting nasty out there," she continued, subtly wiping a sleeve across her nose to mop up that little trail of tear snot that dribbled out and threatened to give her feelings away. "Those Death Eater scum will pay," Sirius snarled passionately. "Every last one of those shit-eating Slytherins," Peter piped up. "They're not all Slytherin." He supplied surprisingly reasonably. "I heard from my mother that my Aunt Enid joined their ranks, and she had been Gryffindor." A ripple of tangible disgust passed through the little pride of lions, causing Peter to shrink, looking like he very much regretted volunteering that piece of information. But a big comforting hand landed solidly upon the small boy's shoulders, almost knocking him over with that show of solidarity. "We're more than our family, Wormtail," Sirius told him solemnly. With a watery grin, Peter looked up gratefully at the boy. "Too right," James nodded with a grin. "We're Gryffindors, true and proper. And like Gryffindors, we'll fight the heroes' fight. Come graduation, let's all join the war." With a whoop, both Marlene and Sirius thumped James on the back, no doubts upon their faces. Peter, however, could not look more petrified. Lily had always wondered if that boy only became friends with the Marauders because there were only 4 Gryffindor boys in their dorm room, and James didn't want him to feel left out. With a sympathetic smile to the frightened boy, Lily added her voice to those steadfast hollers. This war was one waged by extremists upon people like Lily and her family, a war her friends were all too willing to answer. There was never any doubt that this war would be Lily's war too. With a tap of his wand, the small nugget of silver responded with a soft perfuse of light, ringing soft and clear as a bell. "Pure," Snape declared with some small satisfaction. From beyond the mirror, his ancient professor smiled. "What a splendid result. From your first silver focus stone, too." It is supposed to get more difficult with every increase in weight of the element. Flamel clapped his hands with delight at the small nugget of silver upon Snape's runic table. A very small nugget, transmuted from a far larger block of tin. A most difficult feat to be sure, as the atomic weight had not differed that greatly, putting Snape's stone through strenuous test, but one that it accomplished well, if not perfectly. And it had to be, considering how expensive it was to form that focus stone. It required one fleck of silver to be its nucleus, effectively drying up Snape's entire supply of that precious metal with one attempt. He spent most of his free time over the holidays researching the method behind that stone so that his attempt would be made without waste. He was beginning to understand what constituted a good result in the craft, and a small yield of noble metal from a large chunk of low differential reagent was positively singing praise. He had well and truly replaced the fleck of silver he had to use, providing himself with more than enough material to create several more focus stones if he so chose to. As a perfectionist, he would not deny that desire. "So, what memory did you use?" Flamel inquired as he leaned forward in his plush armchair. Snape couldn't help the tinge of red upon his face. "None of your business," he snapped. He honestly could have been more polite about it, but inquiries into private matters always invoked an almost involuntary brusqueness from him. Add the fact that the memory associated with silver had been a moment of purity. Riddles upon riddles with this subject, and a wholly embarrassing exercise in recollection, if ever there was one. There was no need for anyone to know the hours Snape had wasted on thoughts of distraction, the very thoughts he did not need aggressively intruding upon his mind. It appeared when the requirement was purity, all his mind conjured was filth, as contrary as any Gryffindor. He was certain in his older age there was far more discipline in his teenaged thoughts, but having experienced it all again, he very much doubted the validity of his own superiority over the average teenaged boy. The memory he finally settled on had been purposefully selected to be the exact opposite to the mire of filth his mind had seemed to seep in, perhaps the only noble choice he had made in regards to Lily in any vocation of his life, the decision to not defile her with his touch. Her father had dictated that he not dally with his daughter until marriage, as he expected the man to. The 70s were still very much a time where certain expectations were had in regards to relationships. The stigma of premarital relations had more or less faded by the 90s, though expectation had never really depreciated from parental perspective through the eons of time. The wish to protect their children from relationships that toyed with their hearts in the cruelest ways, then cast them out into a society that whispered most viciously of every stain upon their perceived morality. A compromise Snape had all too willingly made, even though he knew not when any talk of marriage could occur, or if at all. A decision he made against every dark desire bristling within the recesses of his mind, and one that brought him relief in equal measures. For he knew once he made a decision, he could trust himself to see it through. This internal struggle was not something he wished to share with anyone, least of all his centuries-old, highly respected alchemical pedagogue. To Snape's surprise, Professor Flamel did not look the least offended by his rude outburst. We who work in the realms of memories too often forget to be mindful of the sensitivity of such an exercise. I apologize if my question was too on the nose. I understand the requirements of this particular stone would be rather close to the heart. I completely understand why it might be considered a private memory to you. The student dipped his head, grateful for the understanding. Had it been Snape, he would have brooked none of the disrespectful tone of a snapping student. Just so, sir, he muttered demurely, trying to compromise for his momentary lack of manners. The memory I had chosen appeared to have worked, so I do not believe I need to discuss it. Indeed, you'd likely be able to reproduce these results if you were to repeat your methods, Flamel agreed. But do you have enough understanding of the relevance of that memory to pass it to another generation of students? I will not be a teacher, Snape snapped again. He only had a few trigger buttons, and Flamel seemed to be pressing them all today. With a patient smile, Flamel simply replied, "You will not be a teacher, for now. Not while you are a student, Mr. Snape. But you will find very quickly that the number of professionally trained alchemists in the world is very small, perhaps a little more numerous now that you have pioneered a method that has opened the path professionally for so many." He stroked his beard with a gentle smile. But you'll find that every minted alchemist will have to take a turn to act the progenitor of this ancient complex art. We simply do not have the numbers to refuse this responsibility. With a glower, Snape lowered his belligerent eyes. Then, if I must explain, I would simply tell them to treat the idea of purity literally, to pick a memory of abstaining from hedonistic desires. He could not help the red that flushed his face. Was ridiculous to get so flustered over even the mere touch upon the subject. Ah, Flamel's smile turned amused. I see your results stemmed more from luck. Snape's embarrassed glower receded. What do you mean? Was his interpretation of purity not the correct one? It worked, did it not? With threaded fingers, Flamel leaned in with a most understanding smile. Have you not noticed that the entire foundation of alchemy has been built upon the three noble metals, copper, silver, and gold? Various other elements that can be transmuted, Snape grumbled. But everything you have been taught so far has remained cores of copper, silver, or gold. Snape's brows narrowed as he recalled the reading he had done, the realization occurring to him that it was true. He had never encountered a single mention in the text of a focus stone created for specifically any other element other than the three noble metals. Was this intentional? Is it not possible to create focus stones for other elements? Snape asked harshly, the implications for his mission immediately apparent. Oh, it is very possible, Flamel supplied. But the formulas for each are, shall we say, not exactly clear. That is why I told you experiences are the valued currency of the alchemist, for many have found difficulties achieving the same results by retracing methods others have claimed true. Each must find their own paths upon the world they wish to physically affect. Only the noble metals remain certain, our guiding core in the path of alchemy. Flamel smiled and traced his finger upon the equally ancient runic table he sat before. As are our three guiding principles in life: strength, purity, and peace. Peace, is that the secret to gold? Snape's eyes glinted. His reaction no doubt put Flamel into a far more cautious state of mind. Yes, Severus, but I will not tell you the meaning behind that principle. Along with his smile, the ancient alchemist seemed to withdraw. For a bright young man like you should realize that there is only one focus stone ever created for gold, and that is the philosopher's stone. And there is more responsibility tied into that knowledge than just the mere generation of wealth. Mere wealth, he said. I understand. Snape bowed his head. The condition for my education with you had always been to aim my questions away from that particular stone. I will not inquire any further. The smile returned to the professor's bearded lips. I appreciate it. He folded his hands upon his lap and seemed to anchor himself. The point I was trying to make is, though arbitrary, these principles are but a word symbolizing the underlying necessities of their respective stones. We say strength for copper, but we mean strength of the heart, or emotions for the anatomically correct concept. Courage, restraint, and resilience, passion and zeal for life. They can all be valid. But purity can only be from the soul. Snape frowned, trying to contextualize Flamel's words to his own attempt. You have something in your life that touches your soul, do you not, Mr. Snape? Flamel asked, with a knowing look in his eye. Something you are willing to act against your own interests to protect. It was as if the on switch had flicked within Snape's mind. Ah, I see, was all that he said, and all that needed to be said. Flamel simply smiled and sat back within his armchair. Content to trust his brilliant student had understood the meaning without the need for further elaboration. Then let us continue, Mr. Snape. The moment Lily approached him at the dinner table, Snape already knew she did not call upon him for prefectural matters that she had pretended to come to him with. The first prefect meeting was not scheduled until next Saturday, purposely done so that both he and Lily could focus on the brew tomorrow. Tonight was the last Wolfsbane free night before that whole song and dance began again. That was likely the reason Lily called him to slip away with her while dinner was on, whittling away the last hours of pre-curfew together before responsibilities begin piling upon them. Snape knew he would have to spend the time he had left with his Slytherins wisely, to make his mark upon their hearts and minds so that they would not cross paths again in the future with wands drawn. Tonight might be the last night he and Lily could spend some time frivolously before responsibilities of life drove them into their respective corners, a sentiment that Lily appeared to share from the smile that drew upon her cheeks the moment the doors of the great hall closed. Without so much as a how do you do, she pulled him down into a rather sensual kiss, unmindful of the eyes that could be lurking from the gloom-touched hallways that came with the setting of the summer sun. At how you greet someone you've not seen all day, Lily chastised his timid response. MMFH was all Snape managed as she met his lips again, seemingly dangerously enthused by this short separation. What is the special occasion? He asked, glowing red, with a calming hand upon her shoulder. With a grin, she took his other hand, tracing little circles upon his palm and causing jolts of metaphorical electricity to shoot up his arm. Oh, celebrating the fact that you're brilliant. All right, nothing is clarified. I appreciate it, he muttered, still absolutely befuddled. With a roll of her eyes and a toss of her hair, Lily finally elaborated. I just found out you were awarded the gold medal at the alchemical conference. You, an alchemical student with only 1 year of education in the craft to boast of. Oh, that, Snape nodded, far more reassured now that he was grounded with the knowledge of why this was happening. It's not actually made of real gold. He clarified lamely to Lily's grinning exasperation. Not the point save, on top of being named head boy this year. Have I ever told you how much I love it when you're brilliant? No, she had not. This is good to know. He nodded solemnly, filing this information away for future reference. I don't know why I always have to learn of these things second-hand save, she appealed with those wide, dazzling eyes. He averted his eyes in the proper look of contrition. I apologize. I had thought you'd likely have tired of boasting considering the company you keep. A none too subtle jab at his defeated foe and previous rival suitor. He wondered if he did not seem too petty with the venom of his words. But Lily did not seem at all bothered by his remarks. She took his hand between both of hers with a gentle tug. Hang out with me tonight, all right. Nothing would give me more pleasure. Snape dipped his head with a muted smile and allowed her to take his hand and lead him up the stairs. She never released her grasp upon him as they ascended, her slender fingers entwining with his, a warming tingle creeping up his body that he resisted with calming resolution. He followed her quietly as she led him up to the 7th floor, momentarily worried. She was going to lead him straight into the Gryffindor common room, but thankful she turned away at that thrice-cursed corridor. They stopped only when they reached that stretch of blank wall, the Gryffindor party room as he knew it as. James told me he learned about this room from the house elves in the kitchen, Lily muttered as she stared hard at that stretch of wall. The room of requirements, they called it, because it will give you what you require. Completely hidden from the eyes of the average wanderer of the hallways, unplottable on any map. Snape stared hard at the space before him. Within his mind, several mysteries within his previous life had just been answered. Did he also tell you how it works? He asked as he disengaged their fingers so he could run them down the smooth-hewn stones of the wall. Of course, Lily grinned. I've been waiting all holidays to try this. She began to pace up and down, eyes screwed shut in forceful concentration. Snape eyed her path warily, readying himself to catch her if she tripped. But thankfully, her lack of care did not undo her as she froze and spun about to face him with triumph in her eyes. Snape turned warily back to that expanse of wall, only to find a door facing him instead of that stonework. With a frown, he reached out and traced his fingers along the contours of these great heavy doors, feeling the tangible warmth of wood in the place of the stone it had been. So it reacts to what is within the mind, Snape murmured to himself, trying to internalize the new concept of a doorway with an aptitude in legilimency. Come on, let's explore. Lily urged with an excited grin, far less interested with the academia of such a discovery, with a push upon those doors, flinging them open with an excited flourish, only to be met with what could be the magical equivalent of the lounge room of her own home. Lily drew silent as Snape stepped past, allowing the doors to swing shut behind them. It did not disappear as he feared it would, but that fear had only been a small one. He did not have any issues leaving that peace-forsaken party, and he was quite certain, had the door disappeared, he would be able to figure out how to have it reappear. I must admit, this is quite a fascinating facility, Snape mused as he settled to observe. He ran his fingers down the smooth, polished wood of the mantelpiece, interested by how his finger came away without a smudge of dust. Was this room maintained by the house elves? If so, how many variations of this room were there, and were they required to maintain all of them? There was a small but fancy crystal chandelier hanging overhead, lit candles studding each holder, scattering a soft light about the room in little dancing spots. How long had those candles been left lit for? Because those candle stubs looked quite fresh from Snape's angle. Light poured through a polished glass-baned window, the setting sun tinging the room with a golden aura. Little sunbeams played across the plush white seats that were arranged across a soft red rug with guests in mind. A polished ebony coffee table stretched the length between those seats, painting a picture of an afternoon spent with company over leisure. Where the television had been within her house was now a bookshelf filled with leather-bound tomes. Snape ran his fingers across the spines, observing Beedle the Bard among the titles. A children's book that he had never had read to him as a child. Indeed, he had not read a single chapter until he had well and truly been an adult. An exercise done, not for his own benefit, but to the young Draco, on a visit to the Malfoys so long ago. A bookshelf with children's books within a warm home designed for a non-Muggle family. It brought up some questions about the request that led to this. What did you ask for? Snape asked as he turned his eyes to Lily, his heartbeat speeding up upon the direction of his thoughts. With a hesitant smile, Lily glanced about the room she had conjured, looking as abashed as he ever seen her. I asked for a place for us. Specifically this, he asked, but doubted it from her sheepish expression alone. No, I just asked for a place. She twirled a hair about her fingers. I didn't specify what or where. I half expected that little alcove we had, something simple, not, she gestured about the room wildly. This, with arms still raised, she stepped past him to the windows that spilt forth that golden light, casting her shadow starkly across the warm room. A family home. Was that what I meant? Snape strode over to her and laid his hands upon her shoulders, sliding them down and across her form when she did not react, and enveloping her in an embrace from behind. Beyond the window lay the Hogwarts grounds, painted gold by the setting sun. The rays skipped off the calm waters of the great lake, rendering the expanse that sprawled below them into a beauteous painted impression. A low chuckle issued from Lily's lips. You must think me silly for thinking about this already. With a soft kiss to her fiery red hair, Snape murmured, "Never." He felt her hands trail across his entwined arms. He wished for this too, with all his heart. He felt the touch of longing. This life he had once been denied, a future that he was still uncertain he could achieve. His hands tightened about her, a tension she seemed to have noticed. "Too early to talk about it?" she asked with a hint of laughter. "I suppose it is. We've only been seeing each other for, geez, it hasn't even been a year yet." She glanced up at him, her lips so close to his. "But we have known each other for 8 years." He felt her breath, so hot upon his lips, stirring him in ways he had promised he would not. "It is too early," he murmured with a soft kiss to her cheek, laid chastely. Lily smiled, the kind that caused her green eyes to sparkle mischievously. And yet it wasn't too early for other things merely 3 months into this affair. Snape flushed. "Will you just let that go?" "Never," Lily hooted, turning in Snape's grasp so she could loop her arms about him, trapping him in an embrace he had no desire to escape from. Snape laid his chin upon the top of Lily's head, watching the sun hover lazily over the crest of the horizon, casting long dark shadows before it. He breathed deeply, taking in the soft, sweet scent of her deep crimson hair, feeling the rise and fall of her own rhythmic breathing, feeling her pressed against him, beautiful, in love and alive. He wanted this future with her. He wanted it so badly that it pained him, but reality was far crueler and never far from his mind. This home. "I could not afford anything like this," he murmured, feeling her move from the nook of his neck. Snape averted his eyes from that bright green pair that stared up at him. "Not just this home. I have no means to provide even the most basic of essentials for you." He tried to untangle himself from her arms, but she stubbornly held on. "I can afford no wedding, no ring, not even the dress robes for your wedding gown. I am not yet ready to be your husband. I don't need any of those." Lily's voice rang out loudly. He felt her fingers finding his chin and forcefully turning him to meet her eyes. "I have no doubt about both of our abilities to make a life outside of Hogwarts, but everything else is just things. I don't need any of those things." Black eyes stared searchingly at those green ones, searching them for hesitation. Should he just dip inside for a glimpse, he would find it. He was certain that doubt had to be there. Those green eyes did not waver, as clear and beautiful as they ever were. Drawing his wand, Snape untangled himself from her grasp. She softened his grip, somehow sensing that he did not seek to run. With a fluid motion, Snape drew the nugget of silver from his pocket and his wand across its surface. The material twisted and folded into an elegant band. "There," he barked as he offered her the hastily crafted ring. A snort of laughter issued from Lily's lips. "Is that how you propose to me?" With a flush, Snape withdrew his offered hand, clutching the ring as if torn by his actions. With doubt clawing at his throat and fear sapping his limbs, he dropped to one knee, taking a hold of her hand in a gesture he had only ever seen in painted form. "Marry me," he growled, feeling the creeping loom of inadequacy that threatened to send him scrambling back and recanting his words. "Please." Without a word or warning, Lily flung herself about him, clutching him in a tight emotional embrace. He felt his heart flutter, chasing away that darkening doubt, and for a blissful moment his world was clear. For the first time he felt free of the darkness of his past. A future shone upon his horizon, so bright and hopeful, a promise of peace at last. Chapter 33. Complexities of Entanglements. Chapter text. "I did tell you guys that we were getting serious," Lily said rather proudly as she displayed the silver ring she wore to her two friends, Mary and Marlene. Unadorned and simple, the ring was just a band of silver fashioned to fit her, but she loved it none the less. Give her a few days, and she'd be able to fashion it into something more decorative. She was sure of it. I don't get it. Marlene frowned as she stared hard at the ring upon Lily's finger. Did the magical world not have this tradition? It means I'm engaged. The ensuing silence was deafening before a sudden high-pitched "what" issued from her best friend's throat, startling even that usually unflappable cat and sending it under the bed in a ball of bristles. Susan was immediately by her side, summoned over immediately by the scent of scintillating gossip. What? What happened? But Marlene didn't answer. Her jaw was still unhinged by the horror. Mary, however, was more than willing to helpfully supply the answer. Lily's engaged. Susan was sent into a euphoric gasp as Mary leaned in and took Lily's hand, turning it over to fully view the article. A silver engagement ring, she asked, her tone almost skeptical. Hey, what happened to no judgment? Lily snipped, taking her hand back. He made this out of a piece of silver he transmuted. I think it's pretty special. I heard about this. Susan breathed, eyes wide. My muggle dad apparently tried to propose to my mum by hiding a ring in her cupcake. The misunderstanding took a while to clear up, as well as the trip to St. Mungo's. It's not a thing in the wizarding world. Lily grinned, amused by the notion of such a novel difference in perspective. A magically crafted ring for a magically crafted marriage. A little bit of muggle in our magical lifestyle. I think it's rather poetic. Does it have additional magical properties? Susan asked with wide, sparkling eyes. To think the only friend to have any sort of enthusiasm on her behalf was that unrepentant gossip queen. Even Pandora slipped over from her bed on the far end, lured in by the call of an academic query. The property of alchemical silver are no different from regular silver, she helpfully clarified, having no comments about Lily's turn of a personal life. Reason that everyone thinks they are is because charlatans in the 1700s marketed alchemical silver as something created arcanely, so therefore very malleable to the wills of an enchanter. So it's just silver. Susan looked crestfallen. Lily glared around her circle of non-supportive friends. I don't care, it's only silver. It's got more heart than any dumb store-bought trinket. Have you thought about enchanting it? Pandora asked, putting academia before any sort of learned empathy. Lily frowned. I thought you said alchemical silver is just silver. I never said silver can't be enchanted. With a heavy thud, Pandora dropped a heavy tome upon Lily's bedside table. In fact, it could be far more easily enchanted than the standard store-bought trinket because of its purity. I'm guessing it's at least 90%. Closer to 100, actually. Lily splayed her fingers out, allowing her ring to catch the candlelight. Oh. You might want to put a little copper into that mix then, otherwise it'll wear away quickly. Lily snatched back her fingers as if the mere act of displaying it was going to eat away at her ring. But before you do, perhaps you might consider enchanting it. Fold the magic into the silver before folding the copper into it to harden it. It would certainly make your ring unique. Lily's eyes grew wide, delighted by that suggestion. Are you able to do it? Pandora would certainly be the resident expert in the field. With distant eyes, the girl pondered it for a moment before shaking her head. I'll need to adapt that newly pioneered alchemical technique to the field of enchantment before I'm able to do it, she answered reasonably. I am still unable to undertake the traditional method with any form of reliability. Are you suggesting I do it? Lily's brow arched questioningly, to which Pandora nodded enthusiastically. Oh, yes. Or a natural at wandless magic. The traditional method would be the perfect fit. You've read the book I lent you, have you not? Oh, yes, Lily confirmed, but I doubt I could do any of that. You understand any of it? I'd like to think I understood most of it. Then give it a go. If you mess it up, then what's the harm? Pandora reasoned. If Severus can already transmute silver, then there is plenty of practice to be had. That idea tickled Lily in all the right ways. You're right. She grinned, already formulating possibilities, but then her face dropped. But wait, don't I need a magical core of some sort? Wands weren't the only things with a bit of magical creatures within. Many enchanted objects held a minute amount of phoenix down in their core, or had bit of dragon scale ground into their fillings. The reason for this was that enchanted objects were not simply bewitched. These objects held a permanence in their charms work that did not rely upon the caster to maintain. Should the casting be done well, the spell would not wear off with time or the transience of the originator. In order to enchant her ring, a magical core would be needed for the spell to draw from, as well as to lend a little hint of its own flavor to the enchantment. A core from one of the great beasts would be ideal, but highly unaffordable. There are cheap enchantment options, said Pandora helpfully, no doubt having researched this extensively. There are various potion-useful plants that can be treated to exhibit magical emanations of their own, but of course you can only power very minor spells with it, and honestly their magical characteristics are a bit rubbish. Lily's excitement waned. That doesn't sound appealing. Maybe, if she asked Professor Kettleburn nicely, she'd be allowed to sweep up some molts from the hippogriff flock. But that wouldn't do. The feather had to be plucked, didn't it? And Professor Sprout would never let her take a cut from a growing vine from a venomous tentacula or the root of a full-grown brawling mandrake. Oh, Pandora smiled and looked up at Lily expectantly. All the red-headed girl could manage was a blank look back. Focus stones. Lily narrowed her eyes. Those are way more expensive than any of the above. The airy girl shook her head with an excited smile. Not if your boyfriend is an alchemist. Lily closed her eyes and groaned. I'm a moron. That's okay. You're still good at other stuff, Pandora chirped without a hint of mercy. It was all so obvious now that it had been said. Focus stones were man-made crystals of pure magical power and could definitely be used as a core. However, unlike those cores harvested from the wild, the use of focus stones brought with it an added layer of complications. The issue with it was that the quality depended on the strength and skill of the alchemist, and the enchanter's ability to adapt their spell to the unique magical imprint of each stone. Apparently, it was powered by memories, and the strength by which the focus stone core could act within an enchantment depended on the types of memories and intentions used to create the focus stone, in conjunction with the type of spell it was binding. This was why even the best enchanters only ever attempted on focus stones from an alchemist they knew and trust, experimenting with stones created upon request, uniquely tailored for specific spells. Actually, this was beginning to feel overly complicated, but before Lily and Pandora could discuss these spiraling technical concerns any further, Mary's voice interrupted. Lily, she said in a voice soft with unease. Lily, can we talk? With wide eyes, she turned to her usually exceedingly open-minded friend. Even Marlene unstuck her jaw to add, we have to freaking talk, Lils. Why does this sound so ominous? The crowded girl withdrew a fraction, almost wishing she was under her covers. Mary began hesitantly, I'm not one to question others about choices in their personal life, but what the flippin' hell? Marlene exclaimed, eyes wild. Engaged to Severus Snape. What? It is quite sudden. And rather soon, Mary added in a far more reasonable tone. Have you thought this through? She knew her friends were just looking out for her, but Lily could not help but bristle. Too soon for marriage, but not for jumping him behind a classroom, she retorted to the scandalized gasp of Susan. Not that I have, Lily quickly amended. The difference is the commitment, Mary continued in her gentle voice. Divorce isn't easy to go through. It isn't made easy by design. There is a huge difference between having a little risque fun and setting yourself up for a potentially emotionally and financially damaging situation. The scrutinized girl huffed and muttered darkly, why does everyone think it's going to end badly between us? Just once I'd like someone to tell me, hey, I'll bet you two will be all right. Because you're too good for him, Marlene roared, almost making Lily jump with a start. There, I said it, Lil-S. You are too good for him. How can you be happy with him, Lils? He's poor, he's hideous, and he's got the personality of Bubatuber pus. Why are you dating him? I love him, that's why. The red of anger flushed Lily's face, almost indiscernible from embarrassment. What is there to love? Let's not let emotions get the better of us, Mary attempted in a reasonable tone as she laid a hand upon the blonde girl's shoulder. Too late for Lily, Marlene barked as she shook off that raining touch, unable to stop herself from adding fuel to the fire. She just freaking dove emotion first into that bit of indecency. Lily could not help that rush of temper. Bit rich coming from you, MS Cotton the moment. Marlene gaped as she changed color as Mary shrank into herself in defeat. Susan looked about the three hungrily, thankfully too thick to understand the undertones of the spitting match. Pandora already drifted back to her bed, losing interest the moment they moved off the topic of enchantments. With a sobbing huff, Lily swung her hands out in a powerful display of emotional magic. Without a verbal command, the curtains swung forcefully closed, sealing her away from judgmental eyes and lashing tongues. The Slytherin common room was quiet, too quiet for youths freshly returned from the spheres of their family's dark influence. Snape strode silently to his seat by the fireplace, left unchallengingly vacated for him. With the departure of Travers and Wilkes, Snape was officially the apex of this snake pit, but it should not have been this easy. Why was he left untested by these no-doubt vacation-emboldened brats? He had rushed down from the 7th floor for this, cutting his evening with Lily short. The very night he was swept up in a vortex of emotions, proposed to the woman of his heart, and was accepted despite his flawed offerings. Just one silver ring upon her delicate finger and a promise for the future. A moment he wished he could simply take time to enjoy, rather than beating about in a reality that apparently had no need for his immediate attention. He even skipped out of tutorial this night for fear of leaving the Slytherins to their own devices so soon after their return. Dumbledore would understand. This was after all Snape's priority assigned task, and it was his prerogative to allocate importance to the issues at hand. But it appeared his worries were for naught. Not an agitator could be sighted within the calm, cool depth of the Slytherin common rooms. Small clusters of Slytherins peppered the room, but not in those overly conspicuous clusters of conspirators that the Death Eater gang had once commanded. The known associates of this order could be sighted about the room, no longer frequenting their allies with reckless abandon. Rosier and Avery were back in their corner, both with eyes firmly set in their textbooks. Perhaps the workload of this year had the added benefit of occupying the two from mischief. Snape had no illusions that this movement was not still alive within the house, but they were taking great pains to exist below his notice. Had his authority already driven them this deep underground? Regulus Black still sat amongst the 6th years, albeit discreetly. As Snape had promised, he had not alerted anyone else amongst their cohort of Black's year mates. Any that knew were those to whom Black had revealed willingly. Snape had hoped to use that boy's known status amongst those still on the dark path as a center point to map Death Eater influence within the house. He had expected those still loyal to the cause to flock to Black and reveal an obvious pattern of insurrection, simple for a veteran Slytherin like Snape to manage and contain. But it appeared no Death Eater child took to his side. Snape hoped this was a sign of the group's dying influence, but his realistic and rarely happy mind told him it was more likely they had grown more cunning in their ways to avoid his notice. As head boy and known dissident, he was the most obvious threat to the movement, making it impossible for him to learn more via the approach of stealth and sleuth. If there were dark talk still about, then Snape would have to rely on the eyes and ears of others now. This was always the problem with being a symbol. They functioned badly as spies. Snape leaned back in his armchair, worry furrowed upon his brow, the calm of his calamitous house wearing at him. If they had learned to be this organized upon such short notice, that would be cause for concern. Adult Death Eater tactics inserted into the midst of children. However, they had no way of knowing that each and every one of their identities had already been well and truly compromised. Snape remembered every Death Eater that emerged from his cohort by name and face. This was his greatest advantage, though one he did not know how well he could rely upon any longer. The power of his actions already had resonating change felt throughout this timeline, the greatest proof of which was approaching him as he brooded. "Snape," Mulciber greeted as he dropped heavily into the armchair opposite. "Mulciber," Snape returned, feeling a little vindicated by the presence of his only tangible success. Beyond all reason, Mulciber had returned from holidays seemingly unaffected. He had at least expected some consternations from the brute, having spent 2 months under the fold of his father, a known Death Eater of important standing, some fostering of doubt brought upon by his mired associations. "So, I was wondering if we could talk," Mulciber began, in a mildly concerning way. Immediately, Snape had thought the worst, despite not detecting any point for consternation when he had sieved through the boy's dull mind. "Speak," Snape commanded, directing his eyes back to the buffoon, glancing upon the surface of the boy's mind, and immediately wishing that he hadn't. Snape almost groaned aloud before the boy had even finished voicing his question. "Can you give me some advice on girls? What a miraculous leap of logic that led you to believe that I hold the answers you seek." Snape scathed. Well, you got a girl, didn't you? Mulciber shot back, still confident in his line of logic. And a pretty one too, so obviously you got some kind of secret. So this was why the boy didn't have any Death Eater concerns at the forefront of his mind. His hormones had his priorities in haywire. There is nothing I wish to say on the matter, Snape barked. Mulciber was not letting up. Don't be stingy. Come on. Unfortunately, the Slytherin boy was not an exemplar of the prided discretion of his house. His bellow of a voice carried far across the common room, turning heads from every direction. Snape closed his eyes and slowly counted to 10, willing himself not to throw a fit and storm off. But when he opened them again, he was met with the staring eyes of almost every Slytherin in the room. Even the little clusters of girls that darted about the common room stared, but with far more unkind amusement. Words could not describe the embarrassment. For one reason or another, Urquhart had decided to take this into his usually narrow scope of notice. He drifted over from his corner of brooding and leaned casually by the mantelpiece, though from the smirk upon his face he was far more interested in entertainment than receiving any pearls of wisdom from the train wreck of a human being. Please, do regale us with your tales of conquest. There is no tale, Snape hissed, glaring withering holes into this unexpected troublemaker. Surprisingly, Urquhart did not pursue this humiliating line of talk any further and turned his withering remarks upon Mulciber. Anything he could tell you about Gryffindor women probably won't help you anyway. Snape's known his girl since before Hogwarts, and you met that Susan, 2 months ago? Bored her ear off with your daddy issues, I hear. Stuff it, Urquhart, Mulciber snapped. I don't want to hear none of yours from a guy who got his arse rejected. Urquhart did not seem the least fazed by this humiliating reminder. I got rejected, yes. Doesn't make your attempts at begging for ways to woo Gryffindors any less pathetic. Maybe you should have asked for advice before you made your move, Urquhart. Maybe then you wouldn't have failed so hard, Mulciber scathed mercilessly. It appeared the animosity between the two hadn't cooled off any with a 2-month separation. Snape pressed his fingers up to his temples, now truly regretting cutting his evening with Lily short for this. If the two of you are going to snip at each other, would you kindly take it to the other end of the common room? Not seeming to care one whit for Snape's peace of mind, Urquhart continued, all the advice in the world won't keep you from failing. Speaking from experience, fairy boy. A hiss issued from the boy, seemingly rendered mute with anger, or at least unable to find a comeback. Turning on his heels, Urquhart stormed away, apparently rendered utterly defeated by mere words. I had never pegged you for your strength in the verbal arena. Your victory was quite unprecedented, Snape muttered dryly, staring after Urquhart, who retreated down the steps to the dormitories. Mulciber sneered, seemingly unfazed by the backhanded compliment. Found out Urquhart has a big chip on his shoulder about his manliness. Big tip if you ever need to shut his trap up. Of course. His two greatest student allies within his house, and they're more busy attacking each other than doing any real good. With a sigh he was no longer able to suppress, Snape sunk into his armchair. Any good mood his day had bought him completely and utterly spent. They both sat back quietly, and for a moment of stupid optimism, Snape actually thought the rest of the evening could be spent peacefully. So, Mulciber punctured the pleasing silence. About Gryffindor girls. Snape could not stifle the groan this time. Save was hovering like a mother hen as Lily peeled the thick bulbous roots of the monkshood. A swift motion that cleared the debris from the white fleshy pulp, not as skillful as Save could, but well executed none the less. Yet he was still poised over her shoulder, as if to pounce the moment something went wrong. Please, Save. You're throwing off my concentration, Lily growled between gritted teeth. Her usually steady hands shook under the scrutiny. If she poisoned herself, it would be his fault. Though it took her a while, she hadn't any problems up to this point, and arguably through far harder stages. Those knots she had to tie the bulb ends with were extraordinarily difficult to accomplish, and she could feel cramps forming down the center of her palm. How Severus had done it so quickly was beyond her. The rancid liquid fats, too, had her splitting a few hairs. There had been few moments in Lily's life as comparably disgusting as whipping liquefied decay into butter. She hadn't seen Save jumping to her rescue in that moment. With a sweep of her cutting board, Lily dumped the finely sliced roots into the cauldron. With a pass of her hand and muttered spell, she brought the fire roaring high. Now about 3 minutes, correct. After it boils, Save corrected, seeming content to sit back down for this brief interlude. Lily smiled as she capped the lid atop the pot and set to map out the next steps. She arranged the small bundle of horsehairs and pre-sliced turmeric closer to hand. With a sigh, she moved her small jar of unbelievably foul concoction into its place in line. Will of the lion, Lily. Will of the lion. With a grimace, Lily glanced up to solicit a moment of empathy from her boyfriend, now fiancé, only to find him no longer paying any attention to her concerns. Instead, he had opened a book in the corner, seemingly content to trust her in the fetid butter stages. After practically hanging off my shoulder, good to see you're so confident about how I'd fare with the next step, Lily muttered quite acidly. Not seeming to quite catch her tone, Save glanced upwards and sent her a gentle smile. Lily couldn't help but return it, sundering the annoyance that was threatening to form into a sharp, regretful outburst. None of this had been his fault in the least. A foul mood had been dogging her since the night before, since her roommates had invoked her ire. She understood their concern came from a good place, just like her father's had, and possibly even Petunia's in a distant alien way, but it was all beginning to wear her down. "Do you ever get anyone tell you I'm not right for you?" Lily whimsically asked, fishing for a little empathy. Severus glanced up from his text, brow arched. "I would like to assure you that any issues raised on my end had always been with me, or with their ideologies. Right, the Muggle-born issue. And hadn't that, well, bothered you? Any traces of whimsy fled from the atmosphere." Lily could feel the conversation turn serious before he even answered. "They almost destroyed me, Lily. Don't doubt me when I tell you that I never let anything else touch my thoughts as deeply." She shook her head slowly, already regretting bringing up this painful topic. "I don't doubt you." His smile returned, so warm and trusting. Rare was the trust of a Slytherin. Lily knew this was doubly true for Save. How little this world gave him reason to trust, yet he trusted her with all his heart. And here she was testing every corner of his. "Save, would you do something for me?" she asked with a sudden edge of determination. He blinked slowly but responded with no hesitation. "Anything." Lily slipped from her workbench, leaving her part with less than a minute left on the boil to summon a textbook from her bag. "Here, have a browse." She shoved the book into his open hands just as she flitted back to her chirping wristwatch. Turning the flames down, Lily flipped the lid and threw in the bundle of horsehairs. 5 careful strokes clockwise with minimal upset of sediments. There will be no visual indication of success or failure. She set her stirring rod in carefully, doing as she was instructed, careful so that a misstep here wouldn't affect her halfway down the brewing process so that she would have to start again. "What exactly am I looking at?" Severus' voice rang out. He no doubt was waiting for this step to be over, probably even watching her carefully. Lily set down the rod, content to let the brew simmer for a little while. Window of a minute, he had said. "Enchantments. Pick out one you like." He arched a dark brow. "Where is this notion going? Can't a girl do something special with her engagement ring?" Lily asked with a wink, eliciting an all-too-pleased smugness from her fiancé in question. There was no doubt in her mind how Severus was taking the idea of impending marriage. He was probably the happiest she'd seen him, smiling the moment he set eyes upon her this morning, gracing her with a tender kiss in greeting. It was honestly rather sweet. She had felt a little guilty about taking off her ring amidst fears of it wearing away, as Pandora had said, but when she brought it up to Save, he had simply told her, "I would never have approved of you wearing accessories while potion crafting anyhow." A chirp rang out from her wrist watch warningly, snapping Lily out of her thoughts. With a swift motion, she dumped in the shreds of turmeric and evoked the fire with a sharp verbal command. This was one aspect of potioneering she had over-save, minimal fiddling with wands. No longer seeming to worry about her grasp of the potion, Save leafed through the pages of the tome. "I appreciate your intent," he began with a frown. "But do you not think the enchantment upon your ring should be better suited to your choice?" Lily pursed her lips as she turned her stirring rod with far less care. "If ever you wish to try your hand at being romantic, just take what your pragmatic mind thinks is the best course of action, then flip it upon its head. You find Gryffindor logic romantic," Severus quipped lightly, eliciting a smile from Lily as she busied through the motions. The smell was coming, and soon she'd have no mind for anything else. After another moment's consideration, Save finally spoke, but with a hint of hesitation. Well, if you are certain you wish for me to pick, then I'd choose a tracking spell. Lily snorted, affronted and amused in turn. Excuse me, overbearing much. You did ask for my thoughts, Save mumbled, regret etched upon his reddening face. How would you like it if I chose to do the same to your ring? Lily prodded as she withdrew the rod from her orange concoction. She half expected for him to back down, but instead he continued, seemingly emboldened. Then I'd say, by all means, I want you to be able to find me. But then he paused. Wait. What do you mean my ring? Lily couldn't roll her eyes hard enough. What, do you think I'd be the only one wearing a wedding ring? Make another for yourself. From the expression on Severus' face, she might as well have suggested something ghastly. Wizards don't wear wedding rings. Oh, so it was for my benefit, Lily retorted with narrowed eyes. A little muggle gimmick for the muggle-born witch. I didn't mean it like that. Severus quickly backtracked, panic building in his black eyes. Any further debate had to be cut short, however, by the sudden chirp of Lily's watch. With a sigh, she held up a hand for truce, then reluctantly turned to that unassuming ceramic jar. We'll finish this later, she warned, as she took a deep breath and uncapped the lid. As it turned out, they hadn't been able to finish that discussion. Before the potion drew to its first night's completion, Snape had to leave, citing his make-up tutorial meeting with Dumbledore, the one he had missed in favor of an evening with her. That notion certainly elicited a scandalized lecture on irresponsibility, one that Snape took in stride and did not take to heart. He was confident Lily would be able to bring the potion to the end of the first day without mishap. Her skill and care silenced any voice of worry within his mind. She was brilliant and quick, with natural ability unmatched by any student he'd ever had. Only her Gryffindor outlook held her back, that short-sighted habit of never looking too far into the future or at too large of a picture. But without it, would she have wanted to marry him? A Slytherin would never have taken such a risk. A part of him felt like he was taking advantage of her. Knowing this was one of her shortfalls and exploiting all that he could from this unguarded weakness. At the very least, he had confidence he would be able to provide for her and that he would never take her for granted. Perhaps that would be enough to vindicate him. You appear distracted, Severus. Anything I can help you with? Dumbledore's voice yanked him violently from his mirroring thoughts. It was honestly quite rude of him to drift off so when the headmaster was personally teaching him. This was one of those rare tutorials that had actually become a lesson, with Dumbledore going so far as to procure his old handwritten alchemical journal for Snape to read. The journal showing the discoveries in the craft that the young Albus had made while experimenting with his own memories and emotion. A most personal lesson of the intricacies of the craft, and Snape had so rudely been distracted by his own personal failings. With a bow of his head, Snape acknowledged his fault. My apologies. I meant no disrespect. Snape returned to the page he was reading of a young alchemist's notes on the acidic alkaline flipping properties of memories of laughter. If I may, Severus, I sometimes find problems easier when you share them, Dumbledore attempted gently, peering across his oaken desk. That's cute. Was this discovery before or after you told nobody about your sister? Snape snipped. Instead of looking offended, a weary smile touched the headmaster's lips. Because I had not told you does not mean I had not told anyone. A glower came to Snape's face. He was beginning to discover the ugly holes of trust that dotted their previous friendship. He had always known Dumbledore trusted him only for his obvious heart, that one glaring weakness within his Slytherin armor. A weakness offered willingly to the brilliant man. But never had the great warlock offered a single weakness of his own. A trust that never extended beyond professional. I spoke to Minerva about Ariana, the headmaster continued, a distant look upon his face. I had not spoken a word of that incident for over half a century until then. Snape glowered, feeling that resentment nip at his consciousness. It was somehow galling to think that Dumbledore had a confidant of his private matters while restricting to the matters of war and wagers with Snape. If they were friends, they were never close. The only person in that lifetime Snape had ever permitted to know his heart had never truly seen him as a friend. That was various levels of sad. Forget it, Snape spat. I don't need you to tell me anything, nor do I need to reveal more of myself than what you need to know, and already do. Dumbledore nodded, not at all affronted by the brusque way he was verbally pushed away. He changed tack, evidently not conceding to Snape's wishes and letting this matter go. The matter that came to mind. How is your courtship of MS Evans going? Snape narrowed his eyes, checking his mental barriers to ensure they were in place. I hear much talk throughout the halls. From what I gather, it is going well, is it not? There was a hint of concern in his voice, a too prying question for such mild concern. None of your business, Snape snapped. If I wanted your opinion on wooing women, I'd ask for it, though I imagine that'd be barking up the wrong tree. He sneered unkindly. If he was offended, the headmaster gave no indication. Oh, I assure you I am rubbish at wooing men as well. Snape turned his eyes away, glowering. Though he had been the one to prod so cruelly, he had no wish to converse on such a perverse topic. Actually, Severus, I believe you may be the only person that I told of this. Dumbledore paused, as if finding the words. About my deviance. I have no wish to hear about your slew of queer conquests, Snape grumbled, distinctly uncomfortable. Unchastised Dumbledore quipped lightly, alas, that list would be short indeed. I have never since forayed too far in matters of the heart. I never trusted my own again, if truth be told, not after what happened. And yet you unrepentantly spout such muck on the power of love. There were few conversations the younger man wanted to avoid more than the one he wished he wasn't having now. With a twinkle in his eye, Dumbledore asked, Do you not believe in the notion, Severus? Glowering, Snape stubbornly refused to answer that baited and frankly embarrassing question. That did not deter the old headmaster, however, seeming determined to press a point. But of course, how could you not, when you had lived in a world that witnessed the very proof of how love could bring about miracles? Snape could not help bristling. Don't you dare speak to me of Lily's sacrifice. The twinkle in those blue eyes became a sad smile upon his face. Though that was indeed an unfortunate but exemplary example, I actually meant you. Snape frowned, scowl still firmly set in place. Your love, Severus, had been what gave the light its first and last chance. Your love, beyond all chance of ever being returned, but undying for so many years. What a miracle, Snape drawled sardonically. It truly is, to have a heart that's steady and true. Dumbledore withdrew and folded his hands before him. The gathering darkness, that little light is probably what we all need most. Congratulations, Severus. It appears the strains of your heart have been returned. The younger man's eyes narrowed. Odd that you do not appear at all concerned that one of your students is being courted by a man twice her age. Is that the concern that has been crinkling your brows? The headmaster asked, with a smile, to the confirming scowl of his would-be professor. But I don't believe it is in your heart to bring ill to her. With a scowl, Snape almost fell silent, was almost content to let that comment slide. But he could not help that intruding guilt. I'm to marry her. Is that not bringing enough ill? A damning sin riding upon his heart, a confession of an action done in selfishness, knowing all too well to what detriment it would hold her fair life to. Oh, my heartfelt congratulations, Severus, Dumbledore quipped lightly, though his smile faded. Don't give me that, Snape spat. She is the age of what one of my students would have been as a professor under your employ. You are thinking it, that I am immoral in my actions. Don't coddle my feelings and take me for a fool. I will admit that concern had touched my mind towards the beginning of our association, the fear that you might use your vast difference in experience to predate upon her. Dumbledore shook his head, gentle smile still upon his lips. But that concerns me no longer, for I trust your heart. You would not put her into a coercive situation. I appreciate that vote of confidence, Snape muttered, slightly mollified and only half in sarcasm. She knows not the life she gave up on my behest. He shook his head. I confess that had been pressing upon my conscience worst of all. An understanding nod was all Dumbledore could give him. But you know all too well, Severus, the dangers of enlightening her to this fact. I know, Snape glowered, feeling that knowledge press against his very soul. Knowledge would endanger her, as it would endanger their campaign. Rest assured, I would not risk her, nor would you, I presume. He sent a glare across the table. With a solemn nod, Dumbledore offered, I will never knowingly put her to risk. I can at least promise you that, Severus. Do you take me for a fool? Snape growled suddenly, clenching his fingers into a fist. I can see the loopholes you left for yourself. Never knowingly put her to risk. You will not allow her to be put to risk either. The headmaster's smile turned weary. She was a warrior in your previous life, I presume, the role all Gryffindors seemed to find themselves playing in war. That had been the case in that lifetime. Lily had fought side by side with Potter, his wife and fellow fighter in the Order, a role she could never reprise as Snape's wife. She will not fight Dumbledore. She will stay out of this war. I do not want her risked for anything. You would override her choice in the matter. A frown touched Dumbledore's brow. I will, Snape replied without hesitation. As will you, Dumbledore. Promise me you will deny her when she seeks to serve the Order. After a moment of silence, the headmaster relented, as Snape knew that he would. One request for the fate of one person in exchange for the service Snape provided. It was not too much to ask. I promise you, Severus, she will not be placed into danger because of me or my plans for this war. I will never pose a request to her that I know to be risky, nor allow her to place herself into a situation that I know to be so. Would that do, Severus? For now, Snape muttered, still not entirely satisfied by the wording. But Severus, know this, Dumbledore continued, solemn but calmly. I will need you for the coming storm, and will ask you to risk yourself over and over again for the sake of victory. There is a chance that you may not get to enjoy a happily ever after. There was always going to be risk. There would always be those that were needed to take it. I was never going to flee from this. I promise you I will do what needs to be done, take whatever risks you need of me to end this war. He felt it then, a squirm of disquiet within his heart. The first he had ever felt in regards to his worthless life. For his mistakes and his promises, he always had a lot to die for. Never before had he something to live for. I only ask that you allow me to face my risks. Never blindside me again with my life's end. With a solemn nod, Dumbledore conceded to his request. I hope I will never need to. Chapter 34. The Core of His Being. Chapter text throughout the hour-long Transfigurations class, Snape kept casting sidelong glances to the girl slumped on the desk beside him. This year, Snape no longer sat in the back with his grouping of friends. Perhaps it was not the most tactical of decisions, but he could not resist Lily's allure when she convinced him to share a seat beside her, window seat halfway down the classroom, a true break from his traditional place in the back. It was like a reversal to good times, before they found friends in other circles and bad blood emerged between them, though things had since become far more than just friendship. He resisted the urge to touch his fingers upon her hair, instead touched her shoulder gently to rouse her before McGonagall noticed. He knew she was exhausted from the weekend's worth of grueling brewing, but he doubted it was excuse enough to sleep through class. He certainly would not have allowed it. MMMHM, she groaned as she flicked his hand away, seemingly intent on sleeping through the class. That plan backfired as McGonagall turned her eagle eye upon them. MS Evans, I understand if responsibilities may be taking a toll on you, but I insist you at least try maintain some decorum. Lily sat up with a jerk, still too dazed to look contrite. Thankfully, McGonagall chose to move on rather than press her concerns with the exhausted girl, perhaps taking pity. A mercy Snape had never offered. Woe betide any student that chose to let attention slip during his lessons. The little class time that was left trickled away uneventfully after that, an entirely theoretical class, as was becoming more and more the norm in advanced transfigurations. A wholly expected direction for a man who had sat through this class twice, but no doubt grueling for the more practical, stimulated, and attention-deficient students. Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs alike sat staring into space, and embarrassingly, a good portion of Slytherins as well. The Ravenclaws were perhaps the only house that had a high proportion of academically stimulated students. Potter, surprisingly, was one of those sitting on the side of studious. There were few professors that would call him a favorite, but transfigurations appeared to be his element. It made sense now, after the discovery of the Marauders' Animagus secret, something that answered many questions he had about their ability to constantly evade pursuit during the course of chaotic skirmishes. It took all his self-control to stop himself from letting that secret slip and bringing upon them the backhand of the law. However, it was a secret he was certain Dumbledore would frown greatly upon giving away, and thus losing the advantage of one of their known allies for the coming war. As much as it irked Snape, he could only indulge in vengeful fantasies. Excellent, Mr. Potter. You have a near indomitable grasp upon this subject. McGonagall complimented lavishly as that marauder collected his homework. An ego boost he definitely did not need. With a cocky smile and a ruffle of his hair, that bespectacled nightmare of a boy accepted his work and turned to his girl, Marlene, with a wink. At the very least, she seemed suitably impressed, as her score could barely be worth the vellum it was printed on. With a scowl, Snape stepped past the celebrating dimwit to receive his work. McGonagall fixed him with her sharp cat-like eyes and an approving nod. "I can certainly see you have been working exceedingly hard upon this subject, Mr. Snape. Your work shows. I do believe you are the leading contender against Mr. Potter for top marks this year." While it wasn't in Snape's nature any longer to revel in his academic prowess, he could not help but smirk at Potter's crestfallen surprise. Anything that knocked that arrogant brat down a peg or two was welcome in Snape's book, and it was the icing on the cake that it was he who had done so. Still drowsy, Lily peeked over his assignment, then turned dejected eyes upon her own. Her marks were by no means low, but her grasp on the subject was nowhere near perfect. "Used to be better than you in transfigurations. What happened?" she muttered with a sleepy pout. "Alchemy," Snape answered evasively, and braced a hand upon that half-dozing girl's elbow to guide her out of the throng of students still clamoring to collect their work. "You have the rest of the day off, don't you? Get some rest." He gave Lily's elbow a last squeeze. "No," she grumbled, stubbornly contrary, taking hold of his arm with thoughtless abandon to public shows of affection. "I want to hang out. Why is it always work, work, work with us now? We only got back from holidays 4 days ago," Snape responded in a low tone, ensuring his voice did not carry to the students who milled about them. It wasn't just his paranoia either. Mulciber, at the very least, was definitely listening. He could see the hulking boy glaring dejectedly at the girl hanging upon Snape, as if it was all her fault that their group of Slytherins was scattered about the classrooms this year. Rosier and Avery had not reassessed their situation, choosing to sit even further from their old friends. They chose seats prominently away from the back row windows now, just shy of actually sitting on the front rows. It appeared they had made their choices upon their future, a decision that did not come as a surprise on this side of the holidays. They had 2 months of being directly exposed to the fanatical leanings of their families. It was honestly more the surprise that Mulciber came away unaffected. Lester was the only boy who could be excused for being utterly removed from the goings-on of the wizarding world. The Muggle-born boy had no notion of the politics of these dark families and was appropriately confused by the dark shift of atmosphere within the common room. He was still mostly unaware of the darkness upon the horizon that had eyes set upon people like him. Urquhart, too, had taken a shift for the moody. His family were not Slytherins and remained steadfast in the light, one of those pureblood families that would likely be considered house traitors. Too often at odds with Mulciber, Urquhart had taken to moving to the opposite side of Leicester in their seating arrangement. A disagreement in basic proportion, but Snape appreciated that it did not cause too unmanageable a fissure within his small cluster of associates. That tall, dark appearance-wise Slytherin was still in the class room at the moment, engaging McGonagall in what appeared to be a flustering conversation. Snape wondered if the boy was attempting for the heart of Pandora again through the path of subterfuge, and then briefly wondered on the morality of such an action. If the possibility touched the mind of the girl in question, Pandora McGonagall appeared unflustered. When Urquhart exited the room, she greeted him cheerfully. Did she accept it this time? "I think it would have been more efficient had you given it to her," he muttered, their topic of conversation utterly enigmatic. "Your uncle, your responsibility," the girl replied with an airy smile. Snape had no curiosity on the matter. Other people's business were their own. But his morals on personal privacy was obviously not the norm in society. "What are you on about?" Lily asked with casual curiosity, even though their conversation in no way involved her. "Sebastian's uncle is a friend of my aunt's," the girl answered without a moment's coy consideration, not seeming bothered by the intrusive question in the least. Immediately that gossipy shade of Petunia's appeared in their growing group, her ears perked to attention. "Sebastian, did you call him?" she asked, oh so obnoxiously. "Oh yes," Pandora nodded. "We're friends." A smile crept over Lily's face, her exhaustion seemingly forgotten. "Have her back before curfew, Sebastian." She giggled with a wink, setting off the throng of girls that suddenly surrounded them into a round of tittering. Snape exchanged with Urquhart a silence as the boy finally found his voice. "We're just friends," he offered evenly, seemingly embarrassed by all the attention. The disappointment was almost a physical force. "Really?" Lily looked so downcast by that idea, and Snape could not fathom why. "Just like my aunt and his uncle," Pandora answered with a solemn nod. "My uncle is a living example that persistence does not always pay off. I would be a poor Slytherin to ignore the lesson," Urquhart muttered with a shrug. "How many times has he tried to send that heirloom to my aunt now?" she asked, with wide, curious eyes. Urquhart rolled his eyes up and sighed as a parent answer. Snape raised an eyebrow, but did not add his voice to the conversation. It was a smidge of dramatic irony to know exactly how successful that enterprise would be. He had never known how that turnabout came to be. He had never been the most social, especially not during that time. Snape had never taken the time or had the interest really to find out how and why McGonagall got married. Apparently, from what he was understanding now, Elphinstone Urquhart simply wore the woman down, settling on becoming one of the girls there. Urquhart, Mulcibers scathingly remarked with a sneer. The entire gaggle of girls rolled their collective eyes as Urquhart visibly suppressed a bristle. If this was the hulking boy's attempt to catch the eye of his hormonal interest, then it appeared he took the exact wrong approach to garner favor among Gryffindors. It was Susan that spoke up in Urquhart's defense, to Mulciber's absolute dismay. "One of the girls? Hardly. Sebastian here is the absolute model of a gentleman escort." Seeming to play along, Urquhart leant into his suave bow. "I hear your next class is divinations. May I escort you to your location?" he offered, with an obvious knowing gleam in his eye as Mulciber visibly tensed. "Why, of course. I would be delighted," Susan chirped with a smile, placing her hand upon Urquhart's offered elbow. The bulky boy could only stare in dismay as the two ambled down the hall and out of sight, not even bothering to keep his heart off his sleeves. Lester patted the stricken boy's back in a show of empathy, but it was a wonder if he even felt it. "So much drama," Snape muttered under his breath as he brought his fingers up to pinch the bridge of his nose. It was only a few minutes, but Snape was already ready to escape into a quiet corner of the library. Lily smiled, having been standing close enough to hear his low-pitched gripe. "Welcome to student life, Save. I will be your guide. You want me embroiled in this chaos?" Snape tensed, genuinely horrified by the prospect. She smiled that soft, sweet smile. "I want you to be a part of my life as much as anyone else here. I'd rather not get a headache before having to do my homework," he grumbled, but made no move to untangle her arm from his. Her smile tilted, as did her brow. "I'm afraid I don't want all our interactions to be restricted to homework and private snogging. We need to have a little healthy social interactions in our lives." "Do we?" He could not look less thrilled. She pulled her hand back from his and laid it softly upon his arm in a comforting gesture. "Come on," she pleaded. "Compromise a little." "Have I not been doing just that since the beginning?" he muttered. She gave him a sympathetic smile. "You're right, my turn." She cleared her throat. "Guys, Save and I are going to go do homework. Anyone want to come with?" If it weren't for that offer for company she tagged at the end, it would have been an adequate suggestion to Snape. The prospect was made all the worse by who took them up on the offer. "Sure. Let's get our transfigurations out of the way while it's still fresh in our minds." James Potter agreed as he stepped out of the classroom and straight into this conversation. His girlfriend looked visibly lacking in delight at that notion, possibly the only other person apart from Snape who reacted viscerally at the idea. But whether it was due to the prospect of joint venture or the general idea of homework, he had no notion. "I can think of several things I'd rather do. Spending the afternoon with Peeves comes to mind," Snape growled, in what he thought was an extremely restrained show of sarcastic aggression. To no avail, it seemed, for Lily had already begun heading towards the grand staircase, pulling the barely resisting Snape in tow. "I'm telling you. Transfigured building materials is not a viable long-term solution," Severus argued, as passionately as she'd ever seen him on the topic of anything. Dimert's observance of magic temporal. Time passes and magic fades. The original caster dies and the structure collapses. There are too many reasons why your idea is not viable. "I wasn't looking to make it permanent," James retorted, more hotly than this debate deemed necessary. I was just entertaining the possibility of using Macquark's law of elemental substitution to strengthen a building's construction to temporarily substitute materials for stronger ones for remodeling purposes. In a scathing tone, Severus retorted, "Have you even thought about Elpat's laws on restrictive similarities?" Beside him, Lily sighed. At the very least, they were fighting constructively. Honestly, she didn't even know how this got started. Their homework was on the mechanics of motion in animated, non-animated objects. Essentially, how a desk is able to dance on the behest of a caster. But Lily wasn't too annoyed. There honestly was no real chance for any homework to be completed today. She was so exhausted, she was one trailing sentence away from slipping into a coma. The smell of the potion she had a front row seat to had been so bad that she woke up sweating in the middle of the night to a nightmare of having to drink that stuff. She threw a look of sympathy to the unfortunate werewolf who hadn't even glanced up from his work. He must be well versed to ignoring calamity around him, having been a pacifist amongst marauders. Severus broke off mid-argument to cast a glance of worry at her as she pressed her quill to her vellum and lifted it again. Her scroll was already covered in a rich tapestry of mysterious ink blotches. "Go to bed. You are accomplishing nothing by being stubborn," he muttered to her in a soft voice but a commanding tone. "And leave you outnumbered in the study hall. That would be impolite of me." She could not stifle the yawn that followed her sentence. He frowned, but seemed to relent. Severus was sitting amongst Lily's friends, a snake amongst lions. Had it not been for her presence, she was certain he would have abandoned his attempts at homework in the hall as well. Though considering how he was spending his time right now, who knows, maybe fleeing from company would be time better spent. She cast a little sympathy to the other students sharing this hall, mostly Ravenclaws, many of whom immediately took flight the moment a horde of Gryffindors entered. These study halls were only patrolled by teachers in the afternoon, and past experience had taught everyone that large groups of Gryffindors could not be counted on to work independently and without chatter. "And done," Remus declared as he emerged from his scroll with a smile. Lily startled. "What, really? It's just been—" She checked her watch, her sluggish mind struggling to remember what the hands and dials meant. "An hour. This is quite literally the most productive I've ever felt," Remus replied, grinning from ear to ear. The full moon had barely been a week past, yet no trace of fatigue clung to him. Sirius brought his massive bear paw down on his friend's back with a rough show of camaraderie. "Our moonlight romps are really starting to be a real adventure." That stripped the smile from the afflicted boy's face. He glanced quickly down the table to the two girls sitting on the other side of Sirius. Marlene had moved from her boyfriend's side a few minutes after the Transfiguration's debate, started to sit with her fellow chaser and equally study-averse Sirius Black, as well as the decidedly more studious Pandora McGonagall. For a moment, Lily thought Pandora hadn't heard the conversation around her, but then she lifted her eyes from her foot and a half of writing and smiled at those worried eyes upon her. "It's fine. I already know about it. My lips are sealed." It really was a mystery how the girl knew what was socially acceptable to speak about and what must be taken to the grave. Remus threw his hands into the air to beseech the ceiling. "Is there not a single person who doesn't know?" "What are you talking about?" Marlene asked gormlessly, quite literally the only person at the table ignorant of this badly kept secret. James ruffled his hair with a nervous air as his best friend raised an eyebrow at him. "I'll have to talk to you about something later." "Merlin's beard," Sirius muttered. "Do something other than boinking, why don't you too?" James glared at his friend. "Bit rich coming from you." While Marlene looked absolutely murderous. Save seemed to shrink inwards, distinctly uncomfortable by the direction of the conversation. Acting such the prude, Lily thought in amusement. She knew better, though, unable to stop herself from touching her knee against his and causing him to sit up a little straighter, his eyes a little wider. She could see the color already beginning to creep upon his face as he glared down at her incredulously. "You're not so innocent," she mouthed with an all-too-knowing grin. Then, with a wink, reached over to gently tap him on his hooked nose. He withdrew from the eyes that the motion drew, always too conscious of those around him. Pandora spoke again, while being exceedingly subtle about the topic, especially for her. "And by the way, have you heard about this potion created by that potioneer Damocles?" Remus smiled. "Ah, yes. One could say I've had special testing privileges." He shot a grin to his brewers across the table. Lily started. They were talking about the wolfsbane. Really, it's finally public. Oh yes, released this summer, Pandora confirmed. So I take it that it works. Unbelievably so, the afflicted boy confirmed with a solid nod. The inquisitive girl sunk back into her misty-eyed considerations. I imagine it cannot be cheap considering the materials that go into it, on top of the general complexity, and the fact it takes 40 days to brew. Half the people at the table startled. 40 days. Lily whipped around to her boyfriend, who closed his eyes with a subtle sigh. We've been brewing for 18 days. Severus was absolutely devoid of contrition. I altered it. You altered the potion. Remus looked stricken. It works, doesn't it? Save snapped. You've been drinking the altered recipe since the beginning. It had never been so painfully apparent to Lily as to why Dumbledore had chosen her Severus to be the brewer. What he could offer the potion that nobody else could. He was always the genius in potioneering. He knew how to manipulate the ingredients instinctively in a way nobody else could. An incredibly time-consuming and fiddly potion like wolfsbane could not have been brewed with such consistent and efficient success by anyone else. The worry cleared up from the faces of those sitting about the table. Why doesn't he publish that recipe then? It's obviously more efficient. James asked in his still surprisingly thoughtful way. I never bothered sharing my alterations with Damocles, Snape muttered, eliciting audible aghast from those around him. Why wouldn't you? Lily demanded, unable to fathom the way her boyfriend thinks. So many could have benefited, Remus exclaimed. Without a hint of contrition, Save sighed and pressed his fingers to his temples as if to ward away a migraine. I have no obligations to share my own inventions with the world. That certainly wasn't the answer anybody wanted to hear. Glad to see some things don't change, Sirius scathed. You're still an O-level jerk. Come on, Save. Think of all those you're helping, Lily beseeched. You have my formula, you do it, he grumbled, being stubbornly childish. Lily tilted a brow. Is that permission? I didn't realize you ever needed it to share my work, Severus growled, suddenly and unexpectedly abrasive. Hey, that's not fair. Lily frowned, no longer feeling the humor in their conversation. I never intended to share it. It just kind of slipped out, Marlene shot from across the table, and Lily suddenly felt outnumbered and defensive. She shrunk into her chest, her face aglow. She made mistakes, everyone has. She had already apologized profusely on both occasions. She could feel her temper fraying, a sharp retort forming on the tip of her tongue. Words to set off no doubt another round of prolonged fighting and hissing tempers. But a hand landed upon her shoulder. Sorry, Severus muttered. I should not have dredged up matters already settled. An unexpected concession from the boy. She had always expected to remember the worst about everyone, with a void where forgiveness should have been. Do what you like with the formula I gifted you. You were so secretive about it before, Lily muttered, rendered uncertain by his sudden show of a maturity she could not even call to claim. He smiled, a strangely unbidden smile she was certain was summoned for her benefit. I had been protecting the integrity of another man's work. Now that he has released it, I do not see the harm in sharing my improvements. If you feel so strongly of this matter, then do so. He stood then, as if the matter had been settled. I must take my leave now. Arithmancy is soon. Rest well and take care of your health. Lily could not help but smile. He wore his gentle maturity like a cloak of fine silk. His care stirred her heart. This was the man she was to marry, and she could no longer imagine it any other way. Hey, wait. We still got 15 minutes till arithmancy, Remus said, with a glance to his own dinged-up pocket watch. We could easily leave together in 5 minutes' time and make it. Severus pulled his fragile backpack gently upon his back and retorted, precisely why I'm leaving now, and strode away, causing Lily's smile to falter and a sigh to pass her lips. As Save had said, a nap was just what Lily needed. The lazing Gryffindor stretched as she emerged from the covers, glancing to her wristwatch to check the time. She had set the alarm to wake her before potions in the afternoon and managed to emerge back into the waking world without its guidance. The heat of the day was likely what awoke her, an erratically cast cooling charm having ebbed away. Through the gap between the thick curtains of her four-poster bed, she could see a trickle of the afternoon sun playing across her midriff. With a yawn, Lily lifted an edge of her curtain open, allowing the lazy sunlight to spill across her, inviting the breeze into her domain. It honestly did not feel like a Monday. With the thought of Monday, Lily thudded her head into her pillow with a sigh, memories of homework flooding back. Her blank vellum sat in her bag, marking her. She would be well within her right mind to get a little completed now before her last class of the evening, and perhaps a little more between potions class and dinner. After then it would be back to that hideous potion and tending it through its nightly motions. At the very least the dungeons were naturally cool. With a muttered command, Lily cast upon herself a freshening charm to scour the sleep breath that always preceded a nap. She always left the high-duty dental care for the mornings and evenings. A lazy habit, but she had magic, so why wouldn't she take advantage of it? She breathed out, her chilled breath frosting into mist in the heat. "Oh, good you're awake." An intrusive hand brushed aside the curtains, allowing a rude dose of sunlight into the lazing girl's still bleary eyes. "Mary!" Lily groaned as she screwed her eyes shut against the glare. The curtains were allowed to swing back then as the form of her friend squeezed into the tight confines of her occupied bed. "Just want to talk, Lily." With a minty sigh, Lily wiggled over to allow her more robust friend a comfortable portion of the bed. "You're not getting under my covers, though," she grumbled, snuggling under despite the heat. With a whisper, she cast the cooling charm again, bringing the air to a tolerable misting chill. "Neat trick," Mary observed with an affable smile. Lily shrugged as she got comfortable pinned up next to her full-figured friend. "Save taught it to me. He's really good at these temperature manipulation charms." "Oh, I see." "Explains why your relationship escalated successfully over summer," she muttered with an all-too-knowing grin. "Frosty spells sure come in handy. You won't stick together." Lily's lips quirked. Once upon a time she'd be in a hot fluster over the mere insinuation. It wasn't just their relationship that changed, but her state of mind. "Our summer was nothing so tawdry. You'll be surprised to hear, but he's the unwilling party." "I don't know what to be surprised about anymore," Mary sighed, her smile turning pensive. "I'm not surprised he's got a thing for you, nor am I surprised that you were willing to give him a fair go." She reached over and flicked her friend on her petite nose, causing Lily to swat her away in mock irritation. "What does surprise me, Lily, is how quickly your relationship proceeded." "We haven't done the deed," Lily sighed with a dramatic roll of her eyes. "That's not what I meant, and you know it." Mary propped herself up onto her side, prompting Lily to pull herself out of her comfortable nest into a more suitable sitting position with some reluctance. "You want to talk about our engagement?" "A little bit, yeah." The usually relaxed Muggle girl's expression sobered. "How seriously have you thought about it, Lily? I mean, really thought about it?" "I think about it, but honestly in more of a daydream kind of way." Mary sighed, seeming to be unsatisfied by her friend's answer. "I don't know what it takes in the wizard world, but in the Muggle world grounds for divorce are only available after 3 years of union." "I'm not thinking about separation," retorted Lily hotly. "You should," the brunette stated in quite a reasonable tone, "because the future is ever uncertain, and that is a possibility, for good or for ill." With a sigh, the engaged girl in question sunk beneath her covers until only the top of her ginger bed head stuck out from the covers. "How could it possibly be for good? Because not all marriages are good, you know, Lily." Mary smiled an all-too-knowing smile as her willful friend emerged once more. "And up until now you've not locked yourself into anything. You're a free spirit with all the right in the world to sample what life has to offer." "You worry Save's bad for me too," Lily sighed. She thought she had at least one ally in Mary. Mary, who always encouraged her fancies, who would share her wealth of experience to ease her often flustered fears. Bringing herself to an upright, cross-legged position, Mary sat herself down the bed to face her friend. "I don't want to think that, Lily. I know how important he is to you, and I can see that he has changed for the better in many ways. But Lily, right now, you've only dated him for 6 months at most. You've only seen him at his best for this tiny period of time. Are you certain you want to gamble the rest of your life with this brief glimpse of this better man? 3 years. Excuse me." Mary's brows scrunched in confusion. "You said divorce is possible after 3 years," Lily recalled as matter of fact. "Save and I have been together for at least that long. Sure, not in the way we are now, but I've got a lot more sample size than just the year." A frowning eyebrow tilted into brown curls. "When he was a horrid guy. Actually, he was a great friend when we first met." Lily smiled at the touch of that memory. That grinning boy with unruly teeth so eager to share with her his world. He never begrudged her anything, whether it be stories, advice, or what meager belongings he had to share. How different a man he had become, and yet so similar in heart. "You're comparing husband Snape with child Snape," Mary prodded her softly. "Difference in age, experience, and intent." "I know he loves me," Lily affirmed with confidence. "And he is also a Slytherin." Those green eyes narrowed into slits. "I thought we're above house labels now. You miss my point." A touch of worry furrowed those smooth brown brows. "I'm saying, remember that he's a Slytherin. They are known for being cunning and ruthless and manipulative. Lily, have you thought about that? Have you thought about how he might be playing your heart? As you always say, you know him best. Is that not also true for him about you?" "You think he's manipulating my heart into his playing field?" Lily raised an eyebrow. "Need I remind you he's already turned down his opportunity for cheap thrills in favor of pursuing something real with me? You think marriage is somehow less of a gift to him?" It was almost relentless how her friend pursued this matter. "You're richer than him, Lily. Financially, you'd put him in a much better position. And let's not even get to how much more attractive you would be than any other realistic candidates he could possibly hope for. I cannot imagine a clever Slytherin like him playing for anything other than keeps." Lily sighed. This wasn't what she wanted to hear. She wasn't a fool. She understood there was imbalance in their status, even when classism was technically a thing of the past, and not so much of a big deal for the middle class like her family was. "So he might be into me for my looks," Lily conceded. "So what? Most guys would be. But I don't think for a moment he's after me for my money. He never so much as asked me for a quid, and any talk of gifting him anything would send him into a tangle of consternation. And if he's playing my heart to keep me, if he is willing to keep this act up for the rest of my life, then who am I to contend it?" A smile touched her worried friend's face. A hard-fought concession won from her rational friend. "Then I wish you two the best. I have no fears for the woman who knows her heart." Lily grinned with bright delight, "nor for the man who plans to keep it." Despite the fact that the responsibility of the potion did not fall upon him tonight, Snape spent his after-dinner evening within its radius. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lily to remember, but he certainly wasn't going to risk her forgetting. They did not have another opportunity for redos, and the primary responsibility for this brew still sat squarely upon Snape's shoulders. Though he cared very little about fudging the potion and putting that beast and his blessed friends to harm, he did not wish for Lily to share that burden. She was still their friend, and he was adult enough to accept that. It had taken 20 years and a tragedy and a half, but he had got there. Snape settled himself at his alchemical table, drawing out the notes he took upon the subject. Though he had already completed the set homework, he still felt the need to study the subject independently. Potions had a set assignment he was certain he could complete without any expanded effort, and he had no work waiting for him from arithmancy. It wasn't that nothing was set, but that Professor Vector had been pleased with Snape's demonstration of his knowledge in regards to the septological theorem applied to spell creation. The professor had declared that Snape gained nothing by writing a paper on the topic if he already knew it so well, a very practical way of seeing things, but expected from a woman who saw the world in numbers. He had already completed a good chunk of his Transfigurations paper this morning and would have finished it too, had Potter not drawn him into such obnoxious discussion. He got the feeling the boy was feeling threatened by the known genius elbowing in on his best topic. Potter only had one redeeming feature on his schoolwork, and that was top place in Transfigurations. Snape was going to savor toppling the boy, along with all the other victories he'd had. The position of head boy had once upon a time, in another life, belonged to that Potter, as did the woman Snape now had bound in promise. The life that privileged boy should have had was taken apart bit by his insidious rival, losing a war he had no idea how close he had been to winning. These victories that had once galled Snape to no end, Potter seemed to have brushed aside with absolute contempt. The boy didn't even seem to care about the fact that his rival now possessed the woman they both coveted, even going so far as to find himself a new amour within record time. At the very least, his efforts in Transfigurations were finally getting under the boy's skin. A victory for Snape's pettiness, and one he planned to indulge in private. He knew Lily did not approve, and though she rarely said anything any more about the grudge he persisted with, He knew she preferred him not to flaunt it. He knew how to be subtle, and he was too willing to oblige her. So long as he could keep her by his side, he was willing to act in any way the fool. As he set his alchemical cauldron out, he paused, feeling thoughts of her stirring his heart. Purity. Professor Flamel had said it was memories that moved his heart that had created the silver catalyst. Cracking open his alchemy kit, Snape slid open a drawer on the mineral's layer that was slowly filling with silver flecks. He was certain that his imperfect focus stone was the cause of these inconsistent results. He hadn't understood the meaning initially. Alchemy lessons seemed to come in maddening riddles. But now he felt certain that had he placed a more powerful memory, his focus stone would have come out all the better. A moment that touched his soul truly. That was what purity meant. There was only one thing in his life that truly had a place in his heart, one person whose memory built a path from the darkness. A moment that called to his side, a creature created from the only happiness his life had ever known. With a flick of his wand, he sent the cauldron floating off to collect the water from the gargoyle head faucet. Purest of substances, the only carrier fit for the purest of elements. Setting the container before him, he held up a small nugget of silver, twisting under the dim orange glow of his oil lamp. The heart of the catalyst, combined with his own. Silver was a most poetic substance. Snape cast the fleck in, chanting as it sank beneath that clear surface. The pure clear liquid began to swirl about the silver nucleus, a dance he was becoming all too familiar with. Pressing the tip of his wand to his temple, Snape drew out that memory and dropped it into the swirling cauldron. The clear liquid colored with the offered memory, a form of liquid silver. As the chant ended and the focus stone began to form, Snape realized there was the presence of another within his lab. He almost started when he found Lily staring at him from across his table. Somehow her entrance had completely escaped his notice. Is that also alchemy? Her bright green eyes peered inquisitively into his cauldron, watching in wonder as a formless silver catalyst shrunk and coalesced at the bottom of the cauldron. A stone sat upon the bottom of his pot, a colorless opaque like smoke within a crystal ball, but set with powder blue swirls throughout the body of its substance. A smile touched his lips, a reflex now, whenever he met those bright green eyes. It's a focus stone. It didn't seem possible, but those bright green eyes seemed to shine all the brighter. That's a focus stone. He scoured it from the pot, holding the galleon-sized lump upon the palm of his hand for Lily's scrutiny. It is a catalyst for the creation of silver. It's beautiful. Like smoke, breathed with life, she gasped with delight, reaching her fingers out to touch it. Snape caught her hand and turned it, pressing that pretty little stone gently into her palm. It's warm. Is it meant to be warm? She asked, eyes wide. No, just the heat of my hands, I'm afraid. Snape answered, wondering if the answer would disappoint her. Just the opposite it seemed. She giggled as she turned the pebble about in her hands. You're a very warm man, Severus Snape. Literally, he murmured as he leant over, planting a kiss upon her lips to her amused delight. You rule breaker, you, she accused with a peal of laughter, wrapping her arms about his shoulders. He smiled so easily, rarely in his life had his heart ever felt so light. What can I say? I know my way around a Gryffindor's heart. Manipulating my heart, how very Slytherin of you, she muttered. Her tone was oddly only half in jest. Her fingers withdrew from his collar in her grasp that silver stone shone. I was wondering, could I have this stone? It's yours, Snape growled, pressing her fingers closed around that magical stone. I'm going to have to crush it to dust, she continued, rather sheepishly. It's how focus stones are processed in the course of enchantments. You wish to use my focus stone as its core. The Slytherin nodded in understanding. It is most fitting, actually. The memory I used for its creation is the memory that binds you to my heart. A strange, sappy smile spread across Lily's face. Wow, she exclaimed before her smile tilted in cheek. She trailed her fingers across his chest in motions that sent flitters across his body. Did you just learn how to be romantic, Save? You truly learn quickly. Don't make me regret it, Snape sighed as he took a distancing step backwards, already regretting it. Lily grinned and stepped back as well. Lab rules back in place. Thank you, Snape murmured, glad for Lily's understanding. However humiliating his teenaged self-control was, he trusted her not to hold it against him. Lily sat herself at the bench, already with the wolfsbane out and ready for its nightly routine. She hesitated a fraction, as if uncertain where to stow her gift, before drawing out a small ring box. She cracked it open with a smile, turning it to save so he could see the plain silver ring she carried within. "What do you think? I'll enchant it tomorrow." "I would be honored if you would allow me to watch," Snape said, genuinely curious. "Be there. I insist," Lily grinned. "I already have an idea about what kind of an enchantment I can weave on both our rings." She tipped a brow as if to glare insistently. The Slytherin side, "I'll bring more silver." Chapter 35. The Threaded Souls. Chapter text: Snape's Tuesday and Wednesday stood completely devoid of classes. A free window that coincided with Lily's exactly. It helped that they both selected exceedingly similar classes going into Newts. With homework complete, the Slytherin head boy only had his upcoming patrol to worry about, while his Gryffindor counterpart was already beginning to struggle with the workload. But this fact did not stop her from delving deep into her new hobby art. Snape watched her all of Tuesday, scribbling text up and down a cluttered-looking length of parchment, as close to his own spell crafting as he had ever seen her. He was silent and patient throughout the entire process, understanding how painstaking it could be, especially for a person who had no arithmancy background. It was fortunate Lily's natural magical proclivity was so high, for she had to almost entirely brute force the process. Wednesday morning was the day she slated for the practical portion, as apprehensive as Snape had ever seen her. "Proteus charm would work, I think," Lily muttered seemingly to herself as she cleared away her workbench. "Maybe combine it with a human presence revealing spell." An idea of what she was attempting began forming in Snape's mind. He could not help the smile that came unbidden, something he hadn't known to come so easily, not for years now. Her eyes lifted from her scroll, eyeing the rough pieces sitting in the bottom of her mortar. She had shattered the focus stone magically to prepare it for grinding, a process Snape had offered to complete for her. "Thanks, but no thanks. You made the core and the rings, silver and all, so let this enchantment be mine entirely." Snape watched her get to work, taking the pestle to the small scattering of rocks and bringing it down with a crunch upon the brittle substance. It had been hard to crack, but once it shattered, the crystalline structure crumbled like chalk. Lily ran the pestle around, crushing it as if she was mincing aconite roots. Her motions were practiced, but far more forceful than he would have committed. He had also suggested to charm the pestle to take the task on magically, but Lily insisted that it be done by hand. She reasoned that she had never done the enchantment before, did not know exactly how a spell cast upon it was meant to link with the magical core, and she only knew the basics of the steps to take. She did not wish to risk spoiling her spell with haphazardous ignorance. That was a reasonable thought. Snape knew very little of the topic either. It did not help that no enchantment experts were staffed amongst the teaching professors, and frankly, he did not feel comfortable bringing something so frivolous to Dumbledore's attention. Snape was meant to have his nose to the grindstone over basilisk venom, not play hobby with another branch of difficult magic. He was beginning to feel guilty about his reluctance, however, as Lily became red in the face in her exertions. It had to be properly powdered, she had said, and though that white fine substance sitting at the bottom of her pestle looked close to fitting the criteria, it appeared she was not going to risk stopping short. Embarrassingly, he actually started comparing his physical capabilities to hers. At this age, he was woefully physically below par. Though he was capable of a few feats of strengths most would not expect of him, he would wear out in exceedingly due time. If she took him up on his offer of physical labor, he doubted he could match her efforts. It came down largely to his own physical waste, the fact that he had not been able to access appropriate nutrition in the younger years of his life, and the obstacle of being returned to that environment annually. He never grew exceptionally very tall, and though he enjoyed a brief period at the end of his teens where he became physically quite fit, he was in no mental state to enjoy it. For that had been his grueling Death Eater training that took him to his physical peak, the best years of his health spent under the influence of his insanity. When his senses had finally caught up to him, his world had crumbled. Decades of waste and ill care then followed until he was almost as decrepit as his youth. Though Hogwarts never left him in want, he never found his appetite again. He glanced down discreetly, silently judging his own thin frame. He was far healthier than he had been this time last year, both physically and mentally, having spent most of the holidays outside of that damnable household. But he was still below average in height, weight, and build, and likely would persist in this diminutive form as he would never take on a frontline role in war ever again. Lily never seemed to indicate much of an opinion in this matter, as much as she seemed to forgive his unappealing face. He was certain every time she embraced him, she could feel the press of his ribs, every touch revealing the wasted form hidden beneath his rags. She had even laid eyes upon the ruin of his body when she once goaded him into undressing. Yet none of this seemed to dissuade her, not his looks, not his poverty, not his prickly heart. Against all reason, she persisted in her course. She had chosen him, and her heart seemed ever straight. He watched her with his silent smile as she finally ceased her efforts, scraping the powder out gently with a thin spatula. "Ring, save," Lily commanded as she set out her own. It looked different to the simple band he made for her. Shapes and patterns darted its edge anarchically, as if she had spent a deal of time playing with its form. Without any more hesitation, Snape drew out his own band, fashioned from his flecks of silver as per instructions. He had crafted it to the width and thickness of his liking, as plain as a band of silver could be. He loathed the idea of jewelry, but could not find it in himself to deny Lily this. If she truly wished to keep him as her husband, then it was the very least he could do to allow her to mark him as so. He set the trinket gently against her smaller and more decorated one, a sight that quickened his heart, a moment become too real. A thought that Lily must have shared, for she cast a glance up to his eyes, smile playing across her lips as her fingers touched upon the conjoining rings. "I'll have to break them down," she murmured, as if the sentimentality bore hesitation. "You'll have to add a strengthening metal anyway," Snape replied as he slid a chip of copper across the table. "Exactly 7.5% of the final total weight. I have calculated it. At the very least our rings will be sterling silver." That smile again, given freely to her, and only her. With a deep, relenting breath, Lily brought her wand against the metal and proceeded to take them out of form, swirling the liquid quickly against the smooth surface of the bench. If she allowed the substance to stop, it would solidify instantly against the grain. Snape had learnt that the hard way. For Lily, this was not an issue she seemed to worry about, as she manipulated the substance easily while she turned her attention to the following steps. Her magic came naturally to her, as did multitasking. Perhaps extended practice within the field of potioneering brought upon that skill, or at the very least sharpened it. With her empty hand, she brought her fingers above the small pile of powdered stone, twisting her hand in a small circular motion. A chant began low upon her tongue, as magic weaved about her fingers, a soft glow lighting upon the fey powder. The entire time, the molten silver never stopped dancing upon the tip of her wand. In one swift motion, she brought the silver trailing across the table, flooding over the powdered stone, the heart of the enchantment sent into its swirling form. The copper fleck slipped seemingly unbidden into the mix, seeming to dissolve as it touched the magical material. With her chant reaching a crescendo, she pulled the mass into even halves, allowing the vortex to slow and form to slowly take. Snape's silver emerged, perfect and whole as if untouched. Lily's ring, however, formed slowly and intricately, twisting a pattern down one half, merging seamlessly into a plain halo. "I've been practicing that. I'm so glad it turned out well," Lily breathed, the moment the last tones of enchantment disappeared from her lips. "I can't disrupt the structure again once the form is set." Snape reached across the table to pick up his own. It somehow seemed to feel different in his hands, as if heavier, more than could be explained by the addition of a chip of copper or the enchantment placed upon it. She too picked up hers, slipping it on eagerly to admire in the lamplight. A silver ring, beautiful in care and crafting, imbued with her heart. He turned his ring within his fingers, wondering if the weight he felt was more metaphorical than physical. "I wonder, would an etching disrupt your enchantment?" he murmured with some hesitance. "I see old artifacts dinged up by centuries of weather and wear." "I don't see why it would," Lily offered eagerly, her bright green eyes staring expectantly. The Slytherin frowned thoughtfully, glancing across the plain surface of the halo side of her ring. Slowly, he held his hand out to take hers, holding it steady under the tip of his wand. He traced a slow, silent spell across his surface, etching upon it an image he held firmly upon the surface of his mind. He was no artist of the pen, but his mind never lacked for creativity or concentration. A gasp arose from the fair girl's lips as two does etched upon the plain surface of her ring, facing each other across the expanse of silver. As if across a moon-tinted lake, two silver does once had stood upon the start of their journey down this entwining path. Lily smiled as she withdrew her hand from his, twisting it under the lamplight to better view the simple etching. "You romantic, you," she accused with a too-delighted grin. Snape made to put on his own, but a hand flew out to stop him. "Aren't you going to etch yours?" she asked with wide, pleading eyes. "You want me to wear that on my ring as well?" Snape asked aghast. It was one thing for decorated formal robes that he barely wore, but for a ring that would bring him the scrutiny of every eye. But even as he protested, he knew his will could not withstand her disappointment. As her bright green eyes dropped from his, the Slytherin in him knew that was not the way to proceed. "I am open to negotiation," he muttered, willing it to not feel so much like surrender. "What did I do wrong?" Lily glared at her ring, as if to blame it for failing to live up to its promises. It sparkled back at her, the light gleaming off its prettily wrought pattern, but not an ounce of magic could be felt between the two rings that theoretically should have become magically connected. She sighed, setting her chin against her transfiguration's homework in dejection. "Why do you think I failed?" she murmured to her oh-so-studious fiancé. Though he had no homework to complete, Save had followed her to the study hall, bringing with him the patrol's scheduling and meeting notes he was no doubt preparing for the next fortnight. They sat at the end of a long table, close to the corner of the room, and by some magic of Save's anti-gravitational personality, nobody seemed willing to sit near them. She felt his fingers caress her back obligingly, gently, and oddly willingly in public. "You didn't fail," he murmured, his voice soft against her ear. She smiled and brought her eyes up, trailing across to the silver ring he wore upon his left hand. A thick and sturdy band of silver, not decorated in any obvious manner, but decorated it was. A compromise he had agreed to, he had etched the same two does on the inner surface of his ring. Their rings were now a matching pair in form at least, if not function. She sighed again, burying herself beneath her crossed arms. "So, who's taking the extra patrol next week? You or me?" Save asked, a little too blasé about the fact that his fiancée was an utter failure. "I'll do it," she muttered into the vellum. "I can at least do that right." 3 generations of prefects from all 4 houses amounted to only 6 pairs of patrols, usually including the student heads. This meant there was always at least one repeat of patrol duties for an unfortunate, and the unwritten tradition dictated the responsibility to be undertaken by the heads. She was exceedingly thankful that their head boy this year did not come from the prefect pool, meaning only one of them had to endure the repeat each week. She felt his hand on her back again, making that comforting stroking motion. "Don't be so hard on yourself. You didn't fail. The magic is there." Lily lifted her eyes up from her self-pity. "But it's not doing what I wanted it to do." She had hoped to create 2 rings that were able to find each other, a concession to his desire to know how to find her, as well as her own to honor the love that went into that pulverized alchemical stone. But the ring felt stubbornly light upon her finger, refusing to emit the tug towards its bonded pair. His dark eyes frowned, as if stopped by a sudden indecision. For a moment Lily feared he was about to be inclined to agree with her lamentations of uselessness, before his wand came to hand, and a handkerchief appeared in the other. "You have a smudge," he muttered, holding out the plain white cloth in offering. "Where?" she asked, a cheek-filled smile spreading across her cheeks, expecting him to turn this into an opportunity. Yet again, Save defied expectations, bringing the cloth harshly against her nose and scrubbing a little too intently to be considered playful. "I get it. You're efficient," Lily groaned, muffled by the offending material. "Your work is smudged, too," he mumbled, withdrawing from her personal space. Lily glanced down to see the smears of semi-dried ink across half a sentence. She rewetted her quill and reapplied a new layer of fresh ink, wishing a little that wizarding technology caught up to their muggle counterpart in this regard. With a muffled sigh, Lily continued on to the next paragraph. Just 2 more covering Marlach's third postulate and its relation to overcoming the limitation of rigidity, and she'd be done. I'm done with the timetable. Save sounded in her ear, eliciting another sigh from Lily. Why was he so competent? He made her feel like a slacker. Glaring, she glanced over at his vellum, reading off the names and how he arranged them. Proud and Limply are both on the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. Neither of them could do Thursdays because Hufflepuff practice is on Friday mornings. If ever it changes, they always drop a note. Also, I hear that Ravenclaw Erin is a member of Flitwick's Frog Choir, so she can't do Fridays. Remus can't do Wednesdays because of astronomy. Limply, too. It would have helped to know this beforehand. Save growled as he drew out a new sheet, as if to redo the entire timetable. Actually, just let Remus have your shift and you take Proud's. Have him move to Wednesday, Lily suggested, surprised a logical mind like Severus hadn't figured it out. She had thought his scowl was intended for his failure to notice, but as it turned out it was due to reluctance. Won't work, he muttered. Lily frowned, waiting for the explanation why, but after 10 seconds it became apparent he wasn't forthcoming. Well, I'm waiting. A strange sheepishness came across his features. Aye, he hesitated, scowling, causing Lily's eyebrows to jump up to the fringes of her hair. You have something on that night? She asked dryly. No, he mumbled, then his words trailed off. Come again. I said I don't want to patrol with Bones. He finally relented, eliciting a start of surprise from the Gryffindor girl. She hadn't meant to sound so jealous when the question passed the threshold of her lips. Why, what's wrong with her? More like was their history. There's nothing wrong with her, Save grumbled. I just don't want to patrol with a Hufflepuff. Excuse me. Lily raised an eyebrow. I thought you were over your little house superiority phase. He flinched, as if bitten by her words. I just don't have any patience for mediocrity. Now that wasn't fair at all. Amelia Bones was easily the most capable of the next cohort of prefects, easily the top candidate for head girl next year. You'll find Amelia is by no means incapable, Lily stated firmly, determined to dissuade her fiancé of such a rude notion. I know, he muttered to her surprise. She's a strict perfectionist, a damnable idealist through and through. I don't want to patrol with her because I don't want to hear what she has to say about my history with the darkness of my house. Lily frowned, a smidge concerned. Did she say something to you before? No, Save muttered, adding to the confusion. I don't get it. Did you just assume that she would? Save appeared to shake himself as his scowl deepened. Forget I said anything, all right. I just don't get on with Hufflepuffs, and their damnable ideological friendship is magic mindset. He growled, just loud enough to attract dirty looks from Hufflepuffs sitting close by, causing Lily to shoot an apologetic glance towards them. Or Gryffindors, or Ravenclaws, or half of Slytherin, really. Lily counted off her fingers in a teasing tone. Get out of your comfort zone, Save. The world is bigger than just you and I. She reached over to run her fingers through his long, thick hair. He closed his eyes to the sensation, not even protesting her public show of affection. I wish that it weren't, he rumbled, a longing to his tone. I wish life was less complicated. Lily could not help but grin, slipping her fingers from his mane to prod him on the nose. Should have thought of that before you willingly dated a Gryffindor. A nervous clearing of the throat brought both Lily and Severus out of their moment. A small Ravenclaw stood at their table, looking suddenly very nervous, doubly so as Save proceeded to glower at the poor thing. Prefect, needed on 6th floor. Trophy room, Filch sent, he squeaked, unable to finish his message. Save sighed as he stood, hand firmly set upon Lily's shoulder. I'll take care of it. You finish your work. His tone brooked no argument, and she briefly felt the illogical crevasse of an illusionary age gap. Highly irrational thought, considering they were barely a month apart in age. He stepped away, his decaying backpack hoisted carefully over his shoulders, somehow sweeping out of the study hall with a confidence not unlike that of a practiced leader. He suited the role well, and he faced his responsibilities, although with complaint, but never shirking. More capable than she ever thought he could be with the responsibilities of authority. A boy that was living up to everything she had always expected him to, and more. As he disappeared down the corridor, she thought she could still feel him there, like a beacon in her heart. But slowly she frowned. As she followed his path down the hallway she knew to run adjacent to this room, she wondered whether this was an imagined feeling, or if she could really feel his presence. With a start, she removed her ring, and suddenly the sensation faded into the ethers. Her pulse quickened as she slid that ring on once more, feeling a presence from somewhere from below, an unknown distance away from her. She could not tell exactly where he was, but she knew she could feel his presence. If she followed it, she knew she could find him. A smile touched her lips as her fingers played across her silver ring. This wasn't as practical as she had designed it, but she had been warned the core would add its own touch to the spell. Whoever thought Save's heart would be so sentimental? Would you stop fondling that ring? I'm trying to eat, and it's creeping me out, Mulciber growled, still in a foul temper after what happened after Transfigurations. Snape scowled as he withdrew his fingers. I think we can both agree that you watching me does nothing for either of our appetites. Snape hadn't taken off his ring since its enchantment after realizing the extent of the powers it lent, for it kept Lily by his side. Though it had a limited range, he could not sense her if they were parted by more than the distance of 4 floors. It was enough of a promising start. These types of enchantments only grew stronger with age and the touch of residual magic. Given enough years, it could easily encompass the range of the entire school grounds, years after they long left its bounds. He could feel her presence and knew he could find her, wherever she'd be, if he followed his heart. As poetic as that was literal. He could not bring himself to take off that ring, and he drew a lot of snickers because of it, and a lot of questions about why a man who favored black suddenly took to sparkling jewelry. That hulking boy glared, taking that jibe a lot more personally than he had been recently. With a dark mutter, he sunk back into his meal. Snape, too, returned to his own plate. Whereas he would usually have been content with oats and fruit in the morning, he had switched it today for steak and eggs. Already he could feel the oils build about his pores, and his stomach leaden with the heavy fare. No doubt regret was soon to come over his idiotic flight of fancy. Lily never said anything, but he could not help but feel too daunted over the looming prospect of having her see him disrobed. It wasn't like this was a matter of immediate address, as the wedding and this imagined scenario was well into their future. It wasn't like he would ever be sculptured, nothing much to look at in that regard, or any regard, to be honest. At the very least, he didn't want his ribs to show, and this would require a conscious change of diet. He couldn't stick to his 38-year-old eating habits in his 17-year-old body. The change was not simply the quantity. Even at that settled age, he had been borderline emaciated, as much a symptom of his troubles and anguish as his embittered heart had been, and he wished to bring neither into a new life with Lily. She deserved far better. She always did. He worked his knife around the sliver of fat, parting it from the lean portions of his meat. He set to work disassembling what was left into neat bite sizes and took a bite with a portion of egg scramble. Every fiber of his mind and body was rebelling at the notion of luncheon food for breakfast. Perhaps he should not have chosen this particular meal to overhaul his diet. Before he could complete his contemplation of regret, the morning post arrived in the form of a flock of descending owls over the breakfast table. Unusually for Snape, he received one letter this morning, but this time it was expected. He had written to Lily's father the day before. He sent it by owl before meeting Lily down at his laboratory for her enchantment. A letter informing Mr. Evans of what transpired between Snape and the man's daughter, and an apology for not asking permission first. Though that tradition was falling rapidly out of fashion, he expected Mr. Evans to be a man to hold firmly to propriety. Snape accepted the letter from the barn owl's talons, dismissing the bird without obliging its request for some fat rinds off his plate. The birds were fed well enough, as it was at this school. An extra treat of processed human food could only be detrimental to their outcome. More than a little apprehensively, Snape edged the Muggle envelope open, struggling slightly against the Muggle adhesive and tearing the vessel despite his care. Urquhart glanced over from his plate of hashed potatoes and kippers. "You don't usually get letters, Snape. Everything all right?" "None of your business," the awkwardly unsociable boy retorted. There was something to be said about Urquhart. He didn't seem to mind Snape's brusqueness. He simply shrugged and returned to his breakfast, content to let Snape deal with his dilemma by himself. But it did not stop him from flicking back his own little sting. "Just like your girly little ring, huh?" Snape scowled as his associates all grinned at his expense. Even Lester struggled to keep a straight face. Up until now, Urquhart had been the most accommodating about the matter, in that he ignored it in its entirety. But nobody could expect the boy not to jab back when he gets jabbed at. Wedding rings were not a tradition in the wizarding world, so the concept of an engagement ring was a foreign notion to them. Snape did not feel the desire to explain to them what this was. They had no business in his affairs. He glanced across the hall to find Lily staring at him. At the sight of his smile, her face instantly lit up. In her hands was also grasped a letter. His heart lightened. Perhaps it was good tidings. Without another word, Snape returned to his own, slipping the fragile Muggle stationery from its equally fragile envelope. He had never seen the writing style of Lily's father before, and he could not help but note how similar the man's calligraphy was to his daughter's, except he looped his loops far more conservatively and turned his corners in a sharper, more efficient manner. "Dear Severus," it read, "thank you for writing to inform me in so timely a manner. I appreciate you kept my opinions in your thought, and though I am disappointed that I did not get to have a conversation with you about the matter beforehand, permission is implied with my blessings to date my daughter. I did not expect you to be doing so without plans for a future." Snape's heart calmed. His worries ceased. This letter was not a chastisement, and somehow knowing her father stood behind him, and Lily made all the difference in the world. He continued reading with a lighter heart, turning his ring absent-mindedly as he did so. "Lily had told me you are a changed man, something I am inclined to agree with, but I suppose that is what growing up is about. I had been so worried for my daughter when she first told me about her plans with you, but you laid them to rest with your behavior and demeanor over the holidays. You are not the boy you once were, and you are certainly not your father." Snape paused, turning those words over in his mind. His heart felt simultaneously light and heavy, revulsion at the implications those words dredged up, and relieved to be absolved of them. There are few good and true men in this world, and I believe she is lucky to have one of them. Severus closed his eyes, grateful. The rest of the letter was a more formal demand for details of what the plans for this wedding entailed, and a promise to financially assist in the matter should they choose to do so too soon after graduation to accumulate enough savings. Details Snape planned to address in a far less emotional state of mind. He folded the paper and slipped it carefully back into the envelope, a letter he hoped to preserve. The first true words of approval he had ever received from a man who believed in him for the good that he could potentially do. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, the temperature was at that beautiful sweet spot that did not need the aid of a cloak, nor did it invoke the touch of sweat. This was a wonderful day to be outside and getting her hands dirty. Lily approached the greenhouse, staring excitedly at the throng of students waiting for the start of her biology. Severus was among them. She could feel it, quite literally. Though she could not pinpoint his exact location or distance, the general sense of which direction to head in was all that it could give, but that was something. Enough for a first try. Enough to make their rings special. Their engagement rings. An engagement her father threw his support behind, despite all rationality of thought. She hadn't told her father her plans. She didn't think he would approve. She had just gotten him used to the idea of his daughter dating Severus Snape. To spring the surprise of an engagement on him did not feel like the best of paths to take. Little did she know, Severus had already taken the exact opposite route of thought, and what a resounding success that had been. With a suppressed squeak of delight, Lily set eyes on Severus. Even with the advantage of knowing which direction she would come from, he was unprepared for her sudden and very public show of delight and affection. "Severus!" she exclaimed in delight as she flung her arms around the startled boy, invoking every eye in the vicinity. She knew he hated it when she drew attention to him, and that action drew a lot very quickly. But he was her fiancé. He had to forgive her. After squeezing him as tightly as she could, Lily made to release him, relenting to his tender sensibilities. Except she suddenly found his arms around her, locking her in a mutual embrace. With a skip of her heart, she held on all the tighter, grinning madly as eyes averted from the mildly too liberal show of affection. She stuck her tongue out at her best friend Marlene's roll of the eyes and Dorcas Meadows' mildly confused smile. Severus finally withdrew, mildly embarrassed by his own foray into sentiments, but Lily could not help the beaming grin. "How did you convince him?" she breathed, still a titter. "I told him the truth," Save returned with a tilt of his brow. Lily sighed. "That's all it took. Who'd have thought?" "Oh, right. Dorcas exclaimed suddenly and unexpectedly. "You two are engaged. Congratulations." News always got around so quickly when Susan got involved. Severus, Muggle-born Slytherin friend, suddenly appeared at his elbow. "Oh my goodness, congratulations, Snape. Is that what the ring is about?" Save scowled and twitched his fingers, no doubt still very much self-conscious of wearing it. Just 4 feet away, little Peter gave a start, turning his wide, round eyes on the pair. "You're engaged?" he asked in a wheezy whine. He had been recovering from a cold since his return from holidays, and the effects still lingered. "Right, forgot to tell you guys," Marlene muttered. Dorcas approached and took Lily's hand, turning it under her scrutiny. "Is this a Muggle tradition?" she asked with genuine curiosity. "Muggle? I thought it was magical." Lester frowned, throwing Lily into confusion. Engagement rings are Muggle," she insisted to her fellow Muggle-born. "Where are you from that it's not a thing?" "Wales, and it's totally a thing there," the Slytherin replied with no less confusion. "Only where I come from the men aren't supposed to wear one." "They're not," Lily blinked. She'd always seen her father wear his golden band, even after her mother was laid to rest. Lester shook his head quite insistently. "No, the man is only supposed to wear it after the wedding, as in after they're married. Only the women are supposed to wear an engagement ring." "You're joking," Lily gasped aghast. She quickly cast a glance to Severus to confirm he had indeed shriveled into himself in scowling embarrassment. She was rusty on her Muggle heritage, really rusty, and by the looks of it Severus fared no better. She saw his fingers twitch towards his ring, but then withdraw as if he changed his mind. "It's enchanted," he muttered, as if in answer to an unasked question. "I'm wearing it because it's enchanted, not because of some age-decreed tradition." Lily could not help but smile. She searched out his fingers with her own, entwining them with her loving touch. She felt the cold touch of his smooth ring against her skin and wondered if that little touch of electricity was magical or imagined. The Marauders couldn't even stay out of trouble for a week. He had no illusions about how the Nifflers got into the trophy room. They hadn't even managed to get to the end of that said week before they wrought destruction upon the first-floor girls' bathroom. Like father, like son, Snape supposed as he scowled at the shattered pieces of porcelain and rivulets of bog water. Mercifully, this bathroom was rarely used, if ever, by the female population of the school. The wailing ghost that usually haunted this facility drove most away, and with good reason. Snape couldn't think of many things less appealing than trying to do one's private business to the sound of wailing. Regardless, there was a general fetid haze about the air, a foul smell all too familiar to that veteran potioneer. The Marauders had been making their own attempt at that blast potion, it seemed, with two predictable results. Pettigrew, being the only brewer in that damnable group, managed to get himself hospitalized. That would not be enough to excuse him from detention. Snape would make sure of it. "Rotten kids," Filch grumbled as he swept his mop around the lake of a floor. "I better not catch you stopping until I can see my face in the shine on that bowl," Black muttered darkly as he magically scrubbed the toilet seat with a flick of his wand. "Don't see why you'd want to see that ugly mug." "What was that?" "He said it's getting dark," Potter replied hastily as he siphoned at the watery mess. Lupin sighed, but said nothing more, setting himself for a long, grueling evening of scouring the walls. There was something exceedingly gratifying about watching the Marauders receive a humbling, and Snape was almost tempted to spend the evening watching them suffer. "From your snide comments, it appears you are not appropriately contrite about the situation you have wrought our poor caretaker," Snape almost purred as his two lead antagonists threw him scathing looks. "I do believe, Mr. Filch, that it would be most beneficial to the entire institution if you could educate them in some appreciation. Perhaps if they're made to do at least some of the work without the aid of magic." "Wonderful idea, Mr. Snape," Filch crowed with delight. Black and Potter could not look more livid, and Snape took immense pleasure at the sight. They needed to be taken down a peg or two, the arrogant brats. Lupin sighed as he stowed away his wand, reaching for what Snape assumed to be a mop made for walls. "Snape, you realize I have to patrol later. Then you better get scrubbing," Snape sneered, without a hint of mercy. "This isn't going to be done before then, not the Muggle way." He emphasized his conundrum with a hefty heave of his wall mop, smearing the fetid remains of the potion across the stonework. Snape scowled, not appreciating the boy rationally blackmailing him into softening his sentence. I'll have your patrol replaced, so you have no excuses for leaving this facility before it is excellent again. The dark look Snape received brought a pleasant wave of nostalgia. This was the one part of being a professor he did not hate, and this power came with the privilege of his position. The Cretans deserved every morsel of suffering that came their way, especially since they were rarely caught these days, though he didn't think there was any way to punish them enough to reach karmic neutrality. With a satisfied smirk, this all too deserved dose of humbling, Snape strode out, leaving the cursed marauders to reap what they had bloody well sown. Though the hearty sunlight streaming through the corridor windows barely made it seem so, it was barely 2 hours till curfew. Hardly enough time to arrange a trade of patrol time with any other prefect. But that suited Snape fine. He had been looking forward to patrol work, to be given the freedom to roam the halls during the silence of the night. Even the prospect of having to wear that garish green sash and sharing it with company couldn't dampen the prospect. He was in higher spirits than he had been for a long, long time. Unfortunately, he had not counted on who Lupin's patrol partner was supposed to be. "Good evening. I am Amelia Bones," the Hufflepuff greeted very professionally with an extended hand. "You are the head boy, Severus Snape, I presume." "Yes," Snape answered, taking her hand in a single unenthused shake. Compared to most, Bones was positively a shining example of how he wished students behaved. Hard-working, quiet, and no nonsense. By all regards, he should have gotten along with her splendidly. However, there was a bad history between them, one that this Bones could not possibly be aware of, or be faulted for. "I confess, I had been expecting the Gryffindor prefect, Lupin," she continued in her professional manner. "I had not received word that patrol times had been altered." Lupin had found himself suddenly preoccupied. "Nothing beyond this patrol has been altered," Snape replied, trying his best to remain cordial. He could not help the instinctive bite of defensiveness whenever he heard her voice. That voice that brought nothing but fresh accusations that dredged up the vilest moments of his past. With only a curt nod, Bones took to her patrol route. Though he had spent nearly 20 years running into the prefect patrols during his nightly wanderings, he had never paid anything but a cursory heed to their role. Despite his position being that of seniority over the Hufflepuff, there was no doubt who was the more experienced of the two in their duties. There was no hesitation over which route she would take, no discussion or deferral to him. Yet Bones did not appear in any way uncomfortable by the fact she was outranked by a complete amateur. Snape moved in step with the frigid girl, simply thankful that she wasn't one for small talk. He by no means disliked the woman. He'd even go so far as to say he respected what she stood for. Not many could have made head of a ministry department at the age that she did. But she was an all too prominent reminder of the absolute worst about Snape's self. His past was a weight he no longer wished to carry about his neck. The ground floor passed in respectable silence, and Snape relaxed into the routine. No words were wasted between the two. They were both perfectly comfortable with the silence. Professionals in their own right, despite the age they were supposed to be. It did amuse him that the dungeon areas were not included in the patrol route. Perhaps it was realized that Slytherins were rarely the transgressors of the curfew. The notion of an uneventful patrol, however, was shattered upon the corridors of the first floor. The trio of marauders, finally released from their drudgery upon the havoc they wrought, trudged through the hallway. "Hold it," Bones commanded, and surprisingly those usually uncooperative laggards obeyed. She turned her attention on the increasingly sheepish Lupin. "Now what is your excuse?" Potter sighed. "We just got off detention. Detention that Snape here had set. Cut us some slack. We can't help it that it took us past curfew." Black threw a dirty glare at Snape, as if blaming him, almost rightfully. "Except true that I had you committed to an appropriately measured discipline, and can confirm you would not have likely been finished before curfew." His lips curled in a sneer. "Yet why has Filch not walked you to your dorms?" Potter shrugged. "Must have slipped his mind." "You twit," Black added with a venomous hiss. Snape scowled at those belligerent boys as Lupin appeared to shrink inward with a sigh. "Filch knows best of all how strictly we impose curfew. Surely he would have at least given you a hall pass. Shall we wait for his testimony?" He tends to be drawn to the sound of student voices. You know full well that we'd be out after dark, having a lark with your newfound powers, or you snivelous. The hound of a boy bayed. You are correct. I do know where you'd be, Snape replied, his lips curling with distaste. The girls' bathroom on this floor, which is from exactly the opposite hallway than the one you came from. Do you take me for a fool? We took the long way around. Black hissed, continuing to be contrary, inviting no mercy from the head boy who honestly would not have willingly shown them any. Lupin suddenly waded unexpectedly into the fore, placing himself between Snape and the aggressing Black. All right, we're lying. We didn't come straight from detention. We snuck away from Filch and made a detour to the hospital wing. We finished our detention task, I swear. Peter's in there for the night. We just wanted to make sure he's all right. He gets night terrors. Potter laid it on thick. We're headed back to the tower as we speak, Lupin insisted. Snape remained unmoved. Touching, the head boy sneered. If you truly cared about your friend, perhaps not hospitalize him to begin with. Snape's patrol partner suddenly stepped forward, turning attention with her presence alone. Mr. Snape is correct. We cannot have you breaking the rules simply because it's convenient for you. Lupin shriveled inwards, appearing to suppress a groan. However, I cannot fault the reason why you did it. Snape's head whipped around, incredulity upon his face. Their reason? How can their reason be enough to excuse their flouting of the law? Snape's reason had never been enough, and no amount of reason could shield him from this woman's lawful pursuit. The Hufflepuff witch turned an appraising eye on Snape, seeming unmoved by his outburst. They had not set out to break curfew, as I understand it. In that part of the rules they had no choice. As to whether they should have returned immediately, I believe they are still morally on the fore. She gave a conceding nod to Lupin's small smile of thanks. Friends need to be there for friends after all. Snape stared, confusion mingling with outrage. This woman had never shown her an ounce of mercy in the intervening years of his past life. She cared not one whit that Dumbledore vouched for his sincerity, nor the distance he placed between himself from the man he once was. Yet with a handful of insincere words, the marauders could twist her arrow-straight heart into forgiving their transgressions. Yet again, exceptionalism reared its head. Forever lingering proof life was stacked against him, while it bent over backwards for the likes of James Bloody Potter. You will go straight to your dorms. No more detours. I will not tolerate your presence another time tonight, Bones told them firmly. With a silent nod, the trio of troublemakers slipped around the prefects and headed up the grand stairwell. Snape was livid as he watched those cretins escape justice, disbelieving how lightly Amelia Bones had let them off. Amelia Bones, who pursued him relentlessly for every transgression rightful or imagined. I misjudged you, Amelia Bones. Here I took you for a fair-handed administrator of the law, Snape hissed through his clenched teeth. The Hufflepuff glanced upon him with unaffected eyes. What is fair is not always what is law, Mr. Snape. How very convenient to be able to warp it at your discretion, Snape spat. That once relentless pursuer of righteous justice turned out to be simply another prejudiced against him. With a calm tip of her head, she conceded. My decision was made on the grounds of empathy. I cannot claim to be correct in every judgment. She turned her steely eyes upon her slithering counterpart. That is why you had the right to veto me at any point. You are head boy, Mr. Snape. I would have deferred to your judgment. That is the luxury of not standing on the top. Kindness can be afforded. And with that, she turned her heel upon her slithering counterpart, setting off without another wasted word upon the circuit of the first floor. Snape stared after her retreating figure for a moment more before lowering his eyes and following suit. Chapter 36. A most insufferable affair. Chapter text October was a wonderful month. The temperature steadied itself into a sensible range. The excited anticipation of Halloween began its round amongst the student population. So much to love about the month, yet Severus could not be less delightful. His mood soured noticeably by the day without a word of reason as to why. Perhaps it was simply an illusion as the jubilation of their engagement wore off. He was simply being restored to his default mood, which seemed to center on brooding. He would snap out of it whenever she approached, whenever he knew her eyes lingered upon him, but the moment he thought she was not watching, he withdrew once more. Perhaps it was the season. He had seemed to be in higher spirits in the summer. Lily supposed anyone would be angsty if they were forced to endure the harsh Scottish winter in robes worn so thin They could barely keep out a breeze. She wished he would just let her father get him a new set along with her own. She didn't really need a new robe. Her old set was already 3 years old, but she hadn't grown an inch since her sudden spurt at 13. Her father, however, had insisted, since she was graduating this year, that she do so in the best possible fashion. Severus remained prideful and stubborn. He insisted it was his final year at school, and therefore his final year in this set of robes. He'd endured them for 6. There was no point in splurging on the last. With the morning post, however, Lily received a letter that knew she would only make Save's mood even worse. A screech owl fluttered through with a muggle letter clamped in its solid beak, landing bodily in front of her, tipping over her goblet of pumpkin juice with its motion. That was the omen with which Petunia's letter arrived. "No," Lily groaned as she dabbed at her pumpkin juice stains. "This is the worst. Tell me how you really feel," Mary quipped jokingly as she glanced over from her plate. Lily sighed and waved before her this primly embossed, lightly perfumed paper. "An invitation to my sister's wedding, and it's next month. This is that insufferable twit of a sister you keep telling us about," Marlene asked from across the table. The red-headed girl sighed. "One and the same." She stowed away that garish invitation and drew out the second piece of paper within that envelope and groaned even louder. "And she wants me to go on a dinner date with her and her fiancé." Mary returned to her breakfast of toast and kippers. "That doesn't sound so bad." "With Severus," Lily sighed, feeling a tingle of apprehension press upon the back of her skull. "She hates Save. They never got on." "All right, that might get messy," the chubby muggle girl conceded with a wince. "I like her better already," Marlene snarked uncharitably. Lily had always thought Save would be the one to throw a tantrum over Marlene, not the other way around. With great effort, she ignored her best friend's jibes and turned to her far more level-headed friend. Since their talk, Mary hadn't said one worried word more about the issue, even going so far as to become the most supportive of those at her side. "She's absolutely awful. Always has been to him, especially to him." Mary smiled a sympathetic smile as she chewed through her bite of toast before answering. "You said your sister moved out last year, right?" "She hasn't seen him for a while. Perhaps things would mellow between them. He certainly has mellowed." "That doesn't mean he'll want to see her again," Lily sighed, already imagining the scene that would erupt. "She never lets up an opportunity to lash out with an awful comment. I don't expect he'll have forgotten it." She could never let him pass without a scathing barb about his looks or his poverty, constantly pushing every one of his buttons. Her muggle-born friend smiled sympathetically. "When is this supposed to be?" Lily glanced over the letter again. "A weekend at my convenience," she answered. "Ha, imagine that. Petunia's never offered me convenience before." "Times are changing," Mary chirped as she returned to her breakfast. "Come again." Lily could only blink dumbly at that oddly calm boy. "I said I'll come to dinner with you to meet Petunia and her fiancé," Save restated, his words no less baffling than they had been the first time around. "Who are you, and what have you done to Severus?" That was the thought that passed through Lily's head when she took that letter nervously to Severus during their study period in preparation for a long, hard fight, only to have him accept without any struggle. "I expect the weekend of our utmost convenience would be the one after the coming one. It gives us time to go through the bureaucracy of arranging personal leave, as well as having the full moon pass for the month, leaving us free of the need to spend the away day scratching our heads over that blasted potion," Save continued, not at all concerned by how disturbingly reasonable he was being. "We'll be back before our duties for the Halloween feast. I would be questioning the prefect body's capabilities if they cannot handle things without us for 2 days." "Hold up, hold up." Lily waved her hands about as she if could waft away the confusion. "You're saying you're all right with coming with me to dinner with Petunia. You are right, just clarifying." That baffling boy frowned. "Do you not want to?" "I don't want to. Nobody should really want to. But I have to," Lily pouted. "And my answer is the same," Severus answered, "because I assume you wouldn't have taken no for an answer." "No." Lily felt a little stirring of guilt over her childish pout. That boy gave a nod of agreement and returned to his Transfiguration's homework. Since his return to her life, Severus had changed noticeably in demeanor and mannerism, calmer and far more mature, sometimes disturbingly so. He was almost unrecognizable in moments like this when he defied all her expectations. all cool logic and detached, willing to endure the prospect of unpleasantness. It made her feel like a child. She pouted again as she stared down at her parchment and her patchy attempt at her homework. By comparison, Severus had already the word length comprised and was just going over with an editing spell. He was always the smarter and more hardworking of the two, but coupled with his inexplicably heightened maturity, Lily was beginning to wonder exactly what she brought to this relationship. It was ridiculously galling to think the only thing she had was being something pretty to look at. "Do you think I'm childish, Save?" she muttered to that deeply concentrating boy. He replied without an upwards glance, "You'll grow out of it." Lily tried her best not to take too much offense to his immediate and unsoftened response. "Why are you even marrying me if you thought so?" she muttered. "Are you really just marrying me because I'm pretty?" His eyes darted upwards, wide and surprised. Where in Merlin's name did that come from? She sighed quite loudly, eliciting some frowning glances from the Ravenclaws sitting further down the study table. As the head boy and girl, they weren't really setting much of an example in the study hall. "Sorry, don't mind me, I'm being silly." He set his homework aside, fixing his dark eyes upon her. "It's not like I wouldn't understand if you are having second thoughts, Lily." "I'm not," she grimaced as those Ravenclaws glared again. "How about we take this downstairs?" He did not need further prompting as he put away his textbooks. His homework was the last to be stowed as he cast a quick drying charm over the fresh ink. Lily's homework didn't need the assistance, as it had been a good solid 15 minutes since she wrote anything upon the page. In the darkened coziness of the first floor alcove, their conversation continued once again, this time with a hint of distinct skittishness from her Slytherin fiancé. "Tell me what's on your mind," Severus commanded. At least she still had him beat in the art of small talk. Lily sighed as she sunk down against the wall. "I'm feeling very childish. I spent all morning whining about having to go see Petunia again, and she's not been nearly half as awful to me as she has been to you. I'd worry if you actually enjoyed her company," he grumbled as he sat down close beside her. "Like I said, childish," she mumbled as she leaned against his warm chest, ignoring the scratchiness of his thin frayed robes as she stretched against him. She could feel his heart beat powerfully through his thin chest, a reminder for her to behave. "I just sometimes can't believe how much you've changed, Save. I just sort of feel like I've got to catch up." "Don't be in a hurry to grow up," Save muttered in her ear. His hand stroked down the length of her hair. Watched her own fiery strands trickle through his dexterous fingers. "I'll wait for you." Lily could not help but roll her eyes. "You're older than me by less than a month. Don't make it sound like a decade." She could feel a short, sharp exhale of breath tickle her left ear, his equivalent of a bark of laughter. She took his hands and brought them about to envelop her, feeling his heart speed up and his body warm. With a sigh, the Gryffindor girl desisted, slipping out of his arms to give him a reprieve. "I suppose this is another difference between your maturity and mine." Severus appeared to shake himself as he regained his composure. "I assure you this is absolutely a symptom of teenaged hormones. There is nothing overly mature about this." "I meant your willingness to keep your composure," she replied with a smile, widening with cheek. "Merlin knows you try harder than you have to." She could feel his black eyes glaring unamused but unseen in the shadows of the alcove. "It's only difficult when you insist on making it so." "I won't tell my dad," Lily said with a grin and a wink, only half joking. "And that is exactly what I mean," he muttered as he turned away, his face coloring visibly even in this lowered light. "A promise I make is a promise I keep. Stop testing me." The Gryffindor girl let out an over-dramatic sigh. "I still can't believe you took my dad's side on this. You must really want to get on his good side." "I would prefer to stay on good terms with my future father-in-law, yes," Save muttered, glancing away. "And I would personally prefer it too. I don't like the idea of I don't want you to be too young." "Excuse me." Her ginger eyebrow arched in disbelief. "You're too young," he growled again defiantly. "You make me feel utterly immoral. You're 1 month older than me." She tried her best to maintain a visage of outrage, but the ridiculousness sent her into a fit of giggles. Severus, however, continued to look completely unamused. "Then we are both too young, too rash, and too foolish." "Head over heart," Lily sighed. She reached her arms about her fiancé's torso, feeling him squirm uncomfortably under her touch, but this time she would not draw away. Save was a distant soul, but with no less warm a heart, a warmth he showed few and sparingly. However, she was a girl who needed closeness and touch, no matter how deeply she loved and knew that she was loved. "I knew what I signed on for," she murmured into his warm, fluttering chest. "I hope you did as well." Though he had accepted the situation without any struggle, the prospect of spending the weekend with Petunia had soured Snape's mood dramatically. It was doubly worse that it was only 2 days before Halloween. He kept trying to tell himself things were different now, that he needn't feel that weight so keenly anymore. His head could not win over his heart on this regard. The guilt pecked again at the fringes of his mind, wearing down the calm he had built for himself. The anniversary of his greatest folly and his insidious self-loathing peeked its head, refusing to let him forget it. This weekend was going to be miserable already without the need to spend it with a viper like Petunia. He hadn't seen the harpy since he and Lily first parted ways. To her, it would have only been 2 years, but for Snape it had been well over 20. Despite that, he did not hold out much hope for the woman improving with time. One peek into that Potter boy's mind was enough to tell him the worst about that woman, how her twisted bitterness allowed her to treat her sister's only son. A son he had treated no better. Another nugget of guilt to Snape's weighty pile. That was one confession he did not relish revealing to Lily again. One truth he did not wish to share. She had been quite annoyed with him from the assumption that he was merely apathetic to her child, when reality was that he was near antagonistic. Another terrible truth about him that she would need to know one day. Another sin he would need to pay for. Was it more selfish of him to lay the burden of forgiveness upon Lily's kind heart? Or would it be fouler to hide his worst away? It was in this dark, guilt-ridden mood that James Potter had disturbed him, collecting the wolfsbane potion for the final time this moon cycle. James had taken the responsibility of collecting the potion solely upon himself of late, and until today Lily had been present as their in-between, but she needed to undertake her patrol work this evening. He could feel her through his ring, making her round on the floor above, her route never leveling to the floor his lab stood on. She had been trying her hand at the final steps of the brew, proving herself once again an extremely capable student. She would have been easily his equal had they been of the same age and experience, a truth he could not reassure her with when she bemoaned his extensive abilities beyond her own. "Thanks, Snape. That's all the doses," that bespectacled Dementor in boy's clothing chirped cheerily. Snape waved him off without an upwards glance as he set about on clean-up. He had hoped that feckless boy would take the hint and scuttle off and leave him in peace. He really was becoming an optimist. "So," the boy began, causing the potioneer to bristle at the sound of his mentally abrasive voice. "You and Lily are getting married." Snape took that moment to revel in his victory. "Humbling, isn't it, Potter?" The boy, however, only offered an unaffected smile. "I'm happy for you two. Good luck for the future." That, however, rubbed Snape in every wrong way. "Don't think me taken by your false well-wishes, Potter. I still remember you coveted her, and the lengths you were willing to go to turn her head." "Okay, yes, I get it. I was abhorrent towards you," Potter mumbled as he stowed that small vial in his pocket. "And you'll never let me forget about it. But honestly, back then we were both shitty to each other, and I'm sorry for my part." Snape's eyes narrowed as he turned his eyes to his scouring equipment, content to leave their conversation at that. When that bespectacled fop did not move from his spot, the potioneer snapped at him. "Leave," he commanded with a gnashing glare, no uncertainty to his tone. "Right, I will," Potter assured with raised, placating palms. "But I kind of hope we can have another opportunity to talk. I don't want this to go on. Pity. I have no intention of making good," Snape hissed with a distasteful curl of his lips. The boy shrugged. "We're not killing each other anymore. This is a promising start. Congratulations on growing up. Now get out of my face." Those hazel eyes narrowed along with his patience. "How about you get off your high horse? It wasn't that long ago when you were a dick and a half as well. I flippin' didn't believe you when you changed sides. And believe me when I say you earned that mistrust. Tell yourself whatever you need to sleep better at night," Snape glowered. "Just because you grew out of your rough spots first doesn't mean my efforts are worthless. I get that we'll never be friends, but Lily's my friend, and I'd rather not be at loggerheads with her husband." That was the first time anyone had directly referred to Snape as Lily's husband. Yet it came from the lips of a man who had once taken that very role, a knowledge that turned bitter any relish of his victory. He hated that man, that boy, everything that Cretan had done to him, every victory he took in that life that is no more. And most of all, he hated the knowledge that Potter had provided better for Lily than Snape possibly could. "You mock me with that very word," Snape hissed to the boy's confusion. He knew logically that it hadn't been meant the way it twisted in his mind. But logic could never overcome the hate he had for this boy before him. This boy who reminded him of every failure of his life, of every humiliation wrought upon him by him and his privileged friends, who Lily had married in a life no longer, and who had been able to live up to her love. "Wait," Potter frowned behind the thick panes of his glasses. "Do you think I'm still after her or something?" Snape did not answer, was unable to answer through his sudden, uncontrollable bitterness. "I'm not. I swear that I'm not," he continued. "Marlene is my girlfriend, and I'm not going to betray what we have. She'd kick my ass." With a glower, Snape turned away. His logical mind assured him of the earnest of those words, but his spite wished the boy to cease. He felt petty. He should not feel petty. He did not deserve to feel petty. This was the boy who tormented him, after all. The boy who assaulted him and stripped him of his dignity. Too many years of antagonism. Too deep ran his hatred. Not even the passage of 2 decades past this boy's death had cured Snape of this seething anger. This contempt he had for this boy whose life was handed to him on a silver platter. The boy who could have had any woman he wanted, but chose to pursue a course that would fracture a 7-year friendship and take the only good thing Snape had in his life. But most of that fault laid squarely with Snape. That much was certain to him now. Now he knew that Lily's ultimatum had never been final. It had always hinged upon his own choice. That there had always been a path for him by Lily's side. Had he not been too foolish and selfish to see it? The animosity he had for Potter, the grudges they held towards one another, the core reason for it all had been removed. But even with that regret subverted, and mountains of shattered pride behind them, Snape could not find it in him to let it go. He knew the fault was his own, but his hatred for this one boy, this boy who made his emotions flare and hatred seethe, it refused to abate. Though his mind told him the war was over and won, his heart would not let go. "I get that we'll never be friends," that infuriating boy continued heatedly, "but I don't want to be enemies. But don't let the bad blood between us affect her. I'm dating her best friend, after all. We both want to continue to be in her life." Rage bubbled forth from the once jilted professor. And had it been the other way around, would I have been given the same courtesy? Of course. Potter answered, to which Snape scoffed. The advantage of knowing the alternate path meant he knew exactly how far that courtesy extended, for Snape had never been part of Lily's life again. But again, that had been his own doing. "It was never my call to make, whether or not you're in Lily's life," Snape muttered, hating every concession he made. "Whatever friendship you have with her is, you needn't bother me with it." He hated the idea of Lily associating with this boy, his tormentor, his most hated nemesis. And her husband once upon a time. But Snape was already taking a large part of her life away from her. He could not bear to take more. Potter shrugged. "Well, obviously, she'd probably not be too amused if you told her who she can and cannot see," he muttered, a sentiment Snape could get behind. The bespectacled boy ran his fingers through his hair in an agitated motion. "But she's a soft-hearted girl. You know what I mean, right? I mean you'd have to. You've known her for longer than I have. How the heck do you think she feels each time we spite each other? You think it's not going to gnaw at her that her friends are at odds with her husband?" Snape hated that boy, but he could not deny the truth of his words. He was able to see so clearly the barbs upon Lily's heart, knew so well how much his antagonism with her friends would hurt her. He knew this, but had made no effort on her behalf to repair this, and to be told so clearly so by this reckless, preening, self-serving boy. This boy who had his chance with her in another life. A life ended short for the both of them. He would never know of the second chance Snape took from him. "This changes nothing between us, Potter," Snape growled, tasting bitterness of the concession he was to give. "But I will not have Lily pay for our history. I'll temper my hostility. I expect courtesy in return." A muted smile edged upon Potter's lips. "I suppose that's the best I could hope for." He stretched his hand out to seal their truce. Snape suppressed his sigh, but glowered openly as he took the offered hand. making peace with the trauma that two lives could not erase. The weekend came with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. On the one hand, Lily always looked forward to her return home, especially now she was fully qualified in apparition and needn't suffer through travel time by train. Though her father rarely saw eye to eye nowadays, she still loved him dearly, and with his support of her engagement with Severus their worlds realigned again. On the other hand, she did not look forward to seeing Petunia or the man she was about to marry. What was his name? Vernon. If he was anything like her sister, Lily already knew they would not get on. The letter had already somewhat set the tone of their meeting, stating that they wished to get this freakish business out of the way. Whatever this was about, it did not seem reconciliation was on the menu. But naively, she could not help but hope. Hope that there was a path forward for them both. Though they were now constantly at loggerheads, they hadn't always been so. As children, they had been inseparable, as close as two sisters could be, before magic and jealousy had torn them apart. Lily was prepared to work for it, but in this plan lay a problem. Severus had never got on with Petunia. Lily could deal with a lot from her sister, but historically, Save had never been very good at turning the other cheek. She paced back and forth before Save's room now, housed still in the guest room that had once been Petunia's bedroom. She had already spent an hour getting ready, doing up her hair, powdering the freckles from her nose, and painting her lips into a slightly darker pink. The dress she picked was a slim-fitting, semi-formal one-piece dress. She knew her sister would comment if she didn't make at least an effort. That went doubly so for Save, and she hoped the effort hadn't sent him escaping for school ground. She hoped he wasn't still troubled because her father had purchased a suit for him. Her father had it tailored not long after finding out about their engagement, having it crafted from the measurements Lily had procured from Madame Gladrags. It was honestly optimistic of her father to think that his youngest daughter would be having a Muggle wedding. On further thought, did Save even know how to put on a suit? The Muggle clothing he had experience with weren't exactly exemplary specimens of this category. Save, she called through the door with a light knock to the wooden panel. How's everything going? From beyond the door she could barely hear movement, worrying her suspicions. I'm coming in all right. Hold on. His voice suddenly sounded, just as she yanked open the door. For a moment, Lily feared she barged in on him half-decent again, but it turned out his embarrassment was not due to that. Severus stood, clad in a formal and very Muggle black dinner jacket and slacks, glowering with embarrassment having been caught in front of the mirror, testing his hair in a ponytail. Oh, my goodness. Lily giggled to his further glowing displeasure. Without another word, he tore the cord from his hair and proceeded to shake the strands back into their messy state. No, stop. Lily glided to his side and collected his hair back into that bundle. You looked very elegant. His glare bespoke his disbelief. No, seriously, you do. Severus conceded to her ministrations, seating himself in front of the vanity mirror and scowling into his reflection. He muttered something under his breath that she didn't catch. Come again. She beckoned as she retied his hair, adjusting the tightness of the band at the base of the bundle. I said it makes my nose too obvious, he grumbled aloud, sending Lily into another fit of giggles. What this one? She leaned over him and planted a kiss upon the bridge of his long and prominent nose. That brought a smile to his dour reflection. Taking the bundle of his hair, Lily split it in two, leaving thick strands sitting in equal portions on either side of his head. What are you doing? He frowned as she set aside the remaining hair together in a loose bundle, tying it as low as possible upon the base of his neck. Styling, she replied, as she separated the strands to give the loose hair a casual, messy look about it. A sigh escaped Severus, thin, downturned lips, but not a word of complaint passed them. Try not to enjoy this too much, she whispered into his ear, causing the corners of his frowning lips to lift ever so slightly. Her fingers trailed from his hairline to trace the contour of his temple and down the sharp turn of his cheekbone. He closed his eyes as he leaned into her touch. She obliged him, bringing her fingers softly down his narrow jawline, tracing the smooth ridge of his angled chin. Have you ever thought about growing a beard? She asked suddenly, jolting Severus out of his contentment. I'm just curious about how you'd look with some scruff, she muttered in explanation to his narrowing eyes. No facial hair, he told her sternly, turning away with a self-conscious grimace. I do not permit it in my laboratory or long, sweeping sleeves. They get filthy and contaminate the workstation. Ever the pragmatic, such a spoil sport. I'll bet you can't even grow one anyway, Lily quipped with a cheek-filled grin. But his glowering flush told her she hit a little too close to the mark. She threw her arms about his shoulders, her hands crossing about his chest. She pressed her cheek to his, preventing him from turning away from the mirror. Clean and smooth is nice as well. You don't need a beard. His thin lips twitched upwards into a tight grimace. If you'd seen my attempts at a beard, you'd be glad I don't grow one easily. It comes up patchy and uneven. I wind up looking like a half-plucked cockerel. Laughter burst forth from Lily's lips before she could stop herself. Clamped her hands across her lips mid-gasp, fearing she might have upset his delicate esteem. To her relief and surprise, he actually looked rather pleased with himself. Look who's learned to not take himself so seriously. Lily giggled as she tightened her embrace about his shoulder, squeezing him tight. One last question, if I may, he muttered in her ear. Lily leaned back as he procured a length of silken tie, still twisted about in a strange knot, as if attempts had been made and met with failure. For the life of me, I have no notion what this is for apart from strangling myself. This would be the most uncomfortable thing Snape had ever done. Not soul-crushingly awful as some of the atrocities he had committed under his own delusion and later in service to the light, but not far down that ladder. The dinner was in London, not an easy venue to attend by travel from the Midlands, let alone the Scottish Highlands. Trust Petunia to elect a meeting point to her own convenience to the detriment of all else, though it was but a simple affair for Lily and him to apparate down to the city, but not to her father, Mr. Evans. Lily had offered to side-along apparate her dad down to London with them, but he had told his daughter, rather solemnly, that this dinner was about repairing their bond as sisters, and he would rather not impose himself as a barrier to their communication. Lily later told him that it was far more likely her father chose to stay home to watch his space stories. Snape privately thought his declining of the invitation could be a good thing. The seemingly young wizard had first-hand experience what side-along apparition felt like, and didn't think a man of Muggle sensibilities would appreciate the sensation. The moment he entered that Muggle restaurant, however, he began regretting the lack of authoritarian barrier between him and that harpy of a woman, Petunia. He hadn't seen that woman in well over 20 years, blissfully losing contact with her at approximately the same time he fell out with Lily. Yet even with that many years as a buffer, one glance at her thin horse-like face was enough to dredge up prickly memories of childhood association. As he and Lily approached, that vile woman turned her reproachful notice upon their entrance. "Couldn't even be bothered to turn up on time, could you?" were the first words of greeting from off her acid tongue. Any hope of setting a civil reconciliatory tone dashed before they even found their seats. "Now, Petunia, traffic can get cluttered at this time of the afternoon," the unfeasibly large man sitting beside her said in a surprisingly reasonable tone. Vernon Dursley. He introduced himself with an offer of his gigantic mitt of a hand. "Snape," he offered as he took it in a single firm shake, Dursley's small beady eyes glancing over Snape's countenance, lingering judgmentally on his long bundled hair. He didn't offer his first name, and the rotund man did not ask. He never offered a handshake to Lily. "You can tell a lot about a man from a single handshake," Dursley declared, as he settled his frame into his squeakily protesting seat. "Like yours are covered in calluses. You dress smartly, but I can tell you are a working man, not the kind one would expect to own a car that can bring its occupants to dinner on time." Snape could already tell he was going to hate this man. "We're both still students," Lily quickly cut between them, no doubt sensing her fiancé's delicate patient strain. The massive man's eyebrows darted upwards as Petunia's lips pursed as if in disapproval. It was as if they were chastising a faux pas that Snape wasn't aware of, or Lily by the look of muted confusion upon her face. Petunia, however, supplied the reason with great disdainful relish. "Don't disrupt the men while they're talking, Lily. That is ill-cultured of you." Snape felt annoyance twist in his heart. He had forgotten about the male-centric Muggle culture of this period in time. If he was going to be forced to make small talk with that grating man, he had hoped for some assistance from Lily. Small talk wasn't his forte in the best of times. That galling moment was thankfully saved by the waiter taking their orders. Dursley heartily and very vocally expressed, loud enough for the whole restaurant to hear that he would be picking up the check. The preening arrogance that reminded Snape so much of that hated Potter, perhaps it wasn't blood alone that imprinted upon his son. "So, Snape," the man continued, as if Lily wasn't there, "Petunia tells me the both of you are people of peculiar culture." "Indeed." "One could see it that way," Snape answered cautiously, wondering exactly how much of their secret society Petunia had revealed to this blustering exhibitionist man, and how much of a violation of the statute of secrecy this could potentially become. He remembered seeing this man in the memories of the Potter child. Petunia had indeed married this walrus, and together they became his unwilling foster carers. Neglectful, near abusive foster carers. By which approximation meant knowledge of their world had been kept in reasonable cover and care. "Oh yes, we can do magic," Lily chirped, not half as concerned about legal repercussions that came with her words. Petunia's eyes narrowed as she pursed her lips once again, a jealous harpy to the end, that woman. Dursley, however, appeared surprisingly unconcerned. "Well, go on then. Show me some magic. One doesn't just perform on command." "There are protocols to heed." Snape muted the hiss within his voice. "The Ministry Office for the Improper Use of Magic would probably not appreciate showboating in the middle of a crowded Muggle restaurant." The bulky man sat back in his groaning chair, seemingly content to let things go. "At the very least, you are a man of discretion. I can appreciate that, if not your lifestyle choice." Snape suppressed the urge to hex this man and said not a word as the waiter approached with refreshments for the table. White wine for the table to pair with Petunia's fillet of bass, but 2 glasses for only she and her fiancé. "Can't serve alcohol to minors. You understand, Lily," Petunia stated with a smug smile, as if being ahead in age was a boasting achievement. "Vernon ordered you to something else instead. Some kind of American beverage. The waiter said it was popular with children." 2 glasses of alarmingly dark liquid were set upon the table. Their fizzing state was setting off alarm bells within the potion master's mind. Ignoring the obvious jibe, Lily brought hers up for a taste. There was something to be said about a Gryffindor sense of self-preservation. "Ooh, I like how the bubbles feel." She grinned as she returned for another sip. "Try it, Save. It's like a very light version of butter beer, but with herbs." By that description alone, Snape knew he was going to hate it before the glass touched his lips and they turned down in revulsion. The bubbles played on his tongue in what he was certain was meant to be a whimsical texture, but it only served to irritate him as the sweetness of the offending liquid coated his mouth. "I prefer water," he muttered, offending his host's no doubt preset sensibilities. "I'll take it if you don't want it," Lily chirped as she swiped Snape's glass from him and left him her one, already filled with conjured water. She was getting good at this wordless, wandless business. Where on earth did that water come from? The heavy man leaned into the sight, his heavy brows frowned with slow deliberation. Snape suppressed another sigh. It was like this man had already forgotten that magic was a thing. Lily, however, obliged by touching her finger to the rim of Snape's glass, creating a webbing of frost around the vessel before the Muggle man's beady eyes. She winked and pressed a finger to her lips as the large man's eyes widened in disturbed fascination, and Petunia's expression soured in jealous revulsion. With a gentle touch to her wrist, Snape stopped her. "Caution before Muggle eyes, Lily. There are laws." Dursley quickly gathered his wits. "Those tricks are well and good, but do they make you employable? What kind of a job could you be setting yourself up for? A man employed is a man worth anything after all." At the very least, that sentiment was one Snape could get behind. "My career path likely lies within the field of potioneering." The Muggle man could only stare blankly as if he had just spoken in tongues. "It's like a chemist," Lily supplied helpfully. With a judgmental glare, the massive man took a gulp of his wine. "A respectable career path provided you could actually make it. Speaking of the future is just as well as talking fantasy." Snape's eyes narrowed at the snide put down, feeling the insult twist his self-control. "While I myself am already well established within my employment, junior executive at Grunnings, the top producers of drills in all of London. It's a kind of tool, if your kind understands what tools are," Petunia supplied, intending in every way to sound condescending. "My Vernon's already so well established, and look how handsome he is." So robust, like a real man should be. Now that was a jab at Snape's slight form if ever there was one. He suppressed the glower and sat simmering in silent hatred of this harpy woman, no doubt reveling over this rare victory over her sister. "I'm glad you're happy, but don't for a moment think so little of Save," Lily retorted with rising heat. "He's so much more than you give him credit for, or ever gave him credit for." That unpleasant woman gave a sniff of derision. "At the very least, he's now dressed like a human being, and not in mismatched rags that aren't fit for a dog bed." "Excuse me." Lily made as if to stand, but Snape's hand flew from his lap to brace against her shoulder. His temper was stoked, but at the very least his self-control did not shake. "His family is poor. You have no right," Lily continued, albeit with restraint. But her words only caused a look of smugness to touch the features of those two unpleasant people. "Poor. His father's a welfare-leeching alcoholic, the very dregs of society." Snape interjected before things could escalate any further. "In that, we finally find agreement, Petunia. My father is filth. I do not plan to associate with him any further." That statement actually seemed to impress that bitter woman's equally dislikable fiancé. "Hear, hear. If society can be bettered, it's upon the backs of those that wish to do better than their predecessors. Employment as a street sweeper is already leaps and bounds above his father." Petunia could not help but get one last jibe in before she returned to her wine, so smugly satisfied. Snape could feel Lily tense again. He could see her hands clench upon the tablecloth before her. She could hex those two without a wand or a word, but she would not fool those in magical law enforcement. "Lily," he murmured in warning as he slipped his hand into hers. He felt her calm as her fingers traced the form of his ring, but that brought Petunia's eye straight to the offending trinket. "What is this? Jewelry on a man. I suppose this is another ridiculous trend from your ridiculous school." She hopped, still riding the high from her victory of unpleasantness. Lily, however, seemed to be quite pleased at the turn of the topic. "Magical engagement rings actually," she answered, as calm and casually as one would. Immediately her sister's face lit up with outrage, as if this announcement was an affront to her very being. "I knew it. You could not let me be with my happiness." She stood as if to draw her long, thin figure up in a menacing way, towering over her with a neck too long to be completely natural. "You have to upstage me at every turn, you attention-seeking freak of a freak. I didn't get engaged because of you," Lily retorted just as hotly, but remained seated and uncowed. "Now, Petunia, you're making a scene," Dursley chastised lightly with a firm tug of her hand, drawing her almost forcibly back to her seat. "But she does this every time. Every time she snatches the limelight away from me. Every time, with what? Silver rings." Dursley simpered in what must be to his mind in a loving manner. "Your ring is gold, and diamonds, my darling." He took her hand and held it to show off the gaudy piece of gem-encrusted jewelry. "And your husband is this manly hunk of a model pillar of society, while she's marrying this unmanly whip of an unemployable spawn of an alcoholic. You have won in this regard in this most important race in life." Petunia calmed. An equally simpering smile spread across her lips. "Oh, my darling Vernon, that is it." Lily slammed the table, startling everyone sitting at the table. "I have had it with you. Ever since we got here, you have been nothing short of nasty. Severus is a wonderful man, and all you've been doing for the past half hour is mock him for his financial and family situation." Snape laid a calming hand upon her back, but it seemed nothing was going to stop this tirade. "Well, I've got news for you, Petunia. Your fiancé's fat." And with that, she spun about and stormed out of the restaurant. Snape dropped his napkin and followed her out, not even sparing even a glance for their hosts, glowing purple with outrage. In the autumn chill beyond the restaurant doors, Snape found Lily leaning heavily against the wall. Night had fallen, but in the bustle of the city, darkness had a far weakened grip. Even without the street lamps, the light from the establishment still open at this time was enough to bathe the streets in a golden glow and catch the shimmer of tears upon Lily's cheek. Snape said not a word as he stripped off his dinner jacket and draped it about her shoulders. A grateful smile touched her painted lips as she tried to subtly wipe away her tears. "Look at me. It was you that got wronged, but I'm the one crying." "If I cried every time I got insulted," Snape muttered, eliciting a watery smile from the emotional girl. "This went about as badly as it possibly could have, huh?" Lily asked, a rhetorical question Snape hoped because he could not find it in himself to answer. I just wished. I don't know. I had hoped. Her words trailed off, punctured by a hiccup. She's not going to speak to me ever again, is she? With a gentle but firm hand, Snape led her off the wall and into the warmth of his arms. He did not know how to alleviate her fears. He was unpracticed in this arena of words. "Do you want me to take you somewhere you haven't seen before?" he muttered in a low voice, hoping to lead her from her tears. A smile touched her ruby lips, easily swayed by the thought of distraction. "We really should go back, though, and try to fix this." "I mean, we ordered already. We can't saddle them with all that." Snape's thin lips turned in a sneer, hidden in the deep shadows upon his face. "From the size of that man, I doubt our orders will go to waste." A giggle burst forth as a hand swatted at him in amused chastisement. Chapter 37, Tales of Dark Dreams. Chapter text: of all the things first in the morning, a phone call from Petunia was the last thing Lily expected. She was woken up mid-morning by her father's hollering voice and asked downstairs to the phone in the living room. Bleary-eyed and half asleep, Lily stumbled downstairs. It was already mid-morning, but it was the weekend, and as per tradition, the Gryffindor girl had a long lie-in. As per tradition, she hadn't bothered to get changed, but from her father's immediate displeasure and subsequent march back up to her room, apparently her cotton pajamas were too outrageous to wear about the house. If they were, Lily couldn't see it. They had a top and a bottom, long sleeves on both ends. They covered her far better than her summer dressing gown or even her sleeveless cotton dress. After being stuffed into a thick bathrobe, Lily was finally allowed within the vicinity of the telephone in the hallway. She stuck her tongue out as she passed the kitchen, eliciting an unamused glare from her father and an adorably shy aversion of eyes from Severus. It seemed even fully covering sleep garb was enough to stir his fancy. Bracing herself as she lifted the receiver to her ear, Lily heard the voice she had both been expecting and dreading. "Took you long enough to take the call," that nasally voice of her sister complained. Lily sighed, gathering her patience for this verbal encounter. No doubt she was to be sourly reprimanded on her conduct the previous night. "I know, Petunia, and I'm sorry." She took a moment to ground herself and swallow her pride. "For last night as well. I got so mad, but I shouldn't have blown up at you like that." "As you should, that was highly unsightly." Petunia snipped over the phone. Counting silently to 10, Lily reined in her temper. "She only says those nasty things because she's jealous. She doesn't hate me." After Severus spent the evening by a cliff-lined coastline, coaxing her back into patience with his disturbingly mature outlook on the matter, Lily felt she was as ready as she would ever be to act the adult with her sister. "And I'm sorry for that. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" The Gryffindor ground out. Her sister was probably enjoying lording it over her. She could almost hear those lips purse in smug satisfaction. "Vernon wasn't pleased with your behavior last night. You are lucky he's such a gentleman that he's willing to forgive the emotional outbursts of women. You are lucky, too, that Severus was so well behaved last night. I doubt Vernon would have looked upon his black roots so kindly if he had acted like them." It was honestly such a relief to smooth things over with Petunia that Lily let that lash of the sharp tongue slide. "I did tell you Save has changed. It wasn't luck. Cleaned up and dressed appropriately, he almost resembles a human somewhat," Petunia replied with a sniff. That was possibly the kindest thing she'd ever said about Severus. Lily couldn't help but smile. "Glad you approve." Unexpectedly, Petunia's reply came close to concern. "If you can't tell you're worth more than him, then that's your problem, Lily. I've already said my part. It isn't my fault you don't listen." "Didn't know you cared so much," Lily replied rather tartly, trying her best not to take too much offense on Severus' behalf. There was a long moment of silence before Petunia finally replied. "Perhaps it's for the best that you chose someone like you. I just can't imagine there aren't better options in your ridiculous school." That was possibly the warmest, most sisterly thing Petunia's said to her in years. "Oh, you do care. Love you, Toonie." With one last disapproving sniff, Petunia declared, "Good day, Lily," and hung up without waiting for a like reply. Lily hung up the receiver and returned to the kitchen with a spring in her step. Chirpy after talking with Petunia. "This is a first," Severus noted through a sip of bitter black coffee. "Turned out yesterday wasn't such a disaster after all," Lily replied, pulling up a plate and summoning 2 slices of brown bread from its packet. The slices turned end over end and landed on her plate white and toasted. Her father glanced up from his paper. "Thought you said last night went fine." Lily snorted as she smeared marmalade down her crusty toast. "You actually believed me." With a sigh, her father withdrew back behind his shield of static Muggle news, grumbling loudly about where he went wrong with his daughters. Grinning over mischief made, Lily turned to Severus. "You wouldn't believe it, but it was Petunia on the line, and she as much as told me she approved of our engagement. She might have overstated things a little, but for them, any good news was worth a little celebration." Severus lifted one dark, thin brow. "That is surprising," he returned cautiously. "Are you certain she isn't simply pleased that she's finally triumphed over you in an area?" Lily paused mid-chew, her eyes narrowing on her fiancé. "How could you possibly think you're worse than Vernon Dursley?" She muttered through the cover of her hand, shielding him from the spray of crumbs. "I'm simply saying that she probably does," he replied tersely as he hid inside his coffee mug again. Lily swallowed her bite and paused to think about it. "You know what? That sounds exactly like what she'd think." "Please, kids," her father grumbled as he emerged from behind his paper. "I want to see some peace inside this household before I go to the grave." "Hey, I'm not the one slinging dirty spells," Lily muttered, quite certain that the magical idiom could translate in his muggle mind. Her father sighed as he slunk back behind his paper. Though one could not call dinner with Petunia a relaxing break, it at least served to distract Snape from the shadows in his mind. A brief break in the illusion of familial bliss, a moment where he could step out of himself and pretend he was someone else. Someone happy. Stepping back through the gates of the school, the Eve of Hallows loomed back onto the forefront of his mind, strangling him from within. His hand intruded upon Lily's as they strode up the path to the castle. She glanced up at him, smiling at his touch, but slowly trickling away as she noticed his tension. Snape took a calming breath, reminding himself firmly that she's alive, that she's beside him. "Something wrong, Save?" Lily asked. He did not respond, instead tightening his fingers around hers. A hint of worry touched her brows as her smile faltered, but didn't disappear completely. "You don't want to come back to school either, huh?" "I'm not looking forward to the chaos of festivities, no," Snape answered sourly. Lily seemed almost relieved. "So that's where your tension is coming from. Yeah, Halloween prep is as bad as it gets, but I'm pretty experienced with this. Anything you don't know how to handle, leave it to me." She tugged on their entwined hands, pulling him closer to her side. She felt his fingers tighten against hers, her cool ring pressing hard against his skin. For the moment, she seemed to be satisfied with the reason he gave. He saw no reason to worry her overly with the complexities of his mental state. There were already enough lies trying to keep himself steady in her life. There was no need to trouble her with his. They hadn't so much as set foot into the hallway when a prefect suddenly began accosting them. 5 volunteers from Hufflepuff. "We're short this year," the tall Hufflepuff prefect announced as he strode beside the head boy and girl with deliberately shortened steps. Though Lily was not short for a girl, Snape was still noticeably short for a boy. At the age of 17, Snape was still not fully grown. However, he would not get that much taller than he was now. Even as a professor, he only got to enjoy 5 years of height domination before those students began to shoot past his eye level. Not that it ever dissipated his level of intimidation. Only 5. Lily seemed to reel from the revelations, but they're usually the highest contributing house. "Sorry, we just couldn't drum up support. We're usually good for it," the Hufflepuff replied sheepishly. "The first years are easily spooked by our head boy." Snape arched an unamused brow as Lily accepted that statement on face value. She sighed, a long, defeated sound. "I know it's not your fault or your house's. But perhaps I would suggest they grow a spine," Snape snapped, annoyed he was singled out as the reason. He felt Lily tug hard on his hand in silent chastisement. "We'll have to make up the numbers from within Gryffindor then," Lily reasoned, a little too optimistically in Snape's opinion. "Because they're traditionally so generous with their time and social contributions," Snape muttered scathingly. Lily dropped his hand and immediately rounded on him. "I'm trying not to fly apart at the seams. If you have a great idea, I'm all ears." Suppressing the urge to retreat a step backwards, Snape replied, "I believe Slytherins can be encouraged to participate." An uncharitable snort came from the Hufflepuff boy. And you lot are so much more known for your generosity with time and contributions. No, Snape conceded, but we are rational. And most of all, for a certain portion of them, they have something to prove. I will dress it up as an opportunity, and there will be no doubt it will be answered. Lily leaned back, her brows arched in an appraising look that clashed with her threatening smile. Well then, Mr. Snape, I await your miracle. She wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't seen it. The decoration committee the next day was filled with more green robes than had ever been seen in the volunteering history of Hogwarts. At least 24 Slytherins sat at the decoration stations in the Great Hall, and another half-dozen were working with the 5th and 6th years in the Transfiguration classrooms. Save took charge in there, as a head boy should, and though hesitant at first at the idea of allowing him to tackle such a large project alone for his first time, she had relented. But from the speed at which the sack of bats came to the hall, she needn't have worried. Feisty lot this year, Hagrid announced cheerily as he unbundled the roiling sack. Remus looked a little worried. I hope it won't be a repeat of 4th year. By which he was referring to that incident whereby Fabian and Gideon had volunteered so graciously for the transfiguration role and wound up transforming half those bats into their vampiric counterparts. It resulted in a messy few hours of clean-up and delayed the feast for over an hour. Save was in charge. I doubt anyone could pull the fast one on him, Lily replied, a lot more confidently than she felt. But it seemed she worried for naught as the swarm of bats ascended to the rooftops, a strange order about their chaotic motions. Severus, hallmarks of discipline all over his transfigured charge. With a wave goodbye to Hagrid, Lily turned back to the business of her timetable. It's safe to put up the pumpkins, Lily announced loudly to the Starkpling table. How are things progressing? Save's commanding voice announced his arrival. In he strode, raggedy cloak now fitted snugly about his shoulders in a feeble attempt to protect himself from the cooling season. He did not direct the question to anybody in particular, but voices immediately rose in response. Pumpkins are almost done, answered Rockers, as beside him proud floated the carved gourds into the rafters. Table decorations are done, Amanda Bones supplied, as she busied herself with the wall hangings. She wasn't one to hang up her wand when her part was done. Remus stepped back from his spider webbing of the chandeliers. Your timetabling streamlined the entire process, he complimented generously. I have never seen a Halloween go so smoothly. It hadn't been my timekeeping skills, Lily admitted sheepishly. She had no idea when Severus had found the time, but without even being asked for it, he had produced a scroll of drafted work detail. Never had the head girl seen a timetabling written so meticulously, with even redundancy measures in place for plans awry, and an estimated time projection for each portion of a project complete. It honestly was hard to believe this was the first time Severus participated in a community project, or had any experience in a leadership role. Who would have thought Snape would take to being head boy so quickly? And well, Remus offered, as he conjured a web pattern between two of the floating pumpkins. Lily couldn't help but agree. I honestly feel like the less experienced of us too. Think it's a translation of his potioneering skills in real-world applications? Remus asked in his thoughtful way. Lily considered it. I suppose it does make sense. Many of the most advanced potions, such as that brew, require crazy time management skills. He's a natural at that stuff. She glanced over at Save, lending a hand with the hanging of self-rattling bones down the wall tapestries. Working quite efficiently with that Hufflepuff Amelia, not at all as uncomfortably as Severus had suggested. Remus gave one last wisp of a spider trail as he stepped back to take a breather beside his friend. You're a hell of a potioneer too, I hear, and far more of a people person. You're still my favorite student leader. Sentiments to soothe her no doubt obvious disquiet. Lily rolled her eyes at that transparent flattery. One wonders why you're still single, Monsieur Mooney. To which the boy hid a smile and shuffled awkwardly on the spot. Lily turned her smiling eyes back to the boy taking charge of work progress. Her boy. I guess I just hadn't expected him to. I mean, he doesn't get on with people, she muttered, turning away from her fellow Gryffindor prefect. I didn't think he'd take to his governing responsibilities so well. Remus stood shoulder to shoulder with Lily as they both stared at the strange sight of Severus directing and students obeying. He's still full of surprises, huh? He's incredible, Lily agreed, her lips turning upwards into a grin. The prefect leaned back as they watched the bustle of their duties wrap up, on schedule and without fuss. I can sort of see what you see in him now. He's smart, capable, and the change he's made in that house of his. Lily arched a ginger brow. Back off, Remus. I saw him first. With a hearty laugh, the sandy-haired boy raised his hands and took a deliberate step back. The sky painted across the ceiling of the great hall was charmed this night with gloom and jagged strikes of lightning, adding that final touch of atmosphere of spooky decoration. Lily smiled at the bright-eyed looks of wonder that touched the faces of those first years, feeling warmth at the knowledge that her work had contributed to it. She could still remember what it was like, the first time she had sat in their place. The magic of Hogwarts had been still a strange and mystical place, and so too this strange custom that the wizarding world celebrated. Now the magical world felt so much like home that she found it odd that the Muggle world didn't celebrate this day. Instead, they waited another 5 days to set a straw man on fire. Balmy, that. Taking a slice of pumpkin pie, Lily set about gathering a plate of moderate sweets. This feast was all about dessert, so she was excused for indulging. With a quick glance across the hall, she spotted Severus sitting, utterly miserable, with what looked like only the pie filling upon his plate and a small pile of apple cores and discarded caramel shells. He was a miserable soul when it came to sweets. I love dessert, and all but not for an entire meal, Marlene grumbled beside her as she gathered her plate of fudge and clotted cream alongside a slice of treacle tart. Or look who's growing up, Lily poked teasingly as she spooned boiled candy straight from a pumpkin bowl to garnish a slice of pie. Mary matched her creative gusto by peppering her trifle with beads of chocolate candy and breaded cake bars. Not such a bad thing staying young for a while longer, the girl cheerfully piped from across the table. Very soon we won't be able to eat half of this without growing folds. I feel like half of that can be avoided if you just got up and out once in a while. Marlene offered in a reasonably non-confrontational tone. Why don't you bite me? Mary offered in just as polite a tone. Everyone knew of the Muggle girl's long-standing aversion to the notion of sports and exercise. She cited her Muggle brothers as the reason, having been constantly forced to play keeper in a Muggle sport called football during childhood. Apparently projectiles punted towards her face made for some traumatic moments. Pandora paid little heed to the feast, having dragged a textbook to the table. Her spoon made the occasional trip to her bowl of strawberry mouse, and even more occasionally returned with an uneven bite. Lily had lent her that book on entwining charms work, the very same one she had been gifted by Slughorn the Christmas prior. That girl spent almost every waking moment, not dedicated to homework, working relentlessly on the pursuit of a workable one-handed enchantment technique. Lily had offered to set up a one-on-one question and answer opportunity with Severus, to which the studious girl responded gratefully, but hesitantly. I'm not going to waste both of our times with questions a textbook can answer. I'll meet him when I've done my appropriate research and know what I need to ask. She was the only girl Lily ever knew who would study to ask questions. Beside her sat Susan, chattering away quite happily to the obviously not listening girl. Most graceful man on all of campus. How could anyone find fault in those cheekbones? Talking again about Urquhart, no doubt. That seemed to be the general direction of that girl's obsession in recent days. What is it with Gryffindor girls and Slytherins nowadays? Sirius muttered from 3 seats down. He was never too far from James, and he in turn was never too far from Marlene. Cutting into your supply, Mary quipped in a surprisingly snarky way, especially for her. Oh, I'm never under threat, the khaki boy replied with a wink, and the two grinned over the exchange in a baffling manner. Susan sighed at the exchange, but oddly made no disparaging remark about the camaraderie between those two most intimacy-liberal creatures. Marlene ignored the two and leaned in towards Susan. So you going to make any moves on your fancy boy? Susan looked as if she took affront at that notion. Certainly not. A gentleman should always make the first move. It'd be boorish for the lady to do so. So much like Petunia in the most irritating ways. You know, he's a very private person, Lily muttered, which was her way of saying she doubted Urquhart would return such interest from a known unrepentant gossip. He refused Gryffindor during his hung sorting to get away from our nosy lot. Almost a Gryffindor, huh? James muttered thoughtfully. Knew he seemed all right. Kind of opposite to you, Padfoot, Marlene offered, sharing the same nickname affinity as her boyfriend. Sirius wrinkled his nose. Nah, nothing like me. Never got a hung sorting. Got tossed into Gryffindor the moment that hat touched my head. Seem to recall you got a hung sorting, Pandora, Lily directed to her studious friend. The girl didn't appear to be paying attention, but after a moment she answered. It was Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. It's always Gryffindor or Ravenclaw in my family. You would have suited Ravenclaw, Marlene offered. Not that we aren't thrilled you chose us. To which Pandora glanced up from her text and smiled. What is curiosity without the courage to pioneer? What's the trait of a hung Gryffindor Slytherin then? Susan asked, still preoccupied with the man of her fancy. It means he's brave, but will not let you know why, Pandora answered with a surprising amount of bristle in her voice. I would ask you not to try. That got everyone's attention. I thought you rejected him. Susan snapped hotly. I have no romantic intentions on him. Pandora laid it out very plainly. Then step aside and give someone else a try. The claws were out, and Lily quickly ducked out and concentrated on helping herself to a slice of peach cobbler. Glancing across the table, she spotted the object of the brewing squabble, sitting beside Severus, as was his usual place. Sunken eyes and high cheekbones, the boy had a very dark but refined look to go with his seemingly refined personality. She could see his appeal for a girl raised on fairy tales. She wondered if she ought to do Susan a favor and get saved to set something up. However, it didn't seem like this was the best time, as Severus looked as if he was in the middle of a sugar-fueled meltdown. He was trying to be discreet, sitting stock still and slouched, but his scowl was boring a hole through the table. She knew her fiancé disliked sweets, but hadn't really fathomed the depth of his loathing. With a whisper, Lily sent a fluttering silver creature his way, a tiny and discreet silver doe, conjured to mimic the form of her patroness. He glanced up as the creature bounded across his fruit-core-laden plate, his black eyes flying straight to hers. The glower melted from his face, but his eyes did not brighten. Lily's smile slipped away, her brows pinched with concern as Save dropped his eyes and pushed away from his table. Without another look backwards, he slipped out discreetly from the side doors, nobody but Lily noticing his departure. Where's he going? He'll miss the entertainment, Lily murmured under her breath. Who? Marlene asked, glancing up from her selection of fruits. When the offering was only desserts, the novelty wears thin fast. Lily pushed her plate away. Save left before feast wrapped up. Probably hates the cheer of festivities, the dour prat, Marlene ventured her not-so-unreasonable guess. Maybe. Lily stood from her seat, her best friend's side. But you're gonna check on him anyway. Have fun, Mary offered with a too-knowing smile. With a wrinkle of her nose, Susan muttered, Please, I'm eating. Not giving her friends another moment of her annoyance, Lily strode off for the side door on the Gryffindor's end, confident she'd be able to find him. After all, this was the exact purpose for which her rings were enchanted. Severus had asked for the ability to find her, but he'd never thought the first person to abuse this power would be her. Striding down the hallway, she could already feel by the way her heart was pointed that he was somewhere beneath this floor. Dungeon stairs, then, as was probably expected. If it was the cheeriness of festivities getting him down, nothing like the dank, dreary realm of the castle catacombs to raise his pitch-black spirits. She only hoped she could catch him before he slunk into his common room and beyond her reach. But her fears were not founded as she stopped before the closed door of a disused classroom. No movement sounded beyond the door, nor light appeared between its gaps. Was Severus just sitting in silent darkness? Save, she called through the door, knocking hesitantly on the wooden pane. No answer greeted her ears. Lily glanced down at her ring, refusing to believe its enchantment had gone defective so quickly. Save was there, but for whatever reason was refusing to answer. Save, I'm coming in, she warned. Pushing aside the door, her eyes was greeted by nothing but darkness. She frowned into the gloom as her eyes adjusted. Save, she almost whispered, feeling an irrational thrill of fear worm within her gut. I'm here, his deep voice answered, to her rush of relief. Oh my goodness, what are you doing? You gave me a fright, she chastised as she lit her wand and stepped inside. But her relief was short-lived as her eyes fell upon him, huddled in the corner. The scowl he wore was too hardy an expression for a man hiding in a shadowy nook. What's wrong? She asked as she shut the door. She knew him well enough now to spot a mood he didn't want anyone to catch him in. Severus stood from his compromising position. "Belly ache," he grunted, his voice too tight. Lily stared, not believing him one whit. "What's actually wrong?" Froze, eyes cast blankly into an unlit corner of the room. She reached for his hand, feeling his long, calloused fingers between her own before he suddenly pulled away. "It's fine," he almost barked. "I just need some time to myself." Those were dangerous words if ever there were any. "Are you having second thoughts about our engagement?" Lily asked urgently, prompting him to deny it immediately. "No, not that. He paused, appearing to wrestle internally with something before finishing rather lamely. "Complicated." Lily's brows pinched together with concern. Something felt off. If there was some unsaid issue between them, it needed to be aired and met, not tucked away for it to build like steam in a blocked kettle. "If it's about me, I need to hear it." "It's not about you," he answered hurriedly, but turned his eyes away as he said it. "Severus." Lily made another attempt upon his hand, but this time he conceded to her hold. "Be truthful with me." For the longest moment, Severus didn't move, but slowly he shook his head. "You would not understand." Green eyes narrowed. "Try me." His fingers slipped from hers. He stepped away in an almost agitated motion, wearing upon the floor a back and forth before her. The minutes ticked by, and for a moment Lily thought he might simply be stalling for her patience to run thin. If so, then he underestimated her resolve the day they started this relationship, the day she set aside the patience reserved for him. Finally, he stopped mid-stride, causing her heart to quiver with anxious anticipation. Slowly he turned to her, a strange expression upon his tired, pale face. "I ask first that you douse your wand," he requested in an unexpected rasp. Without needing to be asked twice, Lily flicked it off, pitching the room into an uncomfortable, suffocating darkness. She reached forward to find him, only to have him take her hand in a tight, almost painful grasp. He pulled her to the wall and sat her down beside him, his breaths labored with unknowable emotion. A fanciful thought passed through Lily's mind, venturing upon Mary's lewd suggestion. This would definitely be a most cunning setup if he did decide to venture beyond his promise. But from the crushing grip upon her fingers, she couldn't bring herself to entertain that notion. Gently she disengaged from his painful grip, prying him away with some difficulty. Instead, she slid her hands about his thin frame, feeling the rise and fall of his chest. His breathing was shallow and jagged, as if fighting back silent sorrow. "What's wrong?" Lily murmured, burying her face into his shoulder. She felt him press her hand tightly against his chest, holding her there. It was another long moment before he finally spoke, his voice barely a whisper. "I fear." Lily leant in, afraid to miss his faint words. She felt his hand tighten upon hers, gripping tight but not painfully. "I fear your death." She almost laughed at the unexpectedness of it all. "I'm 17, healthy and about to be married. I have a lot of life left to live." She expected him to laugh, to dismiss his words as irrationality, but he didn't. Severus fell back into silence, as if he were sitting at the deathbed of someone slipping fast away. "Hey, come on. Don't be like that." Lily slipped her hand from his grasp to wrap about his torso. "You're going to make me think I'm ill." She felt him shift, bringing his arm about her shoulder and locking it with his other, holding her as tightly as she held him. "You're not," he muttered, then fell silent. Lily made to pull away to look upwards, desperately searching the suffocating darkness for an impossible glimpse of his eyes. She felt him tense, as if recoiling in disgust. "I have nightmares, Lily, nightmares that plague near every sleep. It is always the same one, of you dead, dead in my arms, dead by my foolishness." "I'm alive," Lily stated firmly, feeling his arms begin to crush her along with his baffling emotions. "I'm right here, I'm alive." She felt his grip slacken, and for a moment she thought him to calm. But then she felt a shudder go through his body, a breath taken that hitched with some unknowable emotion. "I'm sorry," he whispered in a shuddering breath. What was going on? Why was he acting like this? "I'm alive," Lily urged into the darkness, her arms coiled around his shuddering form. "I'm alive, and I'm not going anywhere." He fell silent again, his form stilled in her embrace. She felt her breath upon her ear, stirring the tendrils of her hair. "I won't make that mistake again, I swear it." "You haven't made any mistakes." Lily beseeched into the darkness. "You're a good man. You've done more good than you have ever done bad." He said not a word more as he cradled her. Nor did Lily as she leaned against him, her mind a whirl with his words. Nightmares, he said. Frequent, troubling nightmares. Her father had once described something similar, a story that scared her as a child. He had served as a healer for some Muggle soldiers, sent to another land to wage war, but returned physically and mentally wrong. Terrors plagued their wake and sleep, terrible nightmares that rendered reality torn. They could not tell what was real and what was false. They believed the horrors of their mind. Do you really think that I died? She held her breath, awaiting the answer from the darkness. From the silence he answered, his voice muted but steady. Certain. You did, and it was my fault. That wasn't what she wanted to hear. I'm alive, you dolt. Don't you forget that. She grasped him tight, so tight his breath escaped in a sudden gasp. You're not allowed to blame yourself for something you haven't done. Don't give heed to these thoughts that aren't real. Don't blame yourself for nightmares. One last shuddering breath, then calm. Lily squeezed her eyes shut and leaned heavily against that warm chest. She wanted him to feel her warmth, feel the rise and fall of her chest, to know she was alive, that she wasn't going anywhere.